The 5 Orange Pips by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The 5 Orange Pips by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. When I glance over my notes and records of the Sherlock Holmes cases between the years 82 and 90, I am faced by so many which present strange and interesting features that it is no easy matter to know which to choose and which to leave. Some, however, have already gained publicity through the papers, and others have not offered a field for those peculiar qualities which my friend possessed in so high a degree, and which it is the object of these papers to illustrate. Some, too, have baffled his analytical skill, and would be, as narratives, beginnings without an ending, while others have been but partially cleared up, and have their explanations founded rather upon conjecture and surmise than on that absolute logical proof which was so dear to him. There is, however, one of these last which was so remarkable in its details and so startling in its results that I am tempted to give some account of it, in spite of the fact that there are points in connection with it which have never been, and probably never will be, entirely cleared up. The year 87 furnished us with a long series of cases of greater or less interest, of which I retain the records. Among my headings under this one 12 months, I find an account of the adventures of the Paradol Chamber, of the Amateur Mendicant Society, who held a luxurious club in the lower vault of a furniture warehouse, of the facts connected with the loss of the British bark Sophie Anderson, of the singular adventures of the Grice Pattersons in the island of Uffa, and finally of the Camberwell poisoning case. In the latter, as may be remembered, Sherlock Holmes was able, by winding up the dead man's watch, to prove that it had been wound up 2 hours before, and that therefore the deceased had gone to bed within that time, a deduction which was of the greatest importance in clearing up the case. All these I may sketch out at some future date, but none of them present such singular features as the strange train of circumstances which I have now taken up my pen to describe. It was in the latter days of September, and the equinoctial gales had set in with exceptional violence. All day the wind had screamed and the rain had beaten against the windows, so that even here in the heart of grand, hand-made London we were forced to raise our minds for the instant from the routine of life, and to recognize the presence of those great elemental forces which shriek at mankind through the bars of his civilization like untamed beasts in a cage. As evening drew in, the storm grew higher and louder, and the wind cried and sobbed like a child in the chimney. Sherlock Holmes sat moodily at one side of the fireplace, cross-indexing his records of crime, while I, at the other, was deep in one of Clark Russell's fine sea stories, until the howl of the gale from without seemed to blend with the text, and the splash of the rain to lengthen out into the long swash of the sea waves. My wife was on a visit to her mother's, and for a few days I was a dweller once more in my old quarters at Baker Street. "Why," said I, glancing up at my companion, "that was surely the bell! Who could come to-night? Some friend of yours, perhaps?" "Except yourselves, I have none," he answered. "I do not encourage visitors." "A client, then?" "If so, it is a serious case. Nothing less would bring a man out on such a day and at such an hour. But I take it that it is more likely to be some crony of the landlady's." Sherlock Holmes was wrong in his conjecture, however, for there came a step in the passage and a tapping at the door. He stretched out his long arm to turn the lamp away from himself and towards the vacant chair upon which a newcomer must sit. "Come in," said he. The man who entered was young, some 22 at the outside, well-groomed and trimly clad, with something of refinement and delicacy in his bearing. The streaming umbrella which he held in his hand, and his long, shining waterproof, told of the fierce weather through which he had come. He looked about him anxiously in the glare of the lamp, and I could see that his face was pale and his eyes heavy, like those of a man who is weighed down with some great anxiety. "I owe you an apology," he said, raising his golden pince-nez to his eyes. "I trust that I am not intruding. I fear that I have brought some traces of the storm and rain into your snug chamber." "Give me your coat and umbrella," said Holmes. "They may rest here on the hook, and will be dry presently. You have come up from the south-west, I see." "Yes, from Horsham. That clay and chalk mixture which I see upon your toe-caps is quite distinctive. I've come for advice. That is easily got. And help. That is not always so easy. I have heard of you, Mr. Holmes. I heard from Major Prendergast how you saved him in the Tankerville Club scandal. And of course he was wrongly accused of cheating at cards. He said that you could solve anything. He said too much. That you are never beaten. I have been beaten 4 times, 3 times by men, and once by a woman. But what is that compared with the number of your successes? It is true that I have been generally successful. Then you may be so with me. I beg that you will draw your chair up to the fire and favour me with some details as to your case. It is no ordinary one. None of those which come to me are. I am the last court of appeal. And yet I question, sir, whether in all your experience you have ever listened to a more mysterious and inexplicable chain of events than those which have happened in my own family. You fill me with interest, said Holmes. Pray give us the essential facts from the commencement, and I can afterwards question you as to those details which seem to me to be most important. The young man pulled up his chair and pushed his wet feet out towards the blaze. My name, said he, is John Openshaw, but my own affairs have, as far as I can understand, little to do with this awful business. It's a hereditary matter. So in order to give you any idea of the facts, I must go back to the commencement of the affair. You must know that my grandfather had 2 sons, my uncle Elias and my father Joseph. My father had a small factory at Coventry which he enlarged at the time of the invention of bicycling. He was a patentee of the Openshaw unbreakable tire, and his business met with such success that he was able to sell it and to retire upon a handsome competence. My uncle Elias emigrated to America when he was a young man and became a planter in Florida, where he was reported to have done very well. At the time of the war he fought in Jackson's army, and afterwards under Hood, where he rose to be a colonel. When Lee laid down his arms, my uncle returned to his plantation, where he remained for 3 or 4 years. About 1869 or 1870 he came back to Europe, and took a small estate in Sussex, near Horsham. He had made a very considerable fortune in the States, and his reason for leaving them was his aversion to the negroes, and his dislike of the Republican policy in extending the franchise to them. He was a singular man, fierce and quick-tempered, very foul-mouthed when he was angry, and of a most retiring disposition. During all the years that he lived at Horsham, I doubt if he ever set foot in the town. He had a garden and 2 or 3 fields round his house, and there he would take his exercise, though very often for weeks on end he would never leave his room. He drank a great deal of brandy and smoked very heavily, but he would see no society and did not want any friends, not even his own brother. He didn't mind me. In fact, he took a fancy to me, for at the time when he saw me first I was a youngster of 12 or so. This would be the year 1878, after he had been 8 or 9 years in England. He begged my father to let me live with him, and he was very kind to me in his way. When he was sober, he used to be fond of playing backgammon and draughts with me, and he would make his representative both with the servants and with the tradespeople, so that by the time I was 16 I was quite master of the house. I kept all the keys, and could go where I liked and do what I liked, so long as I did not disturb him in his privacy. There was one singular exception, however, for he had a single room, a lumber room up among the attics, which was invariably locked, and which he would never permit either me or anyone else to enter. With a boy's curiosity I had peeped through the keyhole, but I was never able to see more than such a collection of old trunks and bundles as would be expected in such a room. One day, it was in March 1883, a letter with a foreign stamp lay upon the table in front of the Colonel's plate. It was not a common thing for him to receive letters, for his bills were all paid in ready money, and he had no friends of any sort. "From India," said he as he took it up. "Pondicherry postmark. What can this be?" Opening it hurriedly, out there jumped 5 little dried orange pips, which pattered down upon his plate. I began to laugh at this, but the laugh was struck from my lips at the sight of his face. His lip had fallen, his eyes were protruding, his skin the colour of putty, and he glared at the envelope which he still held in his trembling hand. "K, K, K!" he shrieked, and then, my God, my sins have overtaken me!" "What is it, uncle?" I cried. "Death," said he, and rising from the table he retired to his room, leaving me palpitating with horror. I took up the envelope and saw scrawled in red ink upon the inner flap, just above the gum, the letter K 3 times repeated. There was nothing else save the 5 dried pips. What could be the reason of his overpowering terror? I left the breakfast table, and as I ascended the stair I met him coming down with an old rusty key, which must have belonged to the attic, in one hand, and a small brass box, like a cash-box, in the other. "They may do what they like, but I'll checkmate them still," said he with an oath. "Tell Mary that I shall want a fire in my room to-day, and send down to Fordham the Horsham lawyer." I did as he ordered, and when the lawyer arrived I was asked to step up to the room. The fire was burning brightly, and in the grate there was a mass of black, fluffy ashes as of burned paper, while the brass box stood open and empty beside it. As I glanced at the box I noticed with a start that upon the lid was printed the treble K, which I read in the morning upon the envelope. "I wish you, John," said my uncle, "to witness my will. I leave my estate with all its advantages and all its disadvantages to my brother, your father, whence it will no doubt descend to you. If you can enjoy it in peace, well and good. If you find you cannot, take my advice, my boy, and leave it to your deadliest enemy. I'm sorry to give you such a two-edged thing, but I can't say what turn things are going to take. Kindly sign the paper where Mr. Fordham shows you." I signed the paper as directed, and the lawyer took it away with him. The singular incident made, as you may think, the deepest impression upon me, and I pondered over it and turned it every way in my mind without being able to make anything of it. Yet I could not shake off the vague feeling of dread which it left behind, though the sensation grew less keen as the weeks passed, and nothing happened to disturb the usual routine of our lives. I could see a change in my uncle, however. He drank more than ever, and he was less inclined for any sort of society. Most of his time he would spend in his room, with the door locked upon the inside, but sometimes he would emerge in a sort of drunken frenzy, and would burst out of the house and tear about the garden with a revolver in his hand, screaming out that he was afraid of no man, and that he was not to be cooped up like a sheep in a pen by man or devil. When these hot fits were over, however, he would rush tumultuously in at the door, and lock and bar it behind him, like a man who can brazen it out no longer against the terror which lies at the roots of his soul. At such times I have seen his face, even on a cold day, glisten with moisture, as though it were new raised from a basin. Well, to come to an end of the matter, Mr. Holmes, and not to abuse your patience, there came a night when he made one of those drunken sallies from which he never came back. We found him, when we went to search for him, face downward in a little green-scummed pool which lay at the foot of the garden. There was no sign of any violence, and the water was but 2 feet deep, so that the jury, having regard to his known eccentricity, brought in a verdict of suicide. But I, who knew how he winced from the very thought of death, had much ado to persuade myself that he had gone out of his way to meet it. The matter passed, however, and my father entered into possession of the estate, and of some £14,000, which lay to his credit at the bank. "One moment," Holmes interposed. "Your statement is, I foresee, one of the most remarkable to which I have ever listened. Let me have the date of the reception by your uncle of the letter, and the date of his supposed suicide." "The letter arrived on March the 10th, 1883. His death was 7 weeks later, upon the night of May the 2nd. "Thank you. Pray proceed." "When my father took over the Horsham property, he, at my request, made a careful examination of the attic, which had always been locked up. We found the brass box there, although its contents had been destroyed. On the inside of the cover was a paper label with the initials of K.K.K. repeated upon it, and letters, memoranda, receipts, and a register written beneath. These, we presume, indicated the nature of the papers which had been destroyed by Colonel Openshaw. For the rest, there was nothing of much importance in the attic, save a great many scattered papers and notebooks bearing upon my uncle's life in America. Some of them were of the wartime, and showed that he had done his duty well, and had borne the repute of a brave soldier. Others were of a date during the reconstruction of the southern states, and were mostly concerned with politics, for he had evidently taken a strong part in opposing the carpet-bag politicians who had been sent down from the north. Well, it was the beginning of '84 when my father came to live at Horsham, and all went as well as possible with us until the January of '85. On the 4th day after the New Year I heard my father give a sharp cry of surprise as we sat together at the breakfast table. There he was, sitting with a newly opened envelope in one hand, and 5 dried orange pips in the outstretched palm of the other. He had always laughed at what he called my cock-and-bull story about the Colonel, but he looked very scared and puzzled now that the same thing had come upon himself. What on earth does this mean, John?" he stammered. My heart had turned to lead. "It is KKK," said I. He looked inside the envelope. "So it is," he cried. "Here are the very letters. But what is this written above them?" "Put the papers on the sundial," I read, peeping over his shoulder. "What papers? What sundial?" he asked. "The sundial in the garden. There is no other," said I. "But the papers must be those that are destroyed." "Bah!" said he, gripping hard at his courage. "We are in a civilized land here, and we can't have tomfoolery of this kind. Where does the thing come from?" "From Dundee," I answered, glancing at the postmark. "Some preposterous practical joke," said he. "What have I to do with sundials and papers? I shall take no notice of such nonsense." "I should certainly speak to the police," I said. "And be laughed at for my pains. Nothing of the sort." "Then let me do so?" "No, I forbid you. You won't have a fuss made about such nonsense." It was in vain to argue with him, for he was a very obstinate man. I went about, however, with a heart which was full of forebodings. On the 3rd day after the coming of the letter, my father went from home to visit an old friend of his, Major Freebody, who is in command of one of the forts upon Portstown Hill. I was glad that he should go, for it seemed to me that he was farther from danger when he was away from home. In that, however, I was in error. Upon the 2nd day of his absence I received a telegram from the Major imploring me to come at once. My father had fallen over one of the deep chalk pits which abound in the neighbourhood, and was lying senseless with a shattered skull. I hurried to him, but he passed away without ever having recovered his consciousness. He had, as it appeared, been returning from Fareham in the twilight, and as the country was unknown to him, and the chalk pit unfenced, the jury had no hesitation in bringing a verdict of death from accidental causes. Carefully as I examined every fact connected with his death, I was unable to find anything which could suggest the idea of murder. There was no signs of violence, no footmarks, no robbery, no record of strangers having been seen upon the roads. And yet I need not tell you that my mind was far from at ease, and that I was well nigh certain that some foul plot had been woven round him. In this sinister way I came into my inheritance. You will ask me why I did not dispose of it. I answer, because I was well convinced that our troubles were in some way dependent upon an incident in my uncle's life, and that the danger would be as pressing in one house as in another. It was in January '85 that my poor father met his end, and 2 years and 8 months have elapsed since then. During that time I have lived happily at Horsham, and I had begun to hope that this curse had passed away from the family, and that it had ended with the last generation. I had begun to take comfort too soon, however. Yesterday morning the blow fell in the very shape in which it had come upon my father. The young man took from his waistcoat a crumpled envelope, and turning to the table, he shook out upon it 5 little dried orange pips. "This is the envelope," he continued. "The postmark is in London, Eastern Division, within the very words which were upon my father's last message. KKK, and then put the papers on the sundial." "What have you done?" asked Holmes. "Nothing." "Nothing?" "To tell the truth," he sank his face into his thin white hands, "I have felt helpless. I felt like one of those poor rabbits when the snake is writhing towards it. I seem to be in the grasp of some resistless, inexorable evil, which no foresight and no precautions can guard against. "Oh, tut-tut!" cried Sherlock Holmes. "You must act, man, or you are lost. Nothing but energy can save you. There is no time for despair." "I have seen the police." "Ah!" "They listened to my story with a smile. I am convinced that the inspector has formed the opinion that the letters are all practical jokes, and that the deaths of my relations were really accidents, as the jury stated, and were not to be connected with the warnings." Holmes shook his clenched hands in the air. "Incredible imbecility!" he cried. "They have, however, allowed me a policeman who may remain in the house with me." "Has he come with you tonight?" "No, his orders were to stay in the house." Again Holmes raved in the air. "Why did you come to me?" he cried, "and above all, why did you not come at once?" "I did not know. It was only today that I spoke to Major Prendergast about my troubles, and was advised by him to come to you." "It is really 2 days since you had the letter. We should have acted upon this. You have no further evidence, I suppose, than that which you have placed before us? No suggestive detail which might help us?" "There is one thing," said John Openshaw. He rummaged in his coat pocket, and drawing out a piece of discoloured blue-tinted paper, he laid it upon the table. "I have some remembrance," said he, "that on the day when my uncle burned the papers, I observed that the small unburned margins which lay amid the ashes were of this particular colour. I found this single sheet upon the floor of his room, and I am inclined to think that it may be one of the papers which has perhaps fluttered out from among the others, and in that way has escaped destruction. Beyond the mention of Pip's, I do not see that it helps us much. I think myself that it is a page from some private diary. The writing is undoubtedly my uncle's." Holmes moved the lamp, and we both bent over the sheet of paper, which showed by its ragged edge that it had indeed been torn from a book. It was headed March 1869, and beneath were the following enigmatical notices. 4th. Hudson came, same old platform. 7th. Set the pips on Macaulay, Paramore, and John Swain of St. Augustine. 9th. Macaulay cleared. 10th. John Swain cleared. 12th. Visited Paramore, all well. "Thank you," said Holmes, folding up the paper and returning it to our visitor. "And now you must on no account lose another instant. We cannot spare time even to discuss what you've told me. You must get home instantly and act." "What shall I do?" "There is but one thing to do. You must be done at once. You must put this piece of paper which you have shown us into the brass box which you have described. You must also put in it a note to say that all the other papers were burned by your uncle, and that this is the only one which remains. You must assert that in such words as will carry conviction with them. Having done this, you must at once put the boss out upon the sundial as directed. Do you understand?" "Entirely." "Do not think of revenge or anything of the sort at present. I think that we may gain that by means of the law, but we have our web to weave while theirs is already woven. The first consideration is to remove the pressing danger which threatens you. The second is to clear up the mystery, and to punish the guilty parties." "I thank you," said the young man, rising and pulling on his overcoat. "You have given me fresh life and hope. I shall certainly do as you advise. Do not lose an instant, and above all take care of yourself in the meanwhile, for I do not think that there can be a doubt that you are threatened by a very real and imminent danger. How do you go back?" "By train from Waterloo." It is not yet 9. The streets will be crowded, so I trust that you may be in safety, and yet you cannot guard yourself too closely." "I am armed." "That is well. Tomorrow I shall set to work upon your case." "I shall see you at Horsham, then?" No, your secret lies in London. It is there that I shall seek it." "Then I shall call upon you in a day, or in 2 days, with news as to the box and the papers. I shall take your advice in every particular." He shook hands with us, and took his leave. Outside the wind still screamed, and the rain splashed and pattered against the windows. This strange, wild story seemed to have come to us from amid the mad elements, blown in upon us like a sheet of seaweed in a gale, and now to have been reabsorbed by them once more. Sherlock Holmes sat for some time in silence, with his head sunk forward and his eyes bent upon the red glow of the fire. Then he lit his pipe, and leaning back in his chair he watched the blue smoke-rings as they chased each other up to the ceiling. "I think, Watson," he remarked at last, "that of all our cases we have had none more fantastic than this." "Save perhaps the sign of 4?" "Well, yes, save perhaps that. And yet this John Openshaw seems to me to be walking amid even greater perils than did the Sholtos. But have you, I asked, formed any definite conception as to what these perils are? Oh, there can be no question as to their nature, he answered. Then what are they? Who is this KKK, and why does he pursue this unhappy family? Sherlock Holmes closed his eyes and placed his elbows upon the arm of his chair with his fingertips together. The ideal reasoner, he remarked, would, when he had once been shown a single fact in all its bearings, deduce from it not only all the chain of events which led up to it, but also all of the results which would follow from it. As Cuvier could correctly describe a whole animal by the contemplation of a single bone, so the observer who has thoroughly understood one link in a series of incidents should be able to accurately state all the other ones both before and after. We have not yet grasped the results which the reason alone can attain to. Problems may be solved in the study which have baffled all those which have sought a solution by the aid of their senses. To carry the art, however, to its highest pitch, it is necessary that the reasoner should be able to utilize all the facts which have come to his knowledge, and this in itself implies, as you will readily see, a possession of all knowledge, which even in these days of free education and encyclopedias is a somewhat rare accomplishment. It is not so impossible, however, that a man should possess all knowledge which is likely to be useful to him in his work, and this I have endeavoured in my case to do. If I remember rightly, you on one occasion in the early days of our friendship defined my limits in a very precise fashion. Yes, I answered, laughing. It was a singular document. Philosophy, astronomy, and politics were marked to 0, I remember. Botany variable, geology profound as regards the mudstains of any region within 50 miles of town, chemistry eccentric, anatomy unsystematic, sensational literature and crime records unique, violin player, boxer, swordsman, lawyer, and self-poisoner by cocaine and tobacco. Those, I think, were the main points of my analysis. Holmes grinned at the last item. Well, he said, I say now, as I said then, that a man should keep his little brain attic stocked with all the furniture that he is likely to use, and the rest he can put away in the lumber room of his library, where he can get it if he wants it. Now, for such a case as the one which has been submitted to us tonight, we need certainly to muster all our resources. Kindly hand me down the letter K of the American Encyclopedia, which stands upon the shelf beside you. Thank you. Now let us consider the situation, and see what may be deduced from it. In the first place, we may start with a strong presumption that Colonel Openshaw had some very strong reason for leaving America. Men at his time of life do not change all their habits and exchange willingly the charming climate of Florida for the lonely life of an English provincial town. His extreme love of solitude in England suggests the idea that he was in fear of someone or something, so we may assume as a working hypothesis that it was fear of someone or something which drove him from America. As to what it was he feared, we can only deduce that by considering the formidable letters which were received by himself and his successor. Did you remark the postmarks of those letters? The first was from Pondicherry, the second from Dundee, and the third from London. From East London. What did you deduce from that? They're all seaports. That the writer was on board a ship? Excellent. We have already a clue. There can be no doubt that the strong probability is that the writer was on board a ship. And now let us consider another point. In the case of Pondicherry, 7 weeks elapsed between the threat and its fulfilment. In Dundee, it was only some 3 or 4 days. Does that suggest anything? A greater distance to travel. But the letter had also a greater distance to come. Then I do not see the point. There is at least a presumption that the vessel in which the man or men are is a sailing ship. It looks as though they always sent their singular warnings or token before them when starting upon their mission. You see how quickly the deed followed the sign when it came from Dundee. If they had come from Pondicherry in a steamer, they would have arrived almost as soon as their letter. But as a matter of fact, 7 weeks elapsed. I think that those 7 weeks represented the difference between the mail boat which brought the letter and the sailing vessel which brought the writer. It is possible. More than that, it is probable. And now you see the deadly urgency of this new case, and why I urged young Openshaw to caution. that blow has already fallen at the end of the time when it should have taken the senders to travel the distance, but this one comes from London, and therefore we cannot count upon delay." "Good God!" I cried. "What can it mean, this relentless persecution?" "The papers which Openshaw carried are obviously of vital importance to the person or persons in the sailing ship. I think that it is quite clear that there must be more than one of them. A single man could not have carried out 2 deaths in such a way as to deceive a coroner's jury. There must have been several in it, and there must have been men of resource and determination. Their papers they mean to have, to be the old holder of them who it may. In this way, you see, KKK ceases to be the initials of an individual and becomes the badge of a society." "But of what society?" "Have you never," said Sherlock Holmes, bending forward and sinking his voice, "have you never heard of the Ku Klux Klan?" "I never have." Holmes turned over the leaves of the book upon his knee. "Here it is," said he presently. "Ku Klux Klan, a name derived from the fanciful resemblance to the sound produced by cocking a rifle. This terrible secret society was formed by some ex-Confederate soldiers in the southern states after the Civil War, and it rapidly formed local branches in different parts of the country, notably in Tennessee, Louisiana, the Carolinas, Georgia, and Florida. Its power was used for political purposes, principally for the terrorizing of the Negro voters, and the murdering and driving from the country of those who were opposed to its views. Its outrages were usually preceded by a warning sent to the marked man in some fantastic but generally recognized shape. A sprig of oak leaves in some parts, melon seeds or orange pips in others. On receiving this, the victim might either openly abjure his former ways, or might fly from the country. If he braved the matter out, death would unfailingly come upon him, and usually in some strange and unforeseen manner. So perfect was the organization of the society, and so systematic its methods, that there's hardly a case upon record where any man succeeded in braving it with impunity, or in which any of its outrages were traced home to the perpetrators. For some years the organization flourished in spite of the efforts of the United States government and of the better classes of the community in the South. Eventually, in the year 1869, the movement rather suddenly collapsed, although there have been sporadic outbreaks of the same sort since that date. "You'll observe," said Holmes, laying down the volume, "that the sudden breaking up of the society was coincident with the disappearance of Openshaw from America with their papers. It may well have been cause and effect. It is no wonder that he and his family have some of the more implacable spirits upon their track. You can understand that this register and diary may implicate some of the first men in the South, and that there may be many who will not sleep easy at night until it is recovered." "Then the page we have seen is such as we might expect. It ran, as if I remember right, sent the pips to A, B, and C, that is, sent the society's warning to them. Then there are successive entries that A and B cleared, or left the country, and finally that C was visited, with, I fear, a sinister result for C. Well, I think, Doctor, that we may let some light into this dark place, and I believe that the only chance young Openshaw has in the meantime is to do what I have told him. There's nothing more to be said or to be done tonight, so hand me over my violin, and let us try to forget for half an hour the miserable weather and the still more miserable ways of our fellow men." It had cleared in the morning, and the sun was shining with a subdued brightness through the dim veil which hangs over the great city. Sherlock Holmes was already at breakfast when I came down. "You will excuse me for not waiting for you," said he. "I have, I foresee, a very busy day before me in looking into this case of young Openshaw's." "What steps will you take?" I asked. "It will very much depend upon the results of my first inquiries. I may have to go down to Horsham after all." "You will not go down there first?" "No, I shall commence with the city. Just ring the bell, and the maid will bring you up your coffee." As I waited, I lifted the unopened newspaper from the table and glanced my eye over it. It rested upon a heading which sent a chill to my heart. "Holmes!" I cried, "you are too late." "Ah!" said he, laying down his cup, "I feared as much. How was it done?" He spoke calmly, but I could see that he was deeply moved. My eye caught the name of Openshaw and the heading, "Tragedy near Waterloo Bridge." Here is the account. "Between 9 and 10 last night, Police Constable Cook of the H Division, on duty near Waterloo Bridge, heard a cry for help and a splash in the water. The night, however, was extremely dark and stormy, so that in spite of the help of several passers-by, it was quite impossible to effect a rescue. The alarm, however, was given, and by the aid of the water police the body was eventually recovered. It proved to be that of a young gentleman whose name, as it appears from an envelope which was found in his pocket, was John Openshaw, and whose residence is near Horsham. It is conjectured that he may have been hurrying down to catch the last train from Waterloo Station, and that in his haste and the extreme darkness he missed his path and walked over the edge of one of the small landing places for river steamboats. The body exhibited no traces of violence, and there can be no doubt that the deceased had been the victim of an unfortunate accident, which should have the effect of calling the attention of the authorities to the condition of the riverside landing stages. We sat in silence for some minutes, Holmes more depressed and shaken than I had ever seen him. "That hurts my pride, Watson," he said at last. "It is a petty feeling, no doubt, but it hurts my pride. It becomes a personal matter with me now, and if God sends me health I shall set my hand upon this gang. That he should come to me for help, and that I should send him away to his death." He sprang from his chair and paced about the room in uncontrollable agitation, with a flush upon his sallow cheeks and a nervous clasping and unclasping of his long, thin hands. "They must be cunning devils," he explained at last. "How could they have decoyed him down there? The embankment is not on the direct line to the station. The bridge, no doubt, was too crowded even on such a night for their purpose. Well, Watson, we shall see who will in the long run. I'm going out now." "To the police?" "No, I shall be my own police. When I've spun the web they may take the flies, but not before." All day I was engaged in my professional work, and it was late in the evening before I returned to Baker Street. Sherlock Holmes had not come back yet. It was nearly 10 o'clock before he entered, looking pale and worn. He walked up to the sideboard, and tearing a piece from the loaf he devoured it voraciously, washing it down with a long draught of water. "You are hungry," I remarked. "Starving. It had escaped my memory. I have had nothing since breakfast." "Nothing?" "Not a bite. I had no time to think of it." "And how have you succeeded?" "Well." "You have a clue?" "I have them in the hollow of my hand. Young Openshaw shall not long remain unavenged. Why, Watson, let us put their own devilish trademark upon them. It is well thought of." "What do you mean?" He took an orange from the cupboard, and tearing it to pieces, he squeezed out the pips upon the table. Of these he took 5 and thrust them into an envelope. On the inside of the flap he wrote S.H. for J.O. Then he sealed it and addressed it to Captain James Calhoun, Bark, Lone Star, Savannah, Georgia. "That will await him when he enters port," said he, chuckling. "It may give him a sleepless night. He find it as sure a precursor of his fate as Openshaw did before him." "And who is this Captain Calhoun?" "The leader of the gang. I shall have the others, but he first." "How did you trace it, then?" He took a large sheet of paper from his pocket, all covered with dates and names. "I've spent the whole day," said he, "over Lloyd's registers and files of the old papers, following the future career of every vessel which touched at Pondicherry in January and February in '83. There were 36 ships of fair tonnage which were reported there during those months. Of these, one, the Lone Star, instantly attracted my attention, since, although it was reported as having cleared from London, the name is that which is given to one of the states of the Union. Texas, I think. I was not, and I'm not sure which, but I knew that the ship must have an American origin." "What then?" "I searched the Dundee records, and when I found that the bark Lone Star was there in January '85, my suspicion became a certainty. I then inquired as to the vessels which lay at present in the port of London." "Yes?" "The Lone Star had arrived here last week. I went down to the Albert Dock and found that she had been taken down the river by the early tide this morning, homeward bound to Savannah. I wired to Gravesend and learned that she had passed some time ago, and as the wind is easterly, I have no doubt that she is now past the Goodwins, and not very far from the Isle of Wight." "What will you do, then?" "Oh, I have my hand upon him. He and the 2 mates are, as I learn, the only native-born Americans in the ship. The others are Finns and Germans. I know also that they were all 3 away from the ship last night. I had it from the stevedore who has been loading their cargo. By the time that their sailing ship reaches Savannah, the mail-boat will have carried this letter, and the cable will have informed the police of Savannah that these 3 gentlemen are badly wanted here upon a charge of murder." There is ever a flaw, however, in the best laid of human plans. and the murderers of John Openshaw were never to receive the orange pips which would show them that another, as cunning and as resolute as themselves, was upon their tracks. Very long and very severe were the equinoctial gales that year. We waited long for news of the Lone Star of Savannah, but none ever reached us. We did at last hear that somewhere far out in the Atlantic a shattered stern-post of the boat was seen swinging in the trough of a wave, with the letters L.S. carved upon it. And that is all which we shall ever know of the fate of the Lone Star. End of The 5 Orange Pips. Recording by Simon Evers.
Problem of the Crystal Gazer by Jacques Futrelle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Winterroud. Problem of the Crystal Gazer by Jacques Futrelle. With hideous, goggling eyes, the great god Bud sat cross-legged on a pedestal and stared stolidly into the semi-darkness. He saw, by the wavering light of a peacock lamp which swooped down from the ceiling with wings outstretched, what might have been a nook in a palace of East India. Draperies hung here, there, everywhere. Richly embroidered divans sprawled about. Fierce tiger rugs glared up from the floor. Grotesque idols grinned mirthlessly in unexpected corners. Strange arms were grouped on the walls. Outside, the trolley cars clanged blatantly. The single human figure was the distinct contradiction of all else. It was that of a man in evening dress, smoking. He was 50, perhaps 60 years old, with the ruddy color of one who has lived a great deal out of doors. There was only a touch of gray in his abundant hair and mustache. His eyes were steady and clear and indolent. For a long time he sat. Then the draperies to his right parted, and a girl entered. She was a part of the picture of which the man was a contradiction. Her lustrous black hair flowed about her shoulders. Lambent mysteries lay in her eyes. Her dress was the dress of the East. For a moment she stood looking at the man, and then entered with light tread. "Varric Sahib," she said timidly, as if it were a greeting. "Do I intrude?" Her voice was softly guttural with the accent of her native tongue. "Oh no, Jada. Come in," said the man. She smiled frankly and sat down on a hassock near him. "My brother?" she asked. "He is in the cabinet." Varric had merely glanced at her, and then continued his thoughtful gaze into vacancy. From time to time she looked up at him shyly, with a touch of eagerness, but there was no answering interest in his manner. His thoughts were far away. "May I ask what brings you this time, Sahib?" she inquired at last. "A little deal in the market," responded Varric carelessly. "It seems to have puzzled Adhem as much as it did me. He has been in the cabinet for half an hour." He stared on musingly as he smoked, then dropped his eyes to the slender, graceful figure of Jade. With knees clasped in her hands, she leaned back on the hassock, deeply thoughtful. Her head was tilted upward, and the flickering light fell full on her face. It crossed Varric's mind that she was pretty, and he was about to say so, as he would have said to any other woman, when the curtains behind them were thrown apart, and they both glanced around. Another man, an East Indian, entered. This man was Adhem Singh, the crystal gazer, in the ostentatious robes of a seer. He, too, was part of the picture. There was an expression of apprehension, mingled with some other impalpable quality on his strong face. "Well, Vadhem?" inquired Varric. "I have seen strange things, Sahib," replied the seer solemnly. "The crystal tells me of danger." "Danger?" repeated Varric with a slight lifting of his brows. "Oh, well, in that case I shall keep out of it." "Not danger to your business, Sahib," the crystal gazer went on with troubled face, "but danger in another way." The girl Jada looked at him with quick, startled eyes, and asked some question in her native tongue. He answered in the same language, and she rose suddenly with terror-stricken face to fling herself at Varric's feet, weeping. Varric seemed to understand too, and looked at the seer in apprehension. "Death?" he exclaimed. "What do you mean?" Adhem was silent for a moment, and bowed his head respectfully before the steady, inquiring gaze of the white man. "Pardon, Sahib," he said at last. "I did not remember that you understood my language." "What is it?" insisted Varick abruptly. "Tell me." "I cannot, Sahib." "You must," declared the other. He had arisen commandingly. "You must." The crystal gazer crossed to him and stood for an instant with his hand on the white man's shoulder and his eyes studying the fear he found in the white man's face. "The crystal, Sahib," he began. "It tells me that... "No, no, brother," pleaded the girl. "Go on," Varick commanded. "It grieves me to say that which will pain one whom I love as I do you, Sahib," said the seer slowly. "Perhaps you would rather see for yourself." "Well, let me see then," said Varick. "Is it in the crystal?" "Yes, by the grace of the gods." "But I can't see anything there," Varick remembered. "I've tried scores of times." "I believe this will be different, Sahib," said Adhem quietly. "Can you stand a shock?" Varick shook himself a little impatiently. "Of course," he replied. "Yes, yes." "A very serious shock." Again there was an impatient twist of Varick's shoulders. "Yes, I can stand anything," he exclaimed shortly. "What is it? Let me see." He strode toward that point in the draperies where Adhem had entered while the girl on her knees sought with entreating hands to stop him. "No, no, no," she pleaded. "No." "Don't do that," Varick expostulated in annoyance, but gently he stooped and lifted her to her feet. "I am not a child or a fool." He threw aside the curtains. As they fell softly behind him, he heard a pitiful little cry of grief from Jada and set his teeth together hard. He stood in the crystal cabinet. It was somewhat larger than an ordinary closet, and had been made impenetrable to the light by hangings of black velvet. For a while he stood still, so that his eyes might become accustomed to the utter blackness, and gradually the sinister, fascinating crystal ball appeared, faintly visible by its own mystic luminosity. It rested on a pedestal of black velvet. Varick was accustomed to his surroundings. He had been in the cabinet many times. Now he dropped down onto a stool in front of the table whereon the crystal lay, and leaned forward on his arms, staring into its limpid depths. Unblinking for 1, 2, 3 minutes he sat there with his thoughts in chaos. After a while there came a change in the ball. It seemed to glow with a growing light other than its own. Suddenly it darkened completely, and out of this utter darkness grew shadowy, vague forms to which he could give no name. Finally a veil seemed lifted, for the glow grew brighter, and he leaned forward eagerly, fearfully. Another veil melted away, and a still brighter light illumined the ball. Now Varick was able to make out objects. Here was a table littered with books and papers, there a chair, yonder a shadowy mantle. Gradually the light grew until his tensely fixed eyes pained him, but he stared steadily on. Another quick brightness came, and the objects all became clear. He studied them incredulously for a few seconds, and then he recognized what he saw. It was a room, his study, miles away in his apartments. A sudden numb chilliness seized him, but he closed his teeth hard and gazed on. The outlines of the crystal were disappearing. Now they were gone, and he saw more. A door opened, and a man entered the room into which he was looking. Varick gave a little gasp as he recognized the man. It was himself. He watched the man, himself, as he moved about the study aimlessly for a time, as if deeply troubled. Then as he dropped into a chair at the desk. Varick read clearly on the vision face those emotions which he was suffering in person. As he looked, the man made some hopeless gesture with his hands, and leaned forward on the desk with his hands on his arms. Varick shuddered. For a long time, it seemed, the man sat motionless. Then Varick became conscious of another figure, a man, in the room. This figure had come into the vision from his own viewpoint. His face was averted. Varick did not recognize the figure, but he saw something else and started in terror. A knife was in the hand of the unknown, and he was creeping stealthily toward the unconscious figure in the chair, himself, with the weapon raised. An inarticulate cry burst from Varric's colorless lips, a cry of warning, as he saw the unknown creep on toward himself. He saw the figure that was himself move a little, and the unknown leaped. The upraised knife swept down and was buried to the handle. Again a cry, an unintelligible shriek, burst from Varric's lips. His heart fluttered and perspiration poured from his face. With incoherent mutterings, he sank forward helplessly. How long he remained there he didn't know, but at last he compelled himself to look again. The crystal glittered coldly on its pedestal of velvet, but that hideous thing which had been there was gone. The thought came to him to bring it back, to see more, but repulsive fear, terror, seized upon him. He rose and staggered out of the cabinet. His face was pallid, and his hands clasped and unclasped nervously. Giada was lying on a divan, sobbing. She leaped to her feet when he entered, and looking into his face, she knew. Again she buried her face in her hands and wept afresh. Adhem stood with moody eyes fixed on the great god Bud. "I understand," said Varric between his teeth, "but I don't believe it." "The crystal never lies, Sahib," said the seer sorrowfully. "But it can't be that," Varric declared protestingly. "Be careful, Sahib. Oh, be careful," urged the girl. "Of course I shall be careful," said Varric shortly. Suddenly he turned to the crystal gazer, and there was a menace in his tone. "Did ever such a thing appear to you before?" "Only once, Sahib." "And did it come true?" Adhem inclined his head slowly. I may see you tomorrow," exclaimed Varric suddenly. "This room is stifling. I must go out." With twitching hands he drew on a light coat over his evening dress, picked up his hat, and rushed out into the world of realities. The crystal gazer stood for a moment, while Giada clung to his arm tremblingly. "It is as the gods will," he said sadly at last. Professor Augustus S.F.X. Van Dusen, the thinking machine, received Howard Varric in the small reception room and invited him to a seat. Varric's face was ashen. There were dark lines under his eyes, and in them there was the glitter of an ungovernable terror. Every move showed the nervousness which gripped him. The thinking machine squinted at him curiously, then dropped back into his big chair. For several minutes Varric said nothing. He seemed to be struggling to control himself. Suddenly he burst out. "I'm going to die some day next week. Is there any way to prevent it?" The thinking machine turned his great yellow head and looked at him in a manner which nearly indicated surprise. "Of course, if you've made up your mind to do it," he said irritably, "I don't see what can be done." There was a trace of irony in his voice, a coldness which brought Varric around a little. "Just how is it going to happen?" "I shall be murdered, stabbed in the back by a man whom I don't know," Varric rushed on desperately. Dear me, how unfortunate," commented the scientist. "Tell me something about it. But here." He arose and went into his laboratory. After a moment he returned and handed a glass of some effervescent liquid to Varric, who gulped it down. "Take a minute to pull yourself together," instructed the scientist. He resumed his seat and sat silent with his long, slender fingers pressed tip to tip. Gradually Varric recovered. It was a fierce fight for the mastery of emotion. "Now," directed the thinking machine at last, "tell me about it." Varric told just what happened lucidly enough, and the thinking machine listened with polite interest. Once or twice he turned and looked at his visitor. "Do you believe in any psychic force?" Varric asked once. "I don't disbelieve in anything until I have proven that it cannot be," was the answer. "The god who hung a sun up there has done other things which we will never understand." There was a little pause, then, "How did you meet this man, Adhem Singh?" "I have been interested for years in the psychic, the occult, the things we don't understand," Varric replied. "I have a comfortable fortune, no occupation, no dependents, and made this a sort of hobby. I have studied it superficially all over the world. I met Adhim Singh in India 10 years ago, afterwards in England, where he went through Oxford with some financial assistance from me, and later here. 2 years ago, he convinced me that there was something in crystal gazing. Call it telepathy, self-hypnotism, subconscious mental action, what you will. Since then, the science, I can call it nothing else, has guided me in every important act of my life. Through Adhim Singh? Yes. And under a pledge of secrecy, I imagine. That is, secrecy as to the nature of his revelations. Yes. Any taint of insanity in your family? Varick wondered whether the question was in the nature of an insolent reproof, or was a request for information. He construed it as the latter. No, he answered, never a touch of it. How often have you consulted Mr. Singh? Many times. There have been occasions when he would tell me nothing because, he explained, the crystal told him nothing. There have been other times when he advised me correctly. He has never given me bad advice, even in intricate stock operations. Therefore, I have been compelled to believe him in all things. You were never able to see anything yourself in the crystal until this vision of death last Tuesday night, you say? That was the first. How do you know the murder is to take place at any given time? That is, next week, as you say. That is the information Adhim Singh gave me, was the reply. He can read the visions. They mean more to him than... In other words, he makes it a profession, interrupted the scientist. Yes. Go on. The horror of the thing impressed me so, both of us, that he has, at my request, twice invoked the vision since that night. He, like you, wanted to know when it would happen. There is a calendar by weeks in my study. That is, only 1 week is shown on it at a time. The last time the vision appeared, he noted this calendar. The week was that beginning next Sunday, the 21st of this month. The only conclusion we could reach was it would happen during that week. The thinking machine arose and paced back and forth across the room, deeply thoughtful. At last he stopped before his visitor. It's perfectly amazing, he commented emphatically. It approaches nearer to the unbelievable than anything I have ever heard of. Varick's response was a look that was almost grateful. You believe it impossible, then? He asked eagerly. Nothing is impossible, declared the other aggressively. Now, Mr. Varick, you are firmly convinced that what you saw was prophetic? That you will die in that manner, in that place? I can't believe anything else. I can't, was the response. And you have no idea of the identity of the murderer to be, if I may use that phrase. Not the slightest. The figure was wholly unfamiliar to me. And you know that the room you saw in the crystal was yours? I know that absolutely. Rugs, furniture, mantel, books, everything was mine. The thinking machine was again silent for a time. In that event, he said at last, the affair is perfectly simple. Will you place yourself in my hands and obey my directions implicitly? Yes. There was an eager, hopeful note in Varick's voice now. I am going to try to disarrange the affairs of fate a little bit, explained the scientist gravely. I don't know what will happen, but it will be interesting to try to throw the inevitable, the preordained, I might say, out of gear, won't it? With a quizzical, grim expression about his thin lips, the thinking machine went to the telephone in an adjoining room and called someone. Varick heard neither the name nor what was said, merely the mumble of the irritable voice. He glanced up as the scientist returned. Have you any servants? A valet, for instance? Asked the scientist. Yes, I have an aged servant, a valet, but he is now in France. I gave him a little vacation. I really don't need one now, as I live in an apartment house, almost a hotel. I don't suppose you happen to have $3,000 or $4,000 in your pocket. No, not so much as that, was the puzzled reply. If it's your fee... I never accept fees, interrupted the scientist. I interest myself in affairs like these because I like them. They are good mental exercise. Please draw a check for, say, $4,000 to Hutchison Hatch. Who is he? Asked Varick. There was no reply. The check was drawn and handed over without further comment. It was 15 or 20 minutes later that a cab pulled up in front of the house. Hutchison Hatch, reporter, and another man whom he introduced as Philip Byrne were ushered in. As Hatch shook hands with Varick, the thinking machine compared them mentally. They were relatively of the same size, and he bobbed his head as if satisfied. "Now, Mr. Hatch," he instructed, "take this check and get it cashed immediately, then return here. Not a word to anybody." Hatch went out, and Byrne discussed politics with Varick until he returned with the money. The thinking machine thrust the bills into Byrne's hands, and he counted it, afterwards stowing it away in a pocket. "Now, Mr. Varick, the keys to your apartment, please," asked the scientist. They were handed over, and he placed them in his pocket. Then he turned to Varick. "From this time on," he said, "your name is John Smith. You are going on a trip, beginning immediately with Mr. Byrne here. You are not to send a letter, a postal, a telegram, or a package to anyone. You are to buy nothing. You are to write no checks. You are not to speak to or recognize anyone. You are not to telephone or attempt in any manner to communicate with anyone, not even me. You are to obey Mr. Byrne in everything he says." Varick's eyes had grown wider and wider as he listened. "But my affairs, my business," he protested. "It is a matter of your life or death," said the thinking machine shortly. For a moment Varick wavered a little. He felt that he was being treated like a child. "As you say," he said finally. "Now, Mr. Byrne," continued the scientist, "you heard those instructions. It is your duty to enforce them. You must lose this man and yourself. Take him away somewhere to another place. There is enough money there for ordinary purposes. When you learn that there has been an arrest in connection with a certain threat against Mr. Varick, come back to Boston, to me, and bring him. That's all." Mr. Byrne arose with a businesslike air. "Come on, Mr. Smith," he commanded. Varick followed him out of the room. Here was a table littered with books and papers. There a chair, yonder a shadowy mantel. A door opened, and a man entered the room. Moved about the study aimlessly for a time, as if deeply troubled, then dropped into a chair at his desk, made some hopeless gesture with his hands, and leaned forward on the desk with his head on his arms. Another figure in the room, knife in his hand. Creeping stealthily towards the unconscious figure in the chair with the knife raised, the unknown crept on. There was a blinding flash, a gush of flame and smoke, a sharp click, and through the fog came the unexcited voice of Hutchison Hatch, reporter. "Stay right where you are, please." "That ought to be a good picture," said the thinking machine. The smoke cleared, and he saw Adhem Singh standing watching with deep concern, a revolver in the hands of Hatch, who had suddenly arisen from the desk in Varick's room. The thinking man rubbed his hands briskly. "Ah, I thought it was you," he said to the crystal gazer. "Put down the knife, please. That's right. It seems a little bold to have interfered with what was to be like this. But you wanted too much detail, Mr. Singh. You might have murdered your friend if you hadn't gone into so much trivial theatrics." "I suppose I am a prisoner?" asked the crystal gazer. "You are," the thinking man assured him cheerfully. "You are charged with the attempted murder of Mr. Varick. Your wife will be a prisoner in another half-hour, with all those who were with you in the conspiracy." He turned to Hatch, who was smiling broadly. The reporter was thinking of that wonderful flashlight photograph in the camera that the thinking man held. The only photograph in the world, so far as he knew, of a man in the act of attempting an assassination. "Now, Mr. Hatch," the scientist went on, "I will phone to Detective Mallory to come here and get this gentleman, and also to send men and arrest every person to be found in Mr. Singh's home. If this man tries to run, shoot." The scientist went out, and Hatch devoted his attention to his sullen prisoner. He asked half a dozen questions, and receiving no answers, he gave it up as hopeless. After a while, Detective Mallory appeared in his usual state of restrained astonishment, and the crystal gazer was led away. Then Hatch and the thinking machine went to the Adhem Singh house. The police had preceded them, and gone away with 4 prisoners, among them the girl Jada. They obtained an entrance through the courtesy of a policeman left in charge, and sought out the crystal cabinet. Together they bowed over the glittering globe as Hatch held a match. "But I still don't see how it was done," said the reporter, after they had looked at the crystal. The thinking man lifted the ball and replaced it on its pedestal half a dozen times, apparently trying to locate a slight click. Then he fumbled all around the table, above and below. At his suggestion, Hatch lifted the ball very slowly, while the scientist slid his slender fingers underneath it. "Ah!" he exclaimed at last. "I thought so. It's clever, Mr. Hatch, clever. Just stand here a few minutes in the dark, and I'll see if I can operate it for you." He disappeared, and Hatch stood staring at the crystal until he was developing a severe case of the creeps himself. Just then a light flashed in the crystal, which had been only dimly visible, and he found himself looking into the room in Howard Varick's apartment, miles away. As he looked startled, he saw the thinking machine appear in the crystal and wave his arms. The creepiness passed instantly in the face of this obvious attempt to attract his attention. It was later that afternoon that the thinking machine turned the light of his analytical genius on the problem for the benefit of Hatch and Detective Mallory. "Charlatanism is a luxury which costs the peoples of the world incredible sums," he began. "It had its beginnings, of course, in the dark ages when man's mind grasped at some tangible evidence of an infinite power, and through its very eagerness was easily satisfied. Then quacks began to prey upon men, and do to this day under many guises and under many names. This condition will continue until enlightenment has become so general that man will realize the absurdity of such a thing as nature or the other world's forces going out of its way to tell him whether a certain stock will go up or down. A sense of humor ought to convince him that disembodied spirits do not come back and rap on tables and answer to asinine questions. These things are merely prostitutions of the divine revelations." Hatch smiled a little at the lecture platform tone, and Detective Mallory chewed his cigar uncomfortably. He was there to find out something about crime. This thing was over his head. "This is merely preliminary," the thinking machine went on after a moment. "Now as to this crystal-gazing affair, a little reason, a little logic. When Mr. Varick came to me, I saw he was an intelligent man who had devoted years to a study of the so-called occult. Being intelligent, he was not easily hoodwinked, yet he had been hoodwinked for years. Therefore I could see that the man who did it must be far beyond the blundering fool usually found in these affairs. Now Mr. Varick, personally, had never seen anything in any crystal, remember that, until the vision of death. When I knew this, I knew the vision was stamped as quackery. The mere fact of him seeing it proved that, but the quackery was so circumstantial that he was convinced. Thus we have quackery. Why? For a fee? I can imagine successful guesses on the stock market bringing fees to Odd Sing, but the vision of a man's death is not the way to his pocketbook. If not for a fee, then what? A deeper motive was instantly apparent. Mr. Varick was wealthy. He had known Sing and had been friendly with him for years, had supplied him with funds to go through Oxford, and had no family or dependents. Therefore it seemed probable that a will, or perhaps in another way, Sing would benefit by Mr. Varick's death. There was a motive for the vision, which might have been at first an effort to scare him to death because he had a bad heart. I saw all these things when Mr. Varick talked to me first, several days after he saw the vision, but did not suggest them to him. Had I done so, he would not have believed so sordid a thing, for he believed in Sing, and would probably have gone his way to be murdered or to die of fright as Sing intended. Knowing these things, there was only the labor of trapping a clever man. Now the Hindu mind works in strange channels. It loves the mystic, the theatric, and I imagined that having gone so far, Sing would attempt to bring the vision to a reality. He presumed, of course, that Mr. Varick would keep the matter to himself. The question of saving Varick's life was trifling. If he was to die at a given time in a given room, the thing to do was to place him beyond possible reach of that room at that time. I phoned to you, Mr. Hatch, and asked you to bring me a private detective who would obey orders, and you brought me Mr. Byrne. You heard my instructions to him. It was necessary to hide Mr. Varick's identity, and my elaborate directions were to prevent anyone getting the slightest clue as to him having gone, or as to where he was. I don't know where he is now. Immediately Mr. Varick was off my hands, I had Martha, my housekeeper, write a note to Sing explaining that Mr. Varick was ill and confined to his room, and for the present was unable to see anyone. In this note a date was specified when he would call on Sing. Martha wrote, of course, as a trained nurse who was in attendance merely on daytime. All these points were made perfectly clear to Sing. That done, it was only a matter of patience. Mr. Hatch and I went to Mr. Varick's apartments each night. I had Martha there in daytime to answer questions, and waited in hiding. Mr. Hatch is about Varick's size, and a wig helped us along. What happened then you know. I may add that when Mr. Varick told me the story, I commented on it as being almost unbelievable. He understood, as I meant he should, that I referred to the vision. I really meant that the elaborate scheme which Sing had evolved was unbelievable. He might have killed him just as well with a drop of poison, or something equally pleasant. The thinking machine stopped as if that were all. "But the crystal?" asked Hatch. "How did that work? How was it I saw you?" "That was a little ingenious and rather expensive," said the thinking machine. "So expensive that Sing must have expected to get a large sum from success. I can best describe the manufacture of the vision as a variation of the principle of the camera obscura. It was done with lenses of various sorts and a multitude of mirrors, and required the assistance of 2 other men, those who were taken from Sing's house with Jada. First, the room in Mr. Varick's apartments was duplicated in the basement of Sing's house, even to rugs, books, and wall decorations. There 2 men rehearsed the murder scene that Mr. Varick saw. They were disguised, of course. You have looked through the wrong end of a telescope, of course. Well, the original reduction of the murder scene to a size where all of it would appear in a small mirror was accomplished that way. From this small mirror there ran pipes with a series of mirrors and lenses through the house, carrying the reflection of what was happening below, so vaguely, though, that features were barely distinguishable. The pipe ran up inside one of the legs of the table on which the crystal rested, and then, by reflection, to the pedestal. You, Mr. Hatch, saw me lift that crystal several times, and each time you might have noticed the click. I was trying to find them, how the reflection reached it. When you lifted it slowly and I put my fingers under, I knew. There was a small trap in the pedestal, covered with velvet. This closed automatically and presented a solid surface when the crystal was lifted, and opened when the crystal was replaced. Thus the reflection reached the crystal, which reversed it that last time and made it appear right side up to the watcher. The apparent growth of the light in the crystal was caused below. Someone simply removed several sheets of gauze, one at a time, from in front of the first lens. "Well," exclaimed Detective Mallory, "that's the most elaborate affair I ever heard of." "Quite right," commented the scientist. "But we don't know how many victims Sing had. Of course, any vision was possible with a change of scene in the basement. I imagine it was a profitable investment, because there are many fools in this world." "What did the girl have to do with it?" asked Hatch. "That I don't know," replied the scientist. "She was pretty. Perhaps she was used as a sort of bait to attract a certain class of men. She was really Sing's wife, I imagine, not his sister. She was a prominent figure in the mummery with Varick, of course. With her aid, Sing was able to lend great effectiveness to the general scheme." A couple of days later, Howard Varick returned to the city in tow of Philip Byrne. The thinking machine asked Mr. Varick only one question of consequence. "How much money did you intend to leave Sing?" "About $250,000, was the reply. It was to be used under his direction in furthering an investigation into the psychic. He and I had planned just how it was to be spent." Personally, Mr. Varick is no longer interested in the occult. End of Problem of the Crystal Gazer. Recording by Alan Winterroud. boomcoach.blogspot.com
The Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. I had called upon my friend Sherlock Holmes upon the second morning after Christmas, with the intention of wishing him the compliments of the season. He was lounging upon the sofa in a purple dressing-gown, a pipe-rack within his reach upon the right, and a pile of crumpled morning papers, evidently newly studied, near at hand. Beside the couch was a wooden chair, and on the angle of the back hung a very seedy and disreputable hard felt hat, much the worse for wear, and cracked in several places. A lens and a forceps, lying upon the seat of the chair, suggested that the hat had been suspended in this manner for the purpose of examination. "You are engaged," said I. "Perhaps I interrupt you." "Not at all. I am glad to have a friend with whom I can discuss my results. The matter is a perfectly trivial one." He jerked his thumb in the direction of the old hat. "But there are points in connection with it which are not entirely devoid of interest and even of instruction." I seated myself in his arm-chair and warmed my hands before his crackling fire, for a sharp frost had set in, and the windows were thick with the ice crystals. "I suppose," I remarked, "that, homely as it looks, this thing has some deadly story linked on to it, that it is the clue which will guide you in the solution of some mystery and the punishment of some crime." No crime," said Sherlock Holmes, laughing. "Only one of those whimsical little incidents which will happen when you have 4 million human beings all jostling each other within the space of a few square miles. Amid the action and reaction of so dense a swarm of humanity, every possible combination of events may be expected to take place, and many a little problem will be presented which may be striking and bizarre without being criminal. We have already had experience of such." "So much so," I remarked, "that of the last 6 cases which I have added to my notes, 3 have been entirely free of any legal crime." "Precisely. You allude to my attempt to recover the Irene Adler play papers, to the singular case of Miss Mary Sutherland, and to the adventure of the man with the twisted lip. Well, I have no doubt that this fall into the same innocent category. You know Peterson, the commissionaire?" "Yes." "It is to him that this trophy belongs." "It is his hat?" No. He found it. Its owner is unknown. I beg that you will look upon it not as a battered billycock, but as an intellectual problem. And first as to how it came here. It arrived upon Christmas morning in company with a good fat goose, which is, I have no doubt, roasting at this moment in front of Peterson's fire. The facts are these. About 4 o'clock on Christmas morning, Peterson, who, as you know, is a very honest fellow, was returning from some small jollification, and was making his way homeward down Tottenham Court Road. In front of him he saw, in the gaslight, a tallish man, walking with a slight stagger, and carrying a white goose slung over his shoulder. As he reached the corner of Goodge Street, a row broke out between this stranger and a little knot of roughs. One of the latter knocked off the man's hat, on which he raised his stick to defend himself, and swinging it over his head, smashed the shop window behind him. Peterson had rushed forward to protect the stranger from his assailants, but the man, shocked at having broken the window, and seeing an official-looking person in uniform rushing towards him, dropped his goose, took to his heels, and vanished amid the labyrinth of small streets which lie at the back of Tottenham Court Road. The roughs had also fled at the appearance of Peterson, so that he was left in possession of the field of battle, and also of the spoils of victory in the shape of this battered hat, and a most unimpeachable Christmas goose, which surely he restored to their owner. My dear fellow, there lies the problem. It is true that "For Mrs. Henry Baker" was printed upon a small card which was tied to the bird's left leg, and it is also true that the initials H.B. are legible upon the lining of this hat. But as there are some thousands of Bakers and some hundreds of Henry Bakers in this city of ours, it is not easy to restore lost property to any one of them. What then did Peterson do? He brought round both hat and goose to me on Christmas morning, knowing that even the smallest problems are of interest to me. The goose we retained until this morning, when there were signs that, in spite of the slight frost, it would be well that it should be eaten without unnecessary delay. Its finder has carried it off, therefore, to fulfil the ultimate destiny of a goose, while I continue to retain the hat of the unknown gentleman who lost his Christmas dinner." "Did he not advertise?" "No." "Then what clue could he have as to his identity?" "Only as much as we can deduce." "From his hat?" "Precisely." "But you are joking. What can you gather from this old battered felt?" "Here is my lens. You know my methods. What can you gather yourself as to the individuality of the man who has worn this article?" I took the tattered object in my hands and turned it over rather ruefully. It was a very ordinary black hat of the usual round shape, hard, and much the worse for wear. The lining had been of red silk, but was a good deal discoloured. There was no maker's name, but, as Holmes had remarked, the initials H.B. were scrawled upon one side. It was pierced in the brim for a hat securer, but the elastic was missing. For the rest, it was cracked, exceedingly dusty, and spotted in several places, although there seemed to have been some attempt to hide the discoloured patches by smearing them with ink. "I can see nothing," said I, handing it back to my friend. "On the contrary, Watson, you can see everything. You fail, however, to reason from what you see. You are too timid in drawing your inferences." "Then pray tell me what it is that you can infer from this hat." He picked it up and gazed at it in the peculiar introspective fashion which was characteristic of him. "It is perhaps less suggestive than it might have been," he remarked, "and yet there are a few inferences which are very distinct, and a few others which represent at least a strong balance of probability. That the man was highly intellectual is of course obvious upon the face of it, and also that he was fairly well-to-do within the last 3 years, although he has now fallen upon evil days. He had foresight, but has less now than formerly, pointing to a moral retrogression, which, when taken with the decline of his fortunes, seems to indicate some evil influence, probably drink, at work upon him. This may also account for the obvious fact that his wife has ceased to love him." "My dear Holmes!" "He has, however, retained some degree of self-respect," he continued, disregarding my remonstrance. "He is a man who leads a sedentary life, goes out a little, is out of training entirely, is middle-aged, has grizzled hair, which he has had cut within the last few days, and which he anoints with lime cream. These are the more patent facts which are to be deduced from his hat. Also, by the way, that it is extremely improbable that he has gas laid on in his house." "You are certainly joking, Holmes." "No, not in the least. It is possible that even now, when I give you these results, you are unable to see how they are attained." "I have no doubt that I am very stupid, but I must confess that I am unable to follow you. For example, how did you deduce this man was intellectual?" For answer, Holmes clapped the hat upon his head. It came right over the forehead and settled upon the bridge of his nose. "Oh, it is a question of cubic capacity," said he. "A man with so large a brain must have something in it." "The decline of his fortunes, then?" "This hat is 3 years old. These flat brims, curled at the edge, came in then. It is a hat of the very best quality. Look at the band of ribbed silk and the excellent lining. If this man could afford to buy so expensive a hat 3 years ago, and has had no hat since, then he has assuredly gone down in the world." Well, that is clear enough, certainly. But how about the foresight and the moral retrogression?" Sherlock Holmes laughed. "Here is the foresight," said he, putting his finger upon the little disc and loop of the hat securer. "They are never sold upon hats. If this man ordered one, it is a sign of a certain amount of foresight, since he went out of his way to take this precaution against the wind. But since we see that he has broken the elastic and has not troubled to replace it, it is obvious that he has less foresight now than formerly, which is a distinct proof of a weakening nature. On the other hand, he has endeavoured to conceal some of these stains upon the felt by daubing them with ink, which is a sign that he has not entirely lost his self-respect." "Your reasoning is certainly plausible." "The further points that he is middle-aged, that his hair is grizzled, that he has been recently cut, and that he uses lime cream, are all to be gathered from a close examination of the lower part of the lining. The lens discloses a large number of hair ends, clean cut by the scissors of the barber. They all appear to be adhesive, and there is a distinct odour of lime cream. This dust, you will observe, is not the gritty grey dust of the street, but the fluffy brown dust of the house, showing that it has been hung up indoors most of the time, while the marks of moisture upon the inside are proof positive that the wearer perspired very freely, and could therefore hardly be in the best of training. But his wife, you said that she had ceased to love him. This has not been brushed for weeks. When I see you, my dear Watson, with a week's accumulation of dust upon your hat, and when your wife allows you to go out in such a state, I shall fear that you also have been unfortunate enough to lose your wife's affection. But he might be a bachelor. Nay, he was bringing home the goose as a peace-offering to his wife. Remember the card upon the bird's leg. You have an answer to everything. But how on earth do you deduce that the gas is not laid on in his house? One tallow stain, or even two, might come by chance, but when I see no less than 5, I think that there can be little doubt that the individual must be brought into frequent contact with burning tallow. Walks upstairs at night, probably, with his hat in one hand and a guttering candle in the other. Anyhow, he never got tallow stains from a gas jet. Are you satisfied? Well, it is very ingenious, said I, laughing. But since, as you said just now, there has been no crime committed, and no harm done, save the loss of a goose, all this seems to be rather a waste of energy. Sherlock Holmes had opened his mouth to reply, when the door flew open, and Peterson, the commissionaire, rushed into the apartment with flushed cheeks, and the face of a man who is dazed with astonishment. "The goose, Mr. Holmes! The goose, sir!" he gasped. What of it, then? Has it returned to life and flapped off through the kitchen window? Holmes twisted himself round upon the sofa to get a fairer view of the man's excited face. "See here, sir! See what my wife found in its crop!" He held out his hand and displayed upon the centre of the palm a brilliantly scintillating blue stone, rather smaller than a bean in size, but of such purity and radiance that it twinkled like an electric point in the dark hollow of his hand. Sherlock Holmes sat up with a whistle. "By Jove, Peterson," said he, "this is treasure trove indeed. I suppose you know what you've got?" "A diamond, sir. A precious stone. It cuts into glass as though it were putty." "It's more than a precious stone. It is the precious stone." "Not the Countess of Morcar's blue carbuncle?" I ejaculated. "Precisely so. I ought to know its size and shape, seeing that I have read the advertisement about it in the Times every day recently. It is absolutely unique, and its value can only be conjectured, but the reward offered of £1,000 is certainly not within a 20th part of the market price." £1,000? Great Lord of mercy! The Commissioner plumped down into a chair and stared from one to the other of us. "That is the reward, and I have reason to know that there are sentimental considerations in the background which would induce the Countess to part with half her fortune if she could but recover the gem." "It was lost, if I remember right, at the Hotel Cosmopolitan," I remarked. "Precisely so, on December the 22nd, just 5 days ago. John Horner, a plumber, was accused of having abstracted it from the lady's jewel case. The evidence against him was so strong that the case has been referred to the assizes. I have some account of the matter here, I believe." He rummaged amid his newspapers, glancing over the dates, until at last he smoothed one out, doubled it over, and read the following paragraph. "Hotel Cosmopolitan jewel robbery. John Horner, 26, plumber, was brought up upon the charge of having, upon the 22nd instance, abstracted from the jewel case of the Countess of Morcar the valuable gem known as the blue carbuncle. James Ryder, upper attendant of the hotel, gave his evidence to the effect that he had shown Horner up to the dressing-room of the Countess of Morcar upon the day of the robbery, in order that he might solder the second bar of the grate, which was loose. He had remained with Horner some little time, but had finally been called away. On returning, he found that Horner had disappeared, that the bureau had been forced open, and that the small morocco casket in which, as it afterwards transpired, the Countess was accustomed to keep her jewel, was lying empty upon the dressing-table. Ryder instantly gave the alarm, and Horner was arrested the same evening, but the stone could not be found either upon his person or in his rooms. Catherine Cusack, maid to the Countess, deposed to having heard Ryder's cry of dismay on discovering the robbery, and to having rushed into the room where she found matters as described by the last witness. Inspector Bradstreet, B Division, gave evidence as to the arrest of Horner, who struggled frantically and protested his innocence in the strongest terms. Evidence of a previous conviction for robbery having been given against the prisoner, the magistrate refused to deal summarily with the offence, but referred it to the assizes. Horner, who had shown signs of intense emotion during the proceedings, fainted away at the conclusion, and was carried out of the court. So much for the police court," said Holmes thoughtfully, tossing aside the paper. "The question for us now to solve is the sequence of events leading from a rifled jewel case at one end to the crop of a goose in Tottenham Court Road at the other. You see, Watson, our little deductions have suddenly assumed a much more important and a less innocent aspect. Here is the stone. The stone came from the goose, and the goose came from Mr. Henry Baker, the gentleman with the bad hat and all the other characteristics with which I have bored you. So now we must set ourselves very seriously to finding this gentleman and ascertaining what part he has played in this little mystery. To do this we must try the simplest means first, and these lie undoubtedly in an advertisement in all the evening papers. If this fails, I shall have recourse to other methods." "What would you say?" "Give me a pencil and that slip of paper. Now then, found at the corner of Goodge Street a goose and a black felt hat. Mr. Henry Baker can have the same by applying at 6:30 this evening at 221B Baker Street. That is clear and concise." "Very, but will he see it?" "Well, he is sure to keep an eye on the papers, since, to a poor man, the loss was a heavy one. He was clearly so scared by his mischance in breaking the window and by the approach of Peterson that he thought of nothing but flight. But since then he must have bitterly regretted the impulse which caused him to drop his bird. Then again, the introduction of his name will cause him to see it, for everyone who knows him will direct his attention to it. Here you are, Peterson. Run down to the advertising agency and have this put in the evening papers." "In which, sir?" "Oh, in the Globe, Star, Pall Mall, St. James's, Evening News Standard, Echo, and any others that occur to you." "Very well, sir. And this stone?" "Yes, I shall keep the stone. Thank you. And I say, Peterson, just buy a goose on your way back and leave it here with me, for we must have one to give to this gentleman in place of the one which your family is now devouring." When the commissioner had gone, Holmes took up the stone and held it against the light. "It's a bonny thing," said he. "Just see how it glints and sparkles. Of course, it is a nucleus and focus of crime. Every good stone is. They are the devil's pet baits. In the larger and older jewels, every facet may stand for a bloody deed. This stone is not yet 20 years old. It was found in the banks of the Amoy River in southern China, and is remarkable in having every characteristic of the carbuncle, save that it is blue in shade instead of ruby red. In spite of its youth, it has already a sinister history. There have been 2 murders, a vitriol throwing, a suicide, and several robberies brought about for the sake of this 40-grain weight of crystallized charcoal. Who would think that so pretty a toy would be a purveyor to the gallows and the prison? I'll lock it up in my strong box now, and drop a line to the Countess to say that we have it." "Do you think that this man Horner is innocent?" "I cannot tell." "Well, then, do you imagine that this other one, Henry Baker, had anything to do with the matter?" "It is, I think, much more likely that Henry Baker is an absolutely innocent man, who had no idea that the bird which he was carrying was of considerably more value than if it were made of solid gold. That, however, I shall determine by a very simple test, if we have an answer to our advertisements." "And you can do nothing until then?" "Nothing." "In that case I shall continue my professional round, but I shall come back in the evening at the hour you have mentioned, for I should like to see the solution of so tangled a business." "Very glad to see you. I dine at 7. There is a woodcock, I believe. By the way, in view of recent occurrences, perhaps I ought to ask Mrs. Hudson to examine its crop." I had been delayed at a case, and it was a little after 6:30 when I found myself in Baker Street once more. As I approached the house, I saw a tall man in a Scotch bonnet, with a coat which was buttoned up to his chin, waiting outside in the bright semicircle which was thrown from the fanlight. Just as I arrived, the door was opened, and we were shown up together to Holmes's room. "Mr. Henry Baker, I believe," said he, rising from his armchair and greeting his visitor with the easy air of geniality which he could so readily assume. Pray take this chair by the fire, Mr. Baker. It is a cold night, and I observe that your circulation is more adapted for summer than for winter. Ah, Watson, you've just come at the right time. Is that your hat, Mr. Baker?" "Yes, sir, that is undoubtedly my hat." He was a large man with rounded shoulders, a massive head, and a broad, intelligent face, sloping down to a pointed beard of grizzled brown. A touch of red in nose and cheeks, with a slight tremor of his extended hand, recalled Holmes's surmise as to his habits. His rusty black frock coat was buttoned right up in front, with the collar turned up, and his lank wrists protruded from his sleeves without a sign of cuff or shirt. He spoke in a slow staccato fashion, choosing his words with care, and gave the impression generally of a man of learning and letters who had had ill usage at the hands of fortune. "We have retained these things for some days," said Holmes, "because we expected to see an advertisement from you giving your address. I am at a loss to know 1 hour why you did not advertise." Our visitor gave a rather shamefaced laugh. "Shillings have not been so plentiful with me as they once were," he remarked. "I had no doubt that the gang of roughs who assaulted me had carried off both my hat and the bird. I did not care to spend more money in a hopeless attempt at recovering them." "Very naturally. By the way, about the bird, we were compelled to eat it." "To eat it?" Our visitor half rose from his chair in his excitement. "Yes, it would have been no use to anyone had we not done so. But I presume that this other goose upon the sideboard, which is about the same weight and perfectly fresh, will answer your purpose equally well." "Oh, certainly, certainly," answered Mr. Baker with a sigh of relief. "Of course we still have the feathers, legs, crop, and so on of your own bird, if you wish." The man burst into a hearty laugh. "They might be useful to me as relics of my venture," said he, "but beyond that I can hardly see what use the disjecta membra of my late acquaintance are going to be to me. No, sir, I think that, with your permission, I will confine my attentions to the excellent bird which I perceive upon the sideboard." Sherlock Holmes glanced sharply across at me with a slight shrug of his shoulders. "There is your hat, then, and there your bird," said he. "By the way, would it bore you to tell me where you got the other one from? I am somewhat of a fowl fancier, and I have seldom seen a better-grown goose." "Certainly, sir," said Baker, who had risen and tucked his newly gained property under his arm. "There are a few of us who frequent the Alpha Inn near the museum. We are to be found in the museum itself during the day, you understand. This year our good host, Windigate by name, instituted a goose club by which, on consideration of some few pence every week, we were each to receive a bird at Christmas. My pence were duly paid, and the rest is familiar to you. I am much indebted to you, sir, for a Scotch bonnet is fitted neither to my years nor my gravity." With a comical pomposity of manner he bowed solemnly to both of us, and strode off upon his way. "So much for Mr. Henry Baker," said Holmes, when he had closed the door behind him. "It is quite certain that he knows nothing whatever about the matter. Are you hungry, Watson?" "Not particularly." "Then I suggest that we turn our dinner into a supper, and follow up this clue while it is still hot." "By all means." It was a bitter night, so we drew on our ulsters and wrapped cravats about our throats. Outside, the stars were shining coldly in a cloudless sky, and the breath of the passers-by blew out into smoke like so many pistol shots. Our footfalls rang out crisply and loudly as we swung through the Doctor's Quarter, Wimpole Street, Harley Street, and so through Wigmore Street into Oxford Street. In a quarter of an hour we were in Bloomsbury at the Alpha Inn, which is a small public house at the corner of one of the streets which runs down into Holborn. Holmes pushed open the door of the private bar, and ordered 2 glasses of beer from the ruddy-faced, white-aproned landlord. "Your beer should be excellent, if it is as good as your geese," said he. "My geese?" The man seemed surprised. "Yes, I was speaking only half an hour ago to Mr. Henry Baker, who is a member of your goose club." "Oh, yes, I see. But you see, sir, them's not our geese." "Indeed, whose then?" "Well, I got the 2 dozen from a salesman in Covent Garden." "Indeed, I know some of them. Which was it?" "Breckenridge is his name." "I don't know him. Well, here's your good health, landlord, and prosperity to your house. Good night. Now for Mr. Breckinridge, he continued, buttoning up his coat as we came out into the frosty air. Remember, Watson, that though we have so homely a thing as a goose at one end of this chain, we have at the other end a man who will certainly get 7 years' penal servitude unless we can establish his innocence. It is possible that our inquiry may but confirm his guilt, but in any case we have a line of investigation which has been missed by the police, and which a singular chance has placed in our hands. Let us follow it out to the bitter end. Faces to the south, then, and quick march!" We passed across Holborn, down Endell Street, and so through a zigzag of slums to Covent Garden Market. One of the largest stalls bore the name of Breckinridge upon it, and the proprietor, a horsey-looking man with a sharp face and trim side-whiskers, was helping a boy to put up the shutters. "Good evening. It's a cold night," said Holmes. The salesman nodded and shot a questioning glance at my companion. "Sold out of geese, I see," continued Holmes, pointing at the bare slabs of marble. "Let you have 500 tomorrow morning." "Oh, that's no good." "Well, there's some on the stall with a gas flare." "No, but I was recommended to you." "Who by?" "The landlord of the Alpha." "Oh, yeah, I sent him a couple of dozen." "Fine birds they were, too. Now, where did you get them from?" To my surprise, the question provoked a burst of anger from the salesman. "Now then, mister," said he, with his head cocked and his arms akimbo, "what are you driving at? Let's have it straight now." "It is straight enough. I should like to know who sold you the geese which you supplied to the Alpha." "Well, then I shan't tell you, so now." "It's a matter of no importance, but I don't know why you should be so warm over such a trifle." "Warm? You'd be as warm, maybe, if you were as pestered as I am. When I pay good money for a good article, there should be an end of the business. But it's where are the geese, and who did you sell the geese to, and what will you take for the geese? One would think they were the only geese in the world to hear the fuss that is made over them." "Well, I have no connection with any other people who have been making inquiries," said Holmes carelessly. "If you won't tell us the bet is off, that's all. But I'm always ready to back my opinion on a matter of fowls, and I have a fiver on it that the bird I ate is country bred." "Well, then you've lost your fiver, for it's town bred," snapped the salesman. "It's nothing of the kind." "I say it is." "I don't believe it." "Do you think you know more about fowls than I, who've handled them ever since I was a nipper? I tell you, all those birds that went to the Alpha were town bred." "You'll never persuade me to believe that." "Will you bet, then?" "Oh, it's merely taking your money, for I know that I'm right, but I'll have a sovereign on with you, just to teach you not to be obstinate." The salesman chuckled grimly. "Bring me the books, Bill," said he. The small boy brought round a small, thin volume and a great, greasy-backed one, laying them out together beneath the hanging lamp. "Now then, Mr. Cockshaw," said the salesman, "I thought that I was out of geese, but before I finish you'll find that there is still one left in my shop. You see this little book?" "Well?" "That's a list of the folk from whom I buy. Do you see? Well then, here on this page are the country folk, and the numbers after their names are where their accounts are in the big ledger. Now then, you see this other page in red ink? Well, that's a list of my town suppliers. Now look at that third name. Just read it out to me." "Mrs. Oakshott, 117 Brixton Hill, 249, read Holmes. "Quite so. Now turn that up in the ledger." Holmes turned to the page indicated. "Here you are. Mrs. Oakshott, 117 Brixton Road, egg and poultry supplier. Now then, what's the last entry? December the 22nd, 24 geese at 7 shillings and sixpence. "Quite so. There you are. And underneath? Sold to Mr. Windigate of the Alpha at 12 shillings. What have you to say now?" Sherlock Holmes looked deeply chagrined. He drew a sovereign from his pocket and threw it down upon the slab, turning away with the air of a man whose disgust is too deep for words. A few yards off he stopped under a lamp-post and laughed in the hearty, noiseless fashion which was peculiar to him. "When you see a man with whiskers of that cut and the pink 'un protruding out of his pocket, you can always draw him into a bet," said he. "I dare say that if I put £100 down in front of him, that man would have not given me such complete information as was drawn from him by the idea that he was due me on a wager. Well, Watson, we are, I fancy, nearing the end of our quest, and the only matter remaining to be determined is whether we should go on to this Mrs. Oakshott to-night, or whether we should reserve it for tomorrow. It is clear from what that surly fellow said that there are others beside ourselves who are anxious about the matter, and I should—" His remarks were suddenly cut short by a loud hubbub which broke out from the stall which we had just left. Turning round, we saw a little rat-faced fellow standing in the centre of the circle of yellow light which was thrown by the swinging lamp, while Breckenridge, the salesman, framed in the door of his stall, was shaking his fist fiercely at the cringing figure. "I've had enough of you and your geese," he shouted. "I wish you were all at the devil together. If you come pestering me any more with your silly talk, I'll set the dog at you. You bring Mrs. Oakshott here, and I'll answer her. But what have you to do with it? Did I buy the geese off you?" "No, but one of them was mine all the same," whined the little man. "Well, then ask Mrs. Oakshott for it." "She told me to ask you." "Well, you can ask the King of Prussia for all I care. I've had enough of it. Get out of this." He rushed fiercely forward, and the inquirer flitted away into the darkness. "Ah, this may save us a visit to Brixton Road," whispered Holmes. "Come with me, and we shall see what is to be made of this fellow." Striding through the scattered knots of people who lounged around the flaring stalls, my companion speedily overtook the little man, and touched him upon the shoulder. He sprang round, and I could see in the gaslight that every vestige of colour had been driven from his face. "Who are you, then? What do you want?" he asked in a quavering voice. "You will excuse me," said Holmes blandly, "but I could not help overhearing the questions which you put to the salesman just now. I think that I could be of assistance to you." "You? Who are you? How could you know anything of the matter?" "My name is Sherlock Holmes. It is my business to know what other people don't know." "But you can know nothing of this." "Excuse me, I know everything of it. You are endeavouring to trace some geese which were sold by Mrs. Oakshott of Brixton Road to a salesman named Breckenridge, by him, in turn, to Mr. Windigate of the Alpha, and by him to his club, of which Mr. Henry Baker is a member." "Oh, sir, you are the very man who I've longed to meet!" cried the little fellow with outstretched hands and quivering fingers. "I can hardly explain to you how interested I am in this matter." Sherlock Holmes hailed a four-wheeler which was passing. "In that case we had better discuss it in a cosy room rather than this wind-swept market-place," said he. "But pray tell me, before we go farther, who is it that I have the pleasure of assisting?" The man hesitated for an instant. "My name is John Robinson," he answered with a sidelong glance. No, the real name," said Holmes sweetly. "It is always awkward doing business with an alias." A flush sprang to the white cheeks of the stranger. "Well, then," said he, "my real name is James Ryder." "Ah, precisely so, head attendant to the Hotel Cosmopolitan. Pray step into the cab, and I shall soon be able to tell you everything which you would wish to know." The little man stood glancing from one to the other of us with half-frightened, half-hopeful eyes, as one who is not sure whether he is on the verge of a windfall or of a catastrophe. Then he stepped into the cab, and in half an hour we were back in the sitting-room at Baker Street. Nothing had been said during our drive, but the high, thin breathing of our new companion and the claspings and unclaspings of his hands spoke of the nervous tension within him. "Here we are," said Holmes cheerily as we filed into the room. "The fire looks very seasonable in this weather. You look cold, Mr. Ryder. Pray take the basket chair. I will just put on my slippers before we settle this little matter of yours. Now then, you want to know what became of those geese?" "Yes, sir." "Or rather, I fancy, of that goose. It was one bird, I imagine, in which you were interested. White, with a black bar across the tail?" Ryder quivered with emotion. "Oh, sir," he cried, "can you tell me where it went to?" "It came here." "Here?" "Yes, and a most remarkable bird it proved. I don't wonder that you should take an interest in it. It laid an egg after it was dead, the bonniest, brightest little blue egg that ever was seen. I have it here in my museum." Our visitor staggered to his feet and clutched the mantelpiece with his right hand. Holmes unlocked his strong box and held up the blue carbuncle, which shone out like a star with a cold, brilliant, many-pointed radiance. Ryder stood glaring with a drawn face, uncertain whether to claim or to disown it. "The game's up, Ryder," said Holmes quietly. "Hold up, man, or you'll be into the fire. Give him an arm back to his chair, Watson. He's not got blood enough to go in for felony with impunity. Give him a dash of brandy. So, now he looks a little more human. What a shrimp it is, to be sure." For a moment he had staggered and nearly fallen, but the brandy brought a tinge of colour into his cheeks, and he sat staring with frightened eyes at his accuser. "I have almost every link in my hands, and all the proofs which I could possibly need, so there is little which you need tell me. Still, that little may as well be cleared up to make the case complete. You had heard, Ryder, of this blue stone of the Countess of Morcar's?" "It was Catherine Cusack who told me of it," said he, in a crackling voice. "I see, her ladyship's waiting maid. Well, the temptation of sudden wealth so easily acquired was too much for you, as it has been for better men before you. But you were not very scrupulous in the means you used. It seems to me, Ryder, that there is the making of a very pretty villain in you. You knew that this man Horner, the plumber, had been concerned in some such matter before, and that suspicion would rest the more readily upon him. What did you do, then? You made some small job in my lady's room, you and your confederate Cusack, and you managed that he should be the man sent for. Then, when he had left, you rifled the jewel case, raised the alarm, and had this unfortunate man arrested. You then—" Ryder threw himself down suddenly upon the rug and clutched at my companion's knees. "For God's sake, have mercy!" he screamed. "Think of me father, of me mother. It would break their hearts. I never went wrong before. I never will again. I swear it. I'll swear it on the Bible. Oh, don't bring it into court. For Christ's sake, don't." "Get back into your chair," said Holmes sternly. "It is very well to cringe and crawl now, but you thought little enough of this poor Horner in the dock for a crime of which he knew nothing." I'll fly, Mr. Holmes. I'll leave the country, sir. Then the charge against him will break down." "We will talk about that. And now let us hear a true account of the next act. How came the stone into the goose, and how came the goose into the open market? Tell us the truth, for there lies your only hope of safety." Ryder passed his tongue over his parched lips. "I'll tell you it just as it happened, sir," said he. "When Horner had been arrested, it seemed to me that it would be best for me to get away with the stone at once, for I did not know at what moment the police might not take it into their heads to search me in my room. There was no place about the hotel where it would be safe. I went out as if on some commission, and I made for my sister's house. She married a man named Oakshott, and lived in Brixton Road, where she fattened fowls for the market. All the way there every man I met seemed to me to be a policeman or a detective, and for all it was a cold night, the sweat was pouring down my face before I came to the Brixton Road. My sister asked me what was the matter, and why I was so pale, but I told her that I had been upset by the jewel robbery at the hotel. Then I went into the backyard and spoke to Pipe, and wondered what it would be best to do. I had a friend once called Maudsley who went to the bad and had just been serving his time in Pentonville. One day he met me and fell into talk about the ways of thieves and how they could get rid of what they stole. I knew that he would be true to me, for I knew one or two things about him, so I made up my mind to go right on to Kilburn, where he lived, and take him into my confidence. He would show me how to turn the stone into money, but how to get to him in safety. I thought that the agonies I had gone through in coming from the hotel, I might at any moment be seized and searched, and there would be the stone in my waistcoat pocket. I was leaning against the wall at the time and looking at the geese which were waddling about round my feet, and suddenly an idea came into my head which showed me how I could beat the best detective that ever lived. My sister had told me some weeks before that I might have the pick of her geese for a Christmas present, and I knew that she was always as good as her word. I'd take me goose now, and in it I'd carry my stone to Kilburn. There was a little shed in the yard, and behind this I drove one of the birds, a fine big one, white, with a barred tail. I caught it, and prying its bill open, I thrust the stone down its throat as far as my finger could reach. The bird gave a gulp, and I felt the stone pass along its gullet and down into its crop, but the creature flapped and struggled, and out came my sister to know what was the matter. As I turned to speak to her, the brute broke loose and fluttered off among the others. "Whatever were you doing with that bird, Jem?" says she. "Well," said I, "you said you'd give me one for Christmas, and I was feeling which was the fattest." "Oh," says she, "we've set yours aside for you. Jem's bird, we call it. It's a big white one over yonder. There's 26 of them, which makes 1 for you, and 1 for us, and 2 dozen for the market. Thank you, Maggie, says I, but if it's all the same to you, I'd rather have that one I was handing just now. Oh, the other's a good £3 heavier, said she, and we fattened it up expressly for you. Never mind, I'll have the other, and I'll take it now, said I. Oh, just as you like, said she, a little huffed. Which is it you want, then? That white one with the barred tail right in the middle of the flock. Oh, very well. Kill it and take it with you. Well, I did what she said, Mr. Holmes, and I carried the bird all the way to Kilburn. I told my pal what I'd done, for he was a man that it was easy to tell a thing like that to. He laughed until he choked, and we got a knife and opened the goose. My heart turned to water, for there was no sign of the stone, and I knew that some terrible mistake had occurred. I left the bird, rushed back to my sister's, and hurried out into the backyard. There was not a bird to be seen there. Where are they all, Maggie? I cried. Gone to the dealers, Jem. Which dealers? Breckenridge of Covent Garden. But was there another with a barred tail, I asked, the same as the one I chose? Oh, yes, Jem, there were 2 barred tail ones, and I could never tell them apart. Well, then, of course, I saw it all, and I ran off as hard as my feet would carry me to this man Breckenridge, but he'd sold the lot at once, and not one word would he tell me as to where they'd gone. You heard him yourselves tonight. Well, he'd always answer me like that. My sister thinks that I'm going mad. Sometimes I think that I am myself. And now I'm myself a branded thief without ever having touched the wealth for which I sold my character. God help me! God help me! He burst into convulsive sobbing with his face buried in his hands. There was a long silence, broken only by his heavy breathing, and by the measured tapping of Sherlock Holmes's fingertips upon the edge of the table. Then my friend rose and threw open the door. "Get out," said he. "Oh, what's that? Oh, heaven bless you!" "No more words. Get out." And no more words were needed. There was a rush, a clatter upon the stairs, the bang of a door, and the crisp rattle of running footfalls from the street. "After all, Watson," said Holmes, reaching up his hand for his clay pipe, "I am not retained by the police to supply their deficiencies. If Horner were in danger, it would be another thing, but this fellow will not appear against him, and the case must collapse. I suppose that I am commuting a felony, but it is just possible that I am saving a soul. This fellow will not go wrong again, for he is too terribly frightened. Send him to jail now, and you make him a jailbird for life. Besides, it is the season of forgiveness. Chance has put in our way a most singular and whimsical problem, and its solution is its own reward. If you will have the goodness to touch the bell, Doctor, we will begin another investigation, in which also a bird will be the chief feature." End of The Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle. Recording by Simon Evers.
The Hard-Boiled Egg by Ellis Parker Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Hard-Boiled Egg by Ellis Parker Butler. Walking close along the wall to avoid the creaking floorboards, Philo Gubb, paperhanger and student of the Rising Sun Detective Agency's Correspondence School of Detecting, tiptoed to the door of the bedroom he shared with the mysterious Mr. Critz. In appearance, Mr. Gubb was tall and gaunt, reminding one of a modern Don Quixote or a human flamingo. By nature, Mr. Gubb was the gentlest and most simple-minded of men. Now, bending his long, angular body almost double, he placed his eye to a crack in the door panel and stared into the room. Within, just out of the limited area of Mr. Gubb's vision, Roscoe Critz paused in his work and listened carefully. He heard the sharp whistle of Mr. Gubb's breath as it cut against the sharp edge of the crack in the panel, and he knew he was being spied upon. He placed his chubby hands on his knees and smiled at the door, while a red flush of triumph spread over his face. Through the crack in the door, Mr. Gubb could see the top of the washstand beside which Mr. Critz was sitting, but he could not see Mr. Critz. As he stared, however, he saw a plump hand appear and pick up one by one the articles lying on the washstand. They were, first, 7 or 8 half shells of English walnuts. Second, a rubber shoe heel out of which a piece had been cut. Third, a small rubber ball no larger than a pea. Fourth, a paper-bound book. And lastly, a large and glittering brick of yellow gold. As the hand withdrew the golden brick, Mr. Gubb pressed his face closer against the door in his effort to see more, and suddenly the door flew open and Mr. Gubb sprawled on his hands and knees on the worn carpet of the bedroom. "There now," said Mr. Critz. "There now. Serves you right. Hope you hurt yourself." Mr. Gubb arose slowly like a giraffe and brushed his knees. "Why?" he asked. "Snoopin' and sneakin' like that," said Mr. Critz crossly. "Scarin' me to fits almost. How'd I know who 'twas? If you want to come in, why don't you come right in, 'stead of snoopin' and sneakin' and fallin' in that way?" As he talked, Mr. Critz replaced the shells and the rubber heel and the rubber pea and the gold brick on the washstand. He was a plump little man with a shiny bald head and a white goatee. As he talked, he bent his head down so that he might look above the glasses of his spectacles, and in spite of his pretended anger, he looked like nothing so much as a kindly, benevolent old gentleman, the sort of old gentleman that keeps a small store in a small village and sells writing paper that smells of soap and candy sticks out of a glass jar with a glass cover. "How'd I know but what you was a detective?" he asked in a gentler tone. "I am," said Mr. Gubb soberly, seating himself on one of the 2 beds. "I'm pretty near a deteckative, as you might say." "Ding it all," said Mr. Critz. "Now I got to go hunt another room. I can't room with no detective." "Well, now, Mr. Critz," said Mr. Gubb, "I don't want you should feel that way." "Knowing you're a detective makes me all nervous," complained Mr. Critz. "And a man in my business has to have a steady hand, don't he?" You ain't told me what your business is," said Mr. Gubb. "You needn't pretend you don't know," said Mr. Critz. "Any detective that saw that stuff on the washstand would know." "Well, of course," said Mr. Gubb. "I ain't a full deteckative yet. You can't look for me to guess things as quick as a full deteckative would. Of course, that brick sorta looks like a gold brick." "It is a gold brick," said Mr. Critz. "Yes," said Mr. Gubb, "but I don't mean no offense, Mr. Critz. From the way you look, I sort of thought, well, that it was a gold brick you'd bought." Mr. Critz turned very red. "Well, what if I did buy it?" he said. "That ain't any reason I can't sell it, is it? Just because a man buys eggs once or twice ain't any reason he shouldn't go into the business of egg sellin', is it? Just because I've bought 1 or 2 gold bricks in my day ain't any reason I shouldn't go to sellin' 'em, is it?" Mr. Gubb stared at Mr. Critz with unconcealed surprise. You ain't a con man, are you, Mr. Critz?" he asked. "If I ain't yet, that's no sign I ain't gonna be," said Mr. Critz firmly. "One man has as good a right to try his hand at it as another, especially when a man has had my experience in it, Mr. Gubb. There ain't hardly a con game I ain't been conned with. I've been confidenced long enough. From now on, I'm going to confidence other folks. That's what I'm going to do. And I won't be bothered by no detective living in the same room with me. Detectives and con men don't mix nowadays. No, sir." "Well, sir," said Mr. Gubb, "I can see the sense in that, but you don't need to move right away. I don't aim to start deteckatin' in earnest for a couple of months yet. I got a couple of jobs of paper hangin' and decoratin' to finish up, and I can't start in sleuthing until I get my star anyway. And I don't get my star until I get 1 more lesson and learn it and send in the examination paper and $5 extra for the diploma. Then I'm going at it as a regular business. It's a good business. Every day there's more crooks. Excuse me, I didn't mean to say that." "That's all right," said Mr. Critz kindly. "Call a spade a spade. If I ain't a crook yet, I hope to be soon." I didn't know how you'd feel about it," explained Mr. Gubb. "Tactfulness is strongly advised into the lessons of the Rising Sun Deteckative Agency Correspondence School of Deteckating." "Slocum, Ohio?" asked Mr. Critz quickly. You didn't see the ad in the Hearthstone and Farmside, did you? Yes, Slocum, Ohio, said Mr. Gubb. And that is the paper I saw the ad into. Big money in deteckating. Be a sleuth. We can make you the equal of Sherlock Holmes in 12 lessons. Why? Well, sir, said Mr. Critz, that's funny. That ad was right atop of the one I saw, and I studied quite considerable before I could make up my mind whether 'twould be best for me to be a detective and go out and get square with the fellers that sold me gold bricks and things by putting them in jail, or to even things up by sending for this book that was advertised right under the Rising Sun Correspondence School. How come I settled to do as I done was that I had a sort of stock to start with a first-class gold brick and some green goods I'd bought, and this book only cost $0.25, and she's a hummer for $0.25. A hummer. He pulled the paper-covered book from his pocket and handed it to Mr. Gubb. The title of the book was The Complete Con Man by the King of the Grafters. Price, 25 cents. That there book, said Mr. Critz proudly, as if he himself had written it, tells everything a man needs to know to work every con game there is. Once I get it by heart, I won't be afraid to try any of them. Of course, I got to start small. I can't hope to pull off a wiretapping game right at the start, because that has to have a gang. You don't know anybody you could recommend for a gang, do you? Not right offhand, said Mr. Gubb thoughtfully. If you wasn't going into the detective business, said Mr. Critz, you'd be just the feller for me. You look sort of honest, and not as if you was too bright, and that counts a lot. Even in this here simple little shell game, I got to have a partner. I got to have a partner I can trust, so I can let him look like he was winning money off of me. You see, he explained, moving to the washstand, this shell game is easy enough when you know how. I put 3 shells down like this on a stand, and I put the little rubber pea on the stand, and then I take up the 3 shells like this, 2 in one hand and 1 in the other, and I wave 'em around over the pea, and maybe push the pea around a little, and I say, come on, the hand is quicker than the eye, and all of a sudden I put the shells down, and you think the pea is under one of them, like that. I don't think the pea is under one of 'em, said Mr. Gubb. I seen it roll onto the floor. It did roll onto the floor that time, said Mr. Critz apologetically. It most generally does for me yet. I ain't got it down to perfection yet. This is the way it ought to work. Oh, pshaw! There she goes onto the floor again. Went under the bed that time. Here she is. Now, the way she ought to work is... There she goes again. You got to practice that game a lot before you try it on folks in public, Mr. Critz, said Mr. Gubb seriously. Don't I know that? Said Mr. Critz rather impatiently. Same as you've got to practice snooping, Mr. Gubb. Maybe you thought I didn't know you was snooping after me wherever I went last night. Did you? Asked Mr. Gubb, with surprise plainly written on his face. I seen you every moment from 9 p.m. till 11, said Mr. Critz. I didn't like it, neither. I didn't think to annoy you, apologized Mr. Gubb. I was practicing lesson 4. You wasn't supposed to know I was there at all. Well, I don't like it, said Mr. Critz. 'Twas all right last night, for I didn't have nothing important on hand, but if I'd been working up a con game, the feller I was after would have thought it mighty strange to see a man following me everywhere like that. If you went about it quiet and obtrusive, I wouldn't mind, but if I'd had a customer on hand and he'd seen you, it would make him nervous. He'd think there was a crazy man following us. I was just practicing, apologized Mr. Gubb. It won't be so bad when I get the hang of it. We all got to be beginners sometime. I guess so, said Mr. Critz, rearranging the shells and the little rubber pea. Well, I put the pea down like this, and I dare you to bet which shell she's going to be under, and you don't bet, see? So I put the shells down, and you're willing to bet you see me put the first shell over the pea like this. So you keep your eye on that shell, and I move the shells around like this. She's under the same shell, said Mr. Gubb. Well, yes, she is, said Mr. Critz placidly, but she hadn't ought to be. By rights she ought to sort of ooze out from under whilst I'm moving the shells around, and I'd ought to catch her in between my fingers and hold her there so you don't see her. Then when you say which shell she's under, she ain't under any shell. She's between my fingers. So when you put down your money, I tell you to pick up that shell, and there ain't anything under it. And before you can pick up the other shells, I pick one up and let the pea fall on the stand like it had been under that shell all the time. That's the game, only up to now I ain't got the hang of it. She won't ooze out from under, and she won't stick between my fingers, and when she does stick, she won't drop at the right time." "Except for that, you've got her all right, have you?" asked Mr. Gubb. "Except for that," said Mr. Critz, "and I'd have that, only my fingers are stubby." "What was it you thought of having me do if I wasn't a deteckative?" asked Mr. Gubb. "The work you'd have to do would be capping work," said Mr. Critz. "Capper, that's the professional name for it. You'd guess which shell the ball was under." "That would be easy the way you do it now," said Mr. Gubb. "I told you I got to learn it better, didn't I?" asked Mr. Critz impatiently. "You'd be capper, and you'd guess which shell the pea was under. No matter which you guessed, I'd leave it under that one so you'd win, and you'd win $10 every time you bet. But not for keeps. That's why I've got to have an honest capper." "I can see that," said Mr. Gubb, "but what's the use in letting me win it if I've got to bring it back?" "That starts the boobs betting," said Mr. Critz. "The boobs see how you look to be winning, and they want to win too. But they don't. When they bet, I win." "That ain't a square game," said Mr. Gubb seriously. "Is it?" "A crook ain't expected to be square," said Mr. Critz. "It stands to reason if a crook wants to be a crook, he's got to be crooked, ain't he?" "Yes, of course," said Mr. Gubb. I hadn't looked at it that way." "As far as I can see," said Mr. Critz, "the more I know how a detective acts, the better off I'll be when I start in doing real business. Ain't that so? I guess till I get the hang of things better, I'll stay right here." "I'm glad to hear you say so, Mr. Critz," said Mr. Gubb with relief. "I like you, and I like your looks, and there's no tellin' who I might get for a roommate next time. I might get someone that wasn't honest." So it was agreed, and Mr. Critz stood over the washstand and manipulated the little rubber pea in the 3 shells while Mr. Gubb sat on the edge of the bed and studied Lesson 11 of the Rising Sun Detective Agency's Correspondence School of Detecting. When presently Mr. Critz learned to work the little pea neatly, he urged Mr. Gubb to take the part of the capper, and each time Mr. Gubb won he gave him a $5 bill. Then Mr. Gubb posed as a boob, and Mr. Critz won all the money back again, beaming over his spectacle rims and chuckling again and again until he burst into a fit of coughing that made him red in the face, and did not cease until he had taken a big drink of water out of the wash pitcher. Never had he seemed more like a kindly old gentleman from behind the candy counter of a small village. He hung over the washstand, manipulating the little rubber pea as if fascinated. "Ain't it curious how a feller catches onto a thing like that all to once?" he said after a while. "If it hadn't been that I was so anxious, I might have fooled with that for weeks and weeks and not got anywhere with it. I do wish you could be my capper a while, anyway, until I could get one." "I need all my time to study," said Mr. Gubb. "It ain't easy to learn deteckating by mail." "Pshaw now," said Mr. Critz. "I'm real sorry. Maybe if I was to pay you for your time and trouble, $5 a night? How'll say?" Mr. Gubb considered. "Well, I don't know," he said slowly. "I sort of hate to take money for doing a favor like that." "Now, there ain't no need to feel that way," said Mr. Critz. "Your time's worth something to me. It's worth a lot to me to get the hang of this gold brick game. Once I get the hang of it, it won't be no trouble for me to sell gold bricks like this one for all the way from $1,000 up. I paid $1,500 for this one myself, and got it cheap. That's a good profit, for this brick ain't worth a cent over $100, and I know, for I took it to the bank after I bought it, and that's what they was willin' to pay me for it. So it's easy with a few dollars for me to have help whilst I'm learnin'. I can easily afford to pay you a few dollars, and to pay a friend of yours the same." "Well now," said Mr. Gubb, I don't know but what I might as well make a little that way as any other. I got a friend." He stopped short. "You don't aim to sell the gold brick to him, do you?" Mr. Critz's eyes opened wide behind their spectacles. "Land's sake, no," he said. "Well, I got a friend may be willin' to help out," said Mr. Gubb. "What do you have to do?" "You or him," said Mr. Critz, "would be the come on and pretend to buy the brick, and you or him would pretend to help me to sell it. Maybe you better have the brick, because you can look stupid, and the feller that's got the brick has got to look that." "I can look any way almost," said Mr. Gubb with pride. "Do tell," said Mr. Critz, and so it was arranged that the first rehearsal of the gold brick game should take place the next evening. But as Mr. Gubb turned away, Mr. Critz deftly slipped something into the student detective's coat pocket. It was toward noon the next day that Mr. Critz, peering over his spectacles and avoiding as best he could the pails of paste, entered the parlor of the vacant house where Mr. Gubb was at work. "I just come around," said Mr. Critz rather reluctantly, "to say you better not say nothing to your friend. I guess that deal's off." "Pshaw now," said Mr. Gubb, "you don't mean so." "I don't mean nothin' in the way of aspersions, you mind," said Mr. Critz with reluctance, "but I guess we better call it off. Of course, so far as I know, you're all right." "I don't know what you're gettin' at," said Mr. Gubb. Why don't you say it?" "Well, I been buncoed so often," said Mr. Critz. "Seems like anyone can get money from me any time and any way, and I got to thinkin' it over. I don't know anything about you, do I? And here I am going to give you a gold brick that cost me $1,500 and let you go out and wait until I come for it with your friend, and, well, what's to stop you from just goin' away with that brick and never comin' back?" Mr. Gubb looked at Mr. Critz blankly. "I've went and told my friend," he said. "He's all ready to start in." "I hate it to have to say it," said Mr. Critz, "but when I come to count over them bills I lent you to cap the shell game with, there was a $5 one short." "I know," said Gubb, turning red. "And if you go over there to my coat you'll find it in my pocket, all ready to hand back to you. I don't know how I come to keep it in my pocket. Must have missed it when I handed you back the rest." "Well, I had a notion it was that way," said Mr. Critz kindly. You look like you was honest, Mr. Gubb. But $1,000 gold brick that any bank will pay $100 for, I got to get out of this way of trustin' everybody." Mr. Critz was evidently distressed. "If 'twas anybody else but you," he said with an effort, I'd make him put up $100 to cover the cost of a brick like that whilst he had it. There, I've said it, and I guess you're mad." "I ain't mad," protested Mr. Gubb. "Long as you're goin' to pay me and Pete, and it's business, I ain't so set against puttin' up what the brick is worth." Mr. Critz heaved a deep sigh of relief. "You don't know how good that makes me feel," he said. "I was almost losin' what faith in mankind I had left." Mr. Gubb ate his frugal evening meals at the Pie Wagon, on Willow Street, just off Main, where by day Pie Wagon Pete dispensed light viands, and Pie Wagon Pete was the friend he had invited to share Mr. Critz's generosity. The seal of secrecy had been put on Pie Wagon Pete's lips before Mr. Gubb offered him the opportunity to accept or decline, and when Mr. Gubb stopped for his evening meal, Pie Wagon Pete, now off duty, was waiting for him. The story of Mr. Critz and his amateur con business had amused Pie Wagon Pete. He could hardly believe such utter innocence existed. Perhaps he did not believe it existed, for he had come from the city and he had had shady companions before he landed in Riverbank. He was a sharp-eyed, red-headed fellow with a hard fist and a scar across his face, and when Mr. Gubb had told him of Mr. Critz and his affairs he had seen an opportunity to shear a country lamb. "How goes it for tonight, Philo?" he asked Mr. Gubb, taking the stool next to Mr. Gubb while the night man drew a cup of coffee. "Quite well," said Mr. Gubb. "Everything is arranged satisfactory. I'm to be on the old houseboat by the wharf house on the levee at 9 with it." He glanced at the night man's back and lowered his voice. "And Mr. Critz will bring you there. 9, eh? Said Piewagon. I meet him at your room, do I? You meet him at the Riverbank Hotel at 8:45, said Mr. Gubb, like it was the real thing. I'm going over to my room now and give him the money. What money? Asked Piewagon Pete quickly. Well, you see, said Mr. Gubb, he sort of hated to trust it out of his hands without a deposit. It's the only one he has. So I thought I'd put up $100. He's all right. Oh, sure, said Piewagon. $100, eh? He looked at Mr. Gubb, who was eating a piece of apple pie hand-to-mouth fashion, and studied him in a new light. $100, eh? He repeated thoughtfully. You give him $100 deposit now, and he meets you at 9 and me at 8:45, and the train leaves for Chicago at 8:43, halfway between the houseboat and the hotel. Say, Gubby, what does this old guy look like? Mr. Gubb, albeit with a tongue unused to description, delineated Mr. Critz as best he could, and as he proceeded, Piewagon Pete became interested. Pinkish and bald? Top of his head like a hard-boiled egg? He ain't got a scar across his face. The dickens he has! Short and plump and a regular old nice grandpa? Blue eyes? Say, did he have a coughin' spell and choke red in the face? Well, sir, for a brand new detective, you've done well. Listen, Jim, Gubby's got the hard-boiled egg. The nightman almost dropped his cup of coffee. Go way, he said. Old hard-boiled himself? That's right, and caught him with the goods. Say, listen, Gubby. For 5 minutes Piewagon Pete talked while Mr. Gubb sat with his mouth wide open. See? Said Piewagon Pete at last. And don't you mention me at all. Don't mention no one. Just say to the chief, and having trailed him this far, Mr. Whittaker, and arranged to have him took with the goods, it's up to you. See? And as soon as you say that, have him send a couple of bulls with you, and if they can do it, they'll nab old Hard-Boiled just as he takes your cash, and old Sleuth and Sherlock Holmes won't be in it with you when tomorrow morning's papers come out. Get it? Mr. Gubb got it. When he entered his bedroom, Mr. Critz was waiting for him. It was slightly after 8 o'clock, perhaps 8:15. Mr. Critz had what appeared to be the gold brick neatly wrapped in newspaper, and he looked up with his kindly blue eyes. He had been reading The Complete Con Man, and had pushed his spectacles up on his forehead as Mr. Gubb entered. I done that brick up for you, he said, indicating it with his hand, so's it wouldn't glitter whilst you was going through the street. If word got passed round there was a gold brick in town, folks might sort of get suspicious like. Nice night for going out, ain't it? Got a letter from my wife this afternoon. He chuckled. She says she hopes I'm doing well. Sally'd have a fit if she knew what business I was going into. Well, time's getting along. I brung the money, said Mr. Gubb, drawing it from his pocket. Don't seem hardly necessary, does it? Said Mr. Critz mildly. But I suppose it's just as well. Thank ye, Mr. Gubb. I'll just pile it into my coat. Mr. Gubb had picked up the gold brick, and now he let it fall. Once more the door flew open, but this time it opened for 3 stalwart policemen, whose revolvers pointed unwaveringly at Mr. Critz. The plump little man gave one glance and put up his hands. All right, boys, you've got me, he said in quite another voice, and allowed them to seize his arms. He paid no attention to the police, but at Mr. Gubb, who was tearing the wrapper from what proved to be but a common vitrified paving brick, he looked long and hard. Say, said Mr. Critz to Mr. Gubb, I'm the goat. You stung me all right. You worked me to a finish. I thought I knew all of you from Burns down, but you're a new one to me. Who are you, anyway? Mr. Gubb looked up. Me? He said with pride. Why, I'm Gubb, the foremost deteckative of Riverbank, Iowa. End of The Hard-Boiled Egg by Ellis Parker Butler. The Pet by Ellis Parker Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Pet by Ellis Parker Butler. On the morning following his capture of the hard-boiled egg, the Riverbank Eagle printed 2 full columns in praise of Detective Gubb, and complimented Riverbank on having a superior to Sherlock Holmes in its midst. "Mr. Philo Gubb," said the Eagle, "has thus far received only 11 of the 12 lessons from the Rising Sun Detective Agency's Correspondence School of Detecting, and we look for great things from him when he finally receives his diploma and badge. He informed us today that he hopes to begin work on the dynamite case soon. With the money he will receive for capturing the hard-boiled egg, Mr. Gubb intends to purchase 18 complete disguises from the supply department of the Rising Sun Detective Agency, Slocum, Ohio. Mr. Gubb wishes us to announce that until the disguises arrive he will continue to do paper hanging, decorating, and interior painting at reasonable rates." Unfortunately, there were no calls for Mr. Gubb's detective services for some time after he received his disguises and diploma. But while waiting, he devoted his spare time to the dynamite mystery, a remarkable case on which many detectives had been working for many weeks. This led only to his being beaten up twice by Joseph Henry, one of the men he shadowed. The arrival in Riverbank of the world's monster combined shows the day after Mr. Gubb received his diploma seemed to offer an opportunity for his detective talents, as a circus is usually accompanied by crooks. And early in the morning Mr. Gubb donned disguise number 16, which was catalogued as Negro Hack Driver, complete, $22. But while looking for crooks, while watching the circus unload, his eyes alighted on Cyrilla, known as Half a Ton of Beauty, the fat lady of the sideshow. As Cyrilla descended from the car, aided by the living skeleton and the strong man, the fair creature wore a low-neck evening gown. Her arms and shoulders were snowy white, except for a peculiar mark on one arm. Not only had Mr. Gubb never seen such white arms and shoulders, but he had never seen so much arm and shoulder on one woman, and from that moment he was deeply and hopelessly in love. Like one hypnotized, he followed her to the sideshow tent, paid his admission, and stood all day before her platform. He was still there when the tent was taken down that night. Mr. Gubb was not the only man in Riverbank to fall in love with Cyrilla. When the ladies of the Riverbank Social Service League heard that the circus was coming to town, they were distressed to think how narrow the intellectual life of the sideshow freaks must be, and they instructed their field secretary, Mr. Horace Winterberry, to go to the sideshow and organize the freaks into an Ibsen Literary and Debating Society. This Mr. Winterberry did, and the Tasmanian Wild Man was made president. But so deeply did Mr. Winterberry fall in love with Cyrilla that he begged Mr. Dorgan, the manager of the sideshow, to let him join the sideshow, and this Mr. Dorgan did, putting him in a cage as Wawa, the Mexican hairless dog man, as Mr. Winterberry was exceedingly bald. At the very next stop made by the circus, a strong, heavy-fisted woman entered the sideshow and dragged Mr. Winterberry away. This was his wife. Of this the ladies of the Riverbank Social Service League knew nothing. However, they believed Mr. Winterberry had been stolen by the circus, and that he was doubtless being forced to learn to swing on a trapeze or ride a bareback horse, and they decided to hire Detective Gubb to find and return him. At the very moment when the ladies were deciding to retain Mr. Gubb's services, the paper-hanger detective was on his way to do a job of paper-hanging, thinking of the fair Cyrilla he might never see again, when suddenly he put down the pail of paste he was carrying and grasped the handle of his paste-brush more firmly. He stared with amazement and fright at a remarkable creature that came toward him from a small thicket near the railway tracks. Mr. Gubb's first and correct impression was that this was some remarkable creature escaped from the circus. The horrid thing loping toward him was indeed the Tasmanian Wild Man. As the Wild Man approached, Philo Gubb prepared to defend himself. He was prepared to defend himself to his last drop of blood. When halfway across the field, the Tasmanian Wild Man glanced back over his shoulder and, as if fearing pursuit, increased his speed and came toward Philo Gubb in great leaps and bounds. The correspondence school detective waved his paste-brush more frantically than ever. The Tasmanian Wild Man stopped short, within 6 feet of him. Viewed thus closely, the Wild Man was a sight to curdle the blood. Remnants of chains hung from his wrists and ankles. His long hair was matted about his face, and his fingernails were long and claw-like. His face was daubed with ochre and red, with black rings around the eyes, and the circles within the rings were painted white, giving him an air of wildness possessed by but few wild men. His only garments were a pair of very short trunks and the skin of some wild animal bound about his body with ropes of horsehair. Philo Gubb bent to receive the leap he felt the Tasmanian Wild Man was about to make, but to his surprise the Wild Man held up one hand in token of amity, and with the other removed the matted hair from his head, revealing an undercrop of taffy yellow, neatly parted in the middle and smoothed back carefully. "I say, old chap," he said in a pleasant and well-bred tone, "stop waving that dangerous-looking weapon at me, will you? My intentions are most kindly, I assure you. Can you inform me where a chap can get a pair of trousers hereabout?" Philo Gubb's experienced eye saw at once that this creature was less wild than he was painted. He lowered his paste-brush. "Come into this house," said Philo Gubb. "Inside the house we can discuss pants in calmness." The Tasmanian Wild Man accepted. "Now then," said Philo Gubb, when they were safe in the kitchen. He seated himself on a roll of wallpaper, and the Tasmanian Wild Man, whose real name was Waldo Emerson Snooks, told his brief story. Upon graduating from Harvard he had sought employment, offering to furnish entertainment by the evening, reading an essay entitled "The Comparative Mentality of Ibsen and Emerson, with Sidelights on the Effect of Turnip Diet at Brook Farm." But the agency was unable to get him any engagements. They happened, however, to receive a request from Mr. Dorgan, manager of the sideshow, asking for a Tasmanian Wild Man, and Mr. Snooks had taken the job. To his own surprise he made an excellent wild man. He was able to rattle his chains, dash up and down the cage, gnaw the iron bars of the cage, eat raw meat, and howl as no other Tasmanian Wild Man had ever done those things. And all would have been well if an interloper had not entered the sideshow. The interloper was Mr. Winterberry, who had introduced the subject of Ibsen's plays, and in a discussion of them the Tasmanian Wild Man and Mr. Hoxie, the strong man, had quarreled, and Mr. Hoxie had threatened to tear Mr. Snooks limb from limb. "And he would have done so," said the Tasmanian Wild Man with emotion, "if I had not fled. I dare not return. I mean to work my way back to Boston and give up Tasmanian Wild Manning as a profession. But I cannot without pants." "I guess you can't," said Philo Gubb. "In any station of Boston's life, pants is expected to be worn." "So the question is, old chap, where am I to be panted?" said Waldo Emerson Snooks. "I can't pant you," said Philo Gubb, "but I can overall you." The late Tasmanian Wild Man was most grateful. When he was dressed in the overalls and had wiped the grease paint from his face on an old rag, no one would have recognized him. "And as for thanks," said Philo Gubb, "don't mention it. A deteckative gent is obliged to keep up a set of disguises hitherto unsuspected by the mortal world. This Tasmanian Wild Man outfit will do for a hermit disguise, so you don't owe me no thanks." As Philo Gubb watched Waldo Emerson Snooks start in the direction of Boston, only some 1,300 miles away, he had no idea how soon he would have occasion to use the Tasmanian Wild Man disguise. But hardly had the Wild Man departed than a small boy came to summon Mr. Gubb, and it was with a sense of elation and importance that he appeared before the meeting of the Riverbank Ladies' Social Service League. "And so," said Mrs. Garthwaite at the close of the interview, "you understand us, Mr. Gubb?" "Yes, ma'am," said Philo Gubb. "What you want me to do is find Mr. Winterberry, ain't it?" "Exactly," agreed Mrs. Garthwaite. "And when found," said Mr. Gubb, "the said stolen goods is to be returned to you." "Just so." "And the fiends in human form that stole him are to be given the full limit of the law." "They certainly deserve it, abducting a nice little gentleman like Mr. Winterberry," said Mrs. Garthwaite. "They do indeed," said Philo Gubb, "and they shall be. I would only ask how far you want me to arrest. If the manager of the sideshow stole him, my natural and professional deteckative instincts would tell me to arrest the manager, and if the whole sideshow stole him, I would make bold to arrest the whole sideshow. But if the whole circus stole him, am I to arrest the whole circus? And if so, ought I to include the menagerie? Ought I to arrest the elephants and the camels?" "Arrest only those in human form," said Mrs. Garthwaite. Philo Gubb sat straight and put his hands on his knees. "In referring to human form, ma'am," he asked, "do you include them orangutans and apes?" "I do," said Mrs. Garthwaite. "Association with criminals has probably inclined their poor minds to criminality." "Yes, ma'am," said Philo Gubb, rising. "I leave on this case by the first train." Mr. Gubb hastily packed the Tasmanian garment and 6 other disguises in a suitcase, put the $14 given him by Mrs. Garthwaite in his pocket, and hurried to catch the train for Bardville, where the World's Monster Combined shows were to show the next day. With true detective caution, Philo Gubb disguised even this simple act. Having packed his suitcase, Mr. Gubb wrapped it carefully in manila paper and inserted a laundry ticket under the twine. Thus anyone seeing him might well suppose he was returning from the laundry and not going to Bardville. To make this seem the more likely, he donned his Chinese disguise, number 17, consisting of a pink skull-like wig with a long pigtail, a blue jumper, and a yellow complexion. Mr. Gubb rubbed his face with crude ochre powder, and his complexion was a little high, being more the hue of a pumpkin than the true Oriental skin tint. Those he met on his way to the station imagined he was in the last stages of yellow fever and fled from him hastily. He reached the station just as the train's wheels began to move, and he was springing up the steps onto the platform of the last car when a hand grasped his arm. He turned his head and saw that the man grasping him was Jonas Medderbrook, one of Riverbank's wealthiest men. "Gubb, I want you!" shouted Medderbrook energetically, but Philo Gubb shook off the detaining arm. "Me no savvy Melican talkie," he jabbered, bunting Mr. Medderbrook off the car step. Bright and early the next morning Philo Gubb gave himself a healthy coat of tan, with rather high color on his cheekbones. From his collection of beards and mustaches, carefully tagged from number 1 to number 18, in harmony with the types of disguises mentioned in the 12 lessons of the Rising Sun Detective Agency's Correspondence School of Detecting, he selected mustache number 8 and inserted the spring wires into his nostrils. Mustache number 8 was a long, deadly black mustache with up-curled ends, and when Philo Gubb had donned it he had a most sinister appearance, particularly as he failed to remove the string tag which bore the legend "Number 8, Gambler or Card Sharp," manufactured and sold by the Rising Sun Detective Agency's Correspondence School of Detecting Supply Bureau. Having put on this mustache, Mr. Gubb took a common splint market basket from under the bed and placed it in the matted hair of the Tasmanian Wild Man. His makeup materials, a small mirror, 2 towels, a cake of soap, the Tasmanian Wild Man's animal skin robe, the hair rope, and the abbreviated trunks. He covered these with a newspaper. The sun was just rising when he reached the railway siding, and hardly had Mr. Gubb arrived when the work of unloading the circus began. Mr. Gubb, searching for the abducted Mr. Winterberry, sped rapidly from place to place, the string tag on his mustache napping over his shoulder, but he saw no one answering Mrs. Garthwaite's description of Mr. Winterberry. When the tent wagons had departed, the elephants and camels were unloaded, but Mr. Winterberry did not seem to be concealed among them, and the animal cages, which came next, were all tightly closed. There were 4 or 5 cars, however, that attracted Philo Gubb's attention, and one in particular made his heart beat rapidly. This car bore the words, "World's Monster Combined Shows Freak Car," and as Mr. Winterberry had gone as a social reform agent to the sideshow, Mr. Gubb rightly felt that here, if anywhere, he would find a clue, and he was doubly agitated since he knew the beautiful Cyrilla was doubtless in that car. Walking around the car, he heard the door at one end open. He crouched under the platform, his ears and eyes on edge, Hardly was he concealed before the head ruffian of the unloading gang approached. "Mr. Dorgan," he said, in quite another tone than he had used to his laborers, "should I fetch that wild man cage to the grounds for you today?" "No," said Dorgan. "What's the use? I don't like an empty cage standing around. Leave it on the car, Jake. Or, hold on. I'll use it. Take it up to the grounds and put it in the sideshow as usual. I'll put the pet in it." "Are ye foolin'?" asked the loading boss with a grin. "The cage won't know itself, Mr. Dorgan, after holdin' that rip-snortin' wild man, to be holdin' a cold corpse like the pet is." "Never you mind," said Dorgan shortly. "I know my business, Jake. You and I know the pet is a dead one, but these country yaps don't know it. I might as well make some use of the remains as long as I've got 'em on hand." "Who are you going to fool, sweetie?" asked a voice, and Mr. Dorgan looked around to see Cyrilla, the fat lady, standing in the car door. "Oh, just folks," said Dorgan, laughing. "You're going to use the pet," said the fat lady reproachfully, "and I don't think it's nice of you. Say what you will, Mr. Dorgan, a corpse is a corpse, and a respectable sideshow ain't no place for it. I wish you would take it out in the lot and bury it like I wanted you to, or throw it in the river and get rid of it. Won't you, dearie?" "I will not," said Mr. Dorgan firmly. "A corpse may be a corpse, Cyrilla, any place but in the circus. But in a circus, it's a feature. He's going to be one of the 7 sleepers." "One of what?" asked Cyrilla. "One of the 7 sleepers," said Dorgan. "I'm going to put him in the cage the wild man was in, and I'm going to tell the audience he's asleep. He looks dead, I'll say, but I give my word he's only asleep. We offer $5,000, I'll say, to any man, woman, or child that proves contrary, then that we have documents proving that this human being in this cage fell asleep in the year 1837, and has been sleeping ever since. The longest nap on record, I'll say. That'll fetch a laugh." "And you don't care, dearie, that I'll be creepy all through the show, do you?" said Cyrilla. "I won't care a hang," said Dorgan. Mr. Gubb glided noiselessly from under the car and sped away. He had heard enough to know that deviltry was afoot. There was no doubt in his mind that the pet was the late Mr. Winterberry, for if ever a man deserved to be called Pet, Mr. Winterberry, according to Mrs. Garthwaite's description, was that man. There was no doubt that Mr. Winterberry had been murdered, and that these heartless wretches meant to make capital of his body. The inference was logical. It was a strong clue, and Mr. Gubb hurried to the circus grounds to study the situation. "No," said Cyrilla tearfully, "you don't care a hang for the nerves of the lady and gent freaks under your care, Mr. Dorgan. It's nothing to you if repulsion from that corpse-like pet drags 70 or 80 pounds of fat off of me, for you well know what my contract is. So much a week and so much for each additional pound of fat, and the less fat I am, the less you have to add onto your payroll. The day the pet come to the show first, I fainted outright and busted down the platform. But little do you care, Mr. Dorgan." "Don't you worry. You didn't murder him," said Mr. Dorgan. "He looks so lifelike," sobbed Cyrilla. "Oh, Hoxie!" shouted Mr. Dorgan. "Yes, sir," said the strong man, coming to the car door. "Take Cyrilla in and tell the girls to put ice on her head. She's getting hysterics again. And when you've told him, go up to the grounds and tell Blake and Skinny to unpack the petrified man. Tell him I'm going to use him again today, and if he's looking shop-worn, have one of the men go over his complexion and make him look nice and lifelike." Mr. Dorgan swung off from the car step and walked away. The petrified man had been one of his mistakes. In days past, petrified men had been important sideshow features, and Mr. Dorgan had supposed the time had come to reintroduce them, and he had had an excellent petrified man made of concrete, with steel reinforcements in the legs and arms, and a body of hollow tile so that it could stand rough travel. Unfortunately, the features of the petrified man had been entrusted to an artist devoted to the making of clothing dummies. Instead of an Aztec or cave dweller cast in the countenance, he had given the petrified man the simpering features of the wax figures seen in cheap clothing stores. The result was that, instead of gazing at the petrified man with awe as a wonder of nature, the audiences laughed at him, and the living freaks dubbed him the Pet, or, still more rudely, the Corpse. And when the glass case broke at the end of the week, Mr. Dorgan ordered the Pet packed in a box. Just now, however, the flight of the Tasmanian Wild Man, and the involuntary departure of Mr. Winterberry at the command of his wife after his short appearance as Wawa the Mexican hairless dog man, suggested the new use for the petrified man. When Detective Gubb reached the circus grounds, the glaring banners had not yet been erected before the sideshow tent, but all the tents except the big top were up, and all hands were at work on that one, or supposed to be. Two were not. Two of the roughest-looking roustabouts, after glancing here and there, glided into the property tent and concealed themselves behind a pile of blue cases, hampers, and canvas bags. One of them immediately drew from under his coat a small but heavy parcel wrapped in an old rag. "Say, Cull," he said in a coarse voice, "you sure have got a head on you. This here stuff will be just as safe in there as in the bank. See? Gimme the screwdriver." "Not to be opened until Chicago," said the other, gleefully pointing to the words daubed on one of the blue cases. "But I guess it will be. Hey, old pal? I guess so." Together they removed the lid of the box, and Detective Gubb, seeking the sideshow, crawled under the wall of the property tent just in time to see the two ruffians hurriedly jam their parcel into the case and screw the lid in place again. Mr. Gubb's mustache was now in a diagonal position, but little he cared for that. His eyes were fastened on the countenance of the two roustabouts. The men were easy to remember. One was red-headed and pock-marked, and the other was dark, and the lobes of his ears were slit as if someone had at some time forcibly removed a pair of rings from them. Very quietly Philo Gubb wiggled backwards out of the tent, but as he did so his eyes caught a word painted on the side of the blue case. It was Pet. Mr. Gubb proceeded to the next tent. Stooping, he peered inside, and what he saw satisfied him that he had found the sideshow. Around the inside of the tent men were erecting a blue platform, and on the far side 4 men were wheeling a tongueless cage into place. A door at the back side of the cage swung open and shut as the men moved the cage, but another in front was securely bolted and barred. Mr. Gubb lowered the tent wall and backed away. It was into this cage that the body of Mr. Winterberry was to be put, to make a public holiday for yokels. And the murderer was still at large. Murderer? Murderers. For who were the 2 rough characters he had seen tampering with the case containing the remains of the Pet? What had they been putting in the case? If not the murderers, they were surely accomplices. Walking like a wary flamingo, Mr. Gubb circled the tent. He saw Mr. Dorgan and Syrilla enter it, himself hidden in a clump of bushes. He saw Mr. Lonergan, the living skeleton, Mr. Hoxie, the strong man, Major Ching, the Chinese giant, General Thumb, the dwarf, Princess Zozo, the serpent charmer, Maggie, the Circassian girl, and the rest of the sideshow employees enter the tent. Then he removed his number 8 mustache and put it in his pocket, and balanced his mirror against a twig. Mr. Gubb was changing his disguise. For a while the lady and gentleman freaks stood talking, casting reproachful glances at Mr. Dorgan. Syrilla, with traces of tears on her face, was complaining of the cruel man who insisted that the Pet become part of the show once more, and Mr. Dorgan was resisting their reproaches. "I'm the boss of the show," he said firmly. "I'm going to use that cage, and I'm going to use that Pet." "Couldn't you put Orlando in it and get up a spiel about him?" asked Princess Zozo, whose largest serpent was called Orlando. "If you got him a bottle of cold cream from the make-up tent, he'd lie for hours with his dear little nose sniffing it. He's passionately fond of cold cream." "Well, the public ain't passionately fond of seeing a snake smell it," said Mr. Dorgan. "The Pet is going into that cage, see?" "Couldn't you borrow an ape from the menagerie?" asked Mr. Lonergan, the living skeleton, who was as passionately fond of Syrilla as Orlando was of cold cream, "and have him be the first man-monkey to speak the human language, only he's got a cold and can't talk today. You did that once." "And got roasted by the whole crowd. No, sir, Mr. Lonergan, I can't and I won't. Bring that case right over here," he added, turning to the 4 roustabouts who were carrying the blue case into the tent. "Got it open? Good. Now—" He looked toward the cage and stopped short, his mouth open and his eyes staring. Sitting on his haunches, his forepaws, or hands, hanging down like those of a begging dog, A Tasmanian wild man stared from between the bars of the cage. The matted hair, the bare legs, the animal skin blanket, the streaks of ochre and red on the face, the black circles around the eyes with the white inside the circles were those of a real Tasmanian wild man. But this Tasmanian wild man was tall and thin, almost rivaling Mr. Lonergan in that respect. The thin Roman nose and the blinky eyes, together with the manner of holding the head on one side, suggested a bird. A large and dissipated flamingo, for instance. Mr. Dorgan stared with his mouth open. He stared so steadily that he even took a telegram from the messenger boy who entered the tent and signed for it without looking at the address. The messenger boy, too, stopped to stare at the Tasmanian flamingo. The men who had brought the blue case set it down and stared. The freaks gathered in front of the cage and stared. "What is it?" asked Cyrilla in a voice trembling with emotion. "Say, where in the USA did you come from?" asked Mr. Dorgan suddenly. "What in the dickens are you, anyway?" "I'm a Tasmanian wild man," said Mr. Gubb mildly. "You a Tasmanian wild man?" said Mr. Dorgan. "You don't think you look like a Tasmanian wild man, do you? Why, you look like you look. "He looks like an intoxicated pterodactyl," said Mr. Lonergan, who had some knowledge of prehistoric animals. "Only hairier." "He looks like a human turkey with a piebald face," suggested General Thumb. "He don't look like nothin'," said Mr. Dorgan at last. "That's what he looks like. You, get out of that cage," he added sternly to Mr. Gubb. "I don't want nothin' that looks like you nowhere near this show." "But, Mr. Dorgan, dearie, think how he'd draw crowds," said Cyrilla. "Crowds? Of course he'd draw crowds," said Mr. Dorgan. "But what would I say when I lectured about him? What would I call him? No, he's got to go, boys," he said to the four roustabouts, two of whom were those Mr. Gubb had seen in the property tent. "Throw this feller out of the tent." "Stop," said Mr. Gubb, raising one hand. "I will admit I have tried to deceive you. I am not a Tasmanian wild man. I am a deteckative." "Detective?" said Mr. Dorgan. "In disguise," said Mr. Gubb modestly. In the deteckative profession, the assuming of disguises is often necessary to the completion of the clarification of a mystery plot. He pointed down at the pet, whose newly rouged and powdered face rested smirkingly in the box below the cage. "I arrest you all," he said, but before he could complete the sentence the red-headed man and the black-headed man turned and bolted from the tent. Mr. Gubb beat and jerked at the bars of his cage as frantically as Mr. Waldo Emerson Snooks had ever beaten and jerked, but he could not rend them apart. "Get those two fellers!" Mr. Gubb shouted to Mr. Hoxie, and the strong man ran from the tent. "What's this about arrest?" asked Mr. Dorgan. "I arrest this whole sideshow," said Mr. Gubb, pressing his face between the bars of the cage, "for the murder of that poor, gentle, harmless man, now a dead corpse, into that blue box there. Mr. Winterberry by name, but called by you by the alias of the Pet." "Winterberry?" exclaimed Mr. Dorgan. "That Winterberry? That ain't Winterberry. That's a stone man, a made-to-order concrete man with hollow tile stomach and reinforced concrete arms and legs. I had him made to order." "The criminal mind is well equipped with explanations for use in time of stress," said Mr. Gubb. "Lesson 6 of the Correspondence School of Deteckating warns the deteckative against explanations of murderers when confronted by the victim. I demand an autopsy onto Mr. Winterberry." "Autopsy!" exclaimed Mr. Dorgan. "I'll autopsy him for you." He grasped one of the Pet's hands and wrenched off one concrete arm. He struck the head with a tent stake and shattered it into crumbling concrete. He jerked the Roman tunic from the body and disclosed the hollow tile stomach. "Hello," he said, lifting a rag-wrapped parcel from the interior of the Pet. "What's this?" When unwrapped, it proved to be 24 silver forks and spoons and a good-sized silver trophy cup. "Riverbank Country Club Duffers Golf Trophy 1909," Mr. Dorgan read. "Won by Jonas Medderbrook. How did that get there?" "Jonas Medderbrook," said Gubb, "is a man of my own local town." "He is he?" said Mr. Dorgan. And what's your name?" "Gubb," said the detective. "Philo Gubb, Esquire, deteckative and paper hanger, Riverbank, Iowa." "Then this is for you," said Mr. Dorgan, and he handed the telegram to Mr. Gubb. The detective opened it and read, "Gubb, care of Circus, Bardville, Iowa. My house robbed circus night. Golf cup gone. Game now rotten. Never win another. $500 reward for return to me. Jonas Meadowbrook." "You didn't actually come here to find Mr. Winterberry, did you?" asked Syrilla. Mr. Gubb folded the telegram, raised his matted hair, and tucked the telegram between it and his own hair for safekeeping. "When a deteckative starts out to detect," he said calmly, "sometimes he detects one thing and sometimes he detects another. That cup is one of the things I deteckated today. And now, if all are willing, I'll step outside and get my pants on. I'll feel better." "And you'll look better," said Mr. Dorgan. "You couldn't look worse." "In the course of the deteckative career," said Mr. Gubb, "a gent has to look a lot of different ways, and I thank you for the compliment. The art of disguising the human physiology is difficult. This disguise is but one of many I am frequently called upon to assume." "Well, if any more are like this one," said Mr. Dorgan with sincerity, "I'm glad I'm not a detective." Syrilla, however, heaved her several 100 pounds of bosom and cast her eyes toward Mr. Gubb. "I think detectives are lovely in any disguise," she said, and Mr. Gubb's heart beat wildly. End of The Pet by Ellis Parker Butler. The Eagle's Claws by Ellis Parker Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Eagle's Claws by Ellis Parker Butler. As Philo Gubb boarded the train for Riverbank, after recovering the silver loving cup from the interior of the petrified man, he cast a regretful glance backward. It was for Syrilla. There was half a ton of her pink-white beauty, and her placid, cow-like expression touched an echoing chord in Philo Gubb's heart. Philo felt, however, that his admiration must be hopeless, for Syrilla must earn a salary in keeping with her size, and his income was too irregular and small to keep even a thin wife. $500 was a large reward for a loving cup that cost not over $30, it is true, but Mr. Jonas Meadowbrook could afford to pay what he chose, and as he was passionately fond of golf and passionately poor at the game, and as this was probably the only golf prize he would ever win, he was justified in paying liberally, especially as this cup was not merely a tankard, but almost large enough to be called a tank. Detective Gubb hastened to the home of Mr. Meadowbrook, but when the door of that palatial house opened, the colored butler told Mr. Gubb that Mr. Meadowbrook was at the golf club, attending the annual banquet of the 50 Worst Duffers. Mr. Gubb started for the golf club. As he walked, he thought of Syrilla, and he was at the gate of the golf club before he knew it. He walked up the path toward the clubhouse, but when halfway he stopped short, all his detective instincts aroused. The windows of the clubhouse glowed with light, and sounds of merriment issued from them, but the cause of Philo Gubb's sudden pause was a head silhouetted against one of the glowing windows. As Mr. Gubb watched, he saw the head disappear in the gloom below the window, only to reappear at another window. Mr. Gubb, following the directions as laid down in Lesson 4 of the correspondence lessons, dropped to his hands and knees and crept silently toward the Paul Pry. When within a few feet of him, Mr. Gubb seated himself tailor fashion on the grass. As Philo sat on the damp grass, the man at the window turned his head, and Mr. Gubb noted with surprise that the stranger had none of the marks of a sodden criminal. The face was that of a respectably benevolent old German-American gentleman. Kindliness and good nature beamed from its lines, but at the moment the plump little man seemed in trouble. "Good evening," said Mr. Gubb. "I presume you are taking an observation of the dinner party within the inside of the club." The old gentleman turned sharply. "Yes," he said. "I look at their peoples eating and drinking. Always I like to see that. Und such good eaters. Dot man mit der black beard, he was a splendid eater." Mr. Gubb raised himself to his knees and looked into the dining room. "That," he said, "is the Honorable Mr. Jonas Medderbrook, the wealthiest rich man in Riverbank." "Medderbrook? Meddercrook," said the old German-American. "Not Jones, eh?" "Not Jones, to my present personal knowledge at this time," said Philo Gubb. "Not Jones," repeated the plumply benevolent-looking German-American. "That was strange. You was sure he was not Jones?" "I'm quite almost positive upon that point of knowledge," said Philo Gubb, "for I have under my arm a golf cup I am returning back to Mr. Medderbrook to receive $500 reward from him for." "So?" queried the stranger. $500? Und it is his cup?" "It is," said Philo Gubb. He raised the cup in his hand that the stranger might read the inscription stating that the cup was Jonas Medderbrook's. The light of the window made the engraving easy to read, but the old German-American first drew from his pocket a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles and adjusted them carefully on his nose. He then took the cup and moved closer to the window and read the inscription. "Yes, yes," he agreed, nodding his head several times, and then he smiled at Mr. Gubb, a broadly benevolent smile. "Excuse me," he added, and with gentle deliberation he removed Mr. Gubb's hat. "Just a minute, please," he continued, and with his free hand he felt gently on the top of Mr. Gubb's head. He turned Mr. Gubb's head gently to the right. "So!" he exclaimed. "That was good." He raised the cup above his head and brought it down on top of Mr. Gubb's head in the exact spot he had selected. For 2 moments Mr. Gubb made motions with his hands resembling those of a swimmer, and then he collapsed in a heap. The kindly-looking old German-American gentleman, seeing he was quite unconscious, tucked the golf cup under his own arm and waddled slowly down the path to the club gates. 10 minutes later a small automobile drove up and young Dr. Anson Briggs hopped out. Mr. Gubb was just getting to his feet, feeling the top of his head with his hand as he did so. "Here," said Dr. Briggs, "you must not do that." "Why can't I do it?" Mr. Gubb asked crossly. "It is my own personal head, and if I wish to desire to rub it, you are not concerned in the occasion whatever." "Oh, rub your head if you want to," exclaimed the doctor. "I say you must not stand up. A man that has just had a fit must not stand up." "Who had a fit?" asked Philo Gubb. "You did," said Dr. Briggs. "I am told you had a very bad fit and fell and knocked your head against a building. You're dazed. Lie down." "I prefer to wish to stand erect on my feet," said Mr. Gubb firmly. "Where's my cup?" "What cup?" "Who told you I was suffering from the symptoms of a fit?" demanded Philo Gubb. "Why, a short, plump little German did," said the doctor. "He sent me here, and he gave me this to give to you." The doctor held an envelope toward Mr. Gubb, and the detective took it and tore it open. By the light of the window he read: "Received of J. Jones, golf cup, worth $500. P. H. Schreckenheim." Philo Gubb turned to Dr. Briggs. "I am much obliged for the hastiness with which you came to relieve one you considered to think in trouble, Doctor," he said, "but fits are not in my line of sickness, which mainly is dyspeptic to date." "Now, what is all this?" asked the doctor suspiciously. "What is that letter, anyway?" "It is a clue," said Philo Gubb, "which, connected with the bump on the top of the cranium of my skull, will no doubt land somebody into jail. So good evening, Doctor." He picked his hat from the lawn and in his most stately manner walked around the clubhouse and in at the door. Inside the clubhouse Mr. Gubb asked one of the waiters to call Mr. Medderbrook, and Mr. Medderbrook immediately appeared. As he came from the dining room rapidly, the napkin he had tucked in his neck fell over his shoulder behind him, and Mr. Medderbrook, instead of turning around, bent backwards until he could pick up the napkin with his teeth, after which he resumed his normal upright position. "Excuse me, Gubb," he said. "I didn't think what I was doing. Where's the cup?" The detective explained. He handed Mr. Medderbrook the receipt that had been sent by Mr. Schreckenheim, and the moment Mr. Medderbrook's eyes fell upon it, he turned red. "That infernal Dutchman!" he cried, although Mr. Schreckenheim was not a Dutchman at all, but a German-American. "I'll jail him for this." He stopped short. "Gubb," he said, "did that fellow tell you what his business was?" "He did not," said Philo Gubb. "He failed to express any mention of it." "That man," said Mr. Medderbrook bitterly, "is Schreckenheim, the greatest tattoo artist in the world. He is the king of them all. A connoisseur in tattooish art can tell a Schreckenheim as easily as a picture dealer can tell a Corot. But no matter. Mr. Gubb, you are a detective, and I believe what is told detectives is held inviolable. Yes, you and all Riverbank see me an ordinary citizen, wealthy perhaps, but ordinary. As a matter of fact, I was once—" he looked cautiously around. "I was once a contortionist. I was once the contortionist. And now I am a wealthy man. My wife left me because she said I was stingy, and she took my child, my only daughter. I have never seen either of them since. I have searched high and low, but I cannot find them. Mr. Gubb, I would give the man that finds my daughter, if she is alive, $1,000. "You don't object to my attempting to try?" said Philo Gubb. "No," said Mr. Jonas Medderbrook, "but that is not what I wish to explain. In my contortion act, Mr. Gubb, I was obliged to wear the most expensive silk tights. Wiggling on the floor destroys them rapidly. I had a happy thought. I was known as the man-serpent. Could I not save all expenses of tights by having myself tattooed so that my skin would represent scales? Look." Mr. Medderbrook pulled up his cuff and showed Mr. Gubb his arm. It was beautifully tattooed in red and blue, like the scales of a cobra. "The cost," continued Mr. Medderbrook, "was great. Herr Schreckenheim worked continuously on me, and when he reached my manly chest, I had a brilliant thought. I would have tattooed upon it an American eagle. Imagine the enthusiasm of an audience when I stood straight, spread my arms, and showed that noble emblem of our nation's strength and freedom. I told Herr Schreckenheim, and he set to work. And the contract price, by the way, for doing that eagle was $500. When the eagle was about completed, I said to Herr Schreckenheim, 'Of course you will do no more eagles.' 'More eagles?' he said questioningly. 'On other men,' I said. 'I want to be the only man with an eagle on my chest.' 'I am doing an eagle on another man now,' he said. I was angry at once. I jumped from the table and threw on my clothes. 'Cheater!' I cried. 'Not another spot or dot shall you make on me. Go! I will never pay you a cent.' He was very angry. 'It is a contract,' he cried. $500 you owe me.' 'I owe it to you when the job is complete,' I declared. 'That was the contract. Is this job complete? Where are the eagle's claws? I'll never pay you a cent.' We had a lot of angry words. He demanded that I give him a chance to put the claws on the eagle. I refused. I said I would never pay. He said he would follow me to the end of the world and collect. He said he would do those eagle claws if he had to do them on my infant daughter. I dared him to touch the child. And now," said Mr. Medderbrook, "he has taken the golf cup I value at $500. He has won." At the mention of the threat regarding the child, Philo Gubb's eyes opened wide, but he kept silent. "Gubb," said Mr. Medderbrook suddenly, "I'll give you $1,000 if you can recover my poor child." "The deteckative profession is full of complicity of detail," said Mr. Gubb, "and the impossible is quite possible when put in the right hands. The cup—" "Bother the cup," said Mr. Medderbrook carelessly. "I want my child. I'll give $10,000 for my child, Gubb." With difficulty could Philo Gubb restrain his eagerness to depart. He had a clue. Ordinarily, Mr. Gubb would have taken any disguise that seemed to him best suited for the work in hand, but now he was going to see and be seen by Syrilla. Mr. Gubb ran down the list. Number 7, card sharp. Number 9, minister of the gospel. Number 12, butcher. Number 16, Negro hack driver. Number 17, Chinese laundryman. Number 20, cowboy. Philo Gubb paused there. He would be a cowboy, for it was a jaunty disguise. Chaps, sombrero, spurs, buckskin gloves, holsters and pistols, blue shirt, yellow hair, stubby mustache. He donned the complete disguise, put his street garments in a suitcase, and viewed himself in his small mirror. He highly approved of the disguise. He touched his cheeks with red to give himself a healthy outdoor appearance. Early the next morning, before the earliest merchants had opened their shops, Philo Gubb boarded the train for West Higgins, for it was there the world's greatest combined shows were to appear. The few sleepy passengers did not open their eyes. The conductor, as he took Mr. Gubb's ticket, merely remarked, "Joining the show at West Higgins?" and passed on. Boys were already gathering on the West Higgins station platform when the train pulled in, and they cheered Mr. Gubb, thinking him part of the show. This greatly increased the difficulty of Mr. Gubb's detective work. He had hoped to steal unobserved to the circus grounds, but a dozen small boys immediately attached themselves to him, running before him and whooping with joy. "Boys," said Mr. Gubb sternly, "I wish you to run away and play elsewhere than in front of me continuously all the time." And they cheered, because he had spoken. Only the glad news that the circus trains had reached town finally dragged them reluctantly away. Detective Gubb hurried to the circus grounds. The cook tent was already up, and the grub tent was being put up. Presently the sideshow tent was up, and the big top rising. It was not until 9 o'clock, however, that the sideshow ladies and gentlemen began to appear, and when they arrived they went at once to the grub tent and seated themselves at the table. From a corner of the big top's side wall, Detective Gubb watched them. "Look there, dearie," said Syrilla suddenly to Princess Zozo. "Don't that cowboy look like Mr. Gubb that was at Bardville and got the golf cup?" "It don't look like him," said Princess Zozo. "It is him. Why don't you ask him to come over and help at the eats? You seemed to like him yesterday." "I thought he was a real gentlemanly gentleman, dearie, if that's what you mean," said Syrilla, and raising her voice she called to Mr. Gubb. For a moment he hesitated, and then he came forward. "We knowed you the minute we seen you, Mr. Gubb. Come and sit in beside me and have some breakfast if you ain't dined. I thought you went home last night. You ain't after no more criminals, are you?" "There are variously many ends to the deteckative business," said Mr. Gubb as he seated himself beside Syrilla. "I'm upon a most important case at the present time." Syrilla reached for her 5th boiled potato, and as her arm passed Mr. Gubb's face he thrilled. He had not been mistaken. Upon that arm was a pair of eagle's claws tattooed in red and blue. How little these had meant to him before, and how much they meant now. "I presume you don't hardly ever long for a home in one place, Miss Syrilla," he began, with his eye fixed on her arm just above the elbow. "Well, believe me, dearie," said Syrilla, "you don't want to think that just because I travel with a sideshow I don't long for the refinements of a true home, just like other folks. Some folks think I'm easy to see through, and that I ain't nothing but fat and appetite. But they've got me down wrong, Mr. Gubb. I was unfortunate in getting lost from my father and mother when a babe, but many's the time I've said to Zozo, I've got a refined strain in my nature. Haven't I, Zozo?" "You say it every time we begin to rag you about falling in love with every new thin man you see," said Princess Zozo. "You said it last night when we was joshing you about Mr. Gubb here." Syrilla colored, but Mr. Gubb thrilled joyously. "Just the same, dearie," Syrilla said to Princess Zozo, "I've got myself listed right when I say I got a refined nature. I've got all the instincts of a real society lady, and sometimes it irks me awful not to be able to let myself loose and bant like." "Pant?" asked Mr. Gubb. "Bant was the word I used, Mr. Gubb," Syrilla replied. "Maybe you wouldn't guess it, looking at me shovelin' in the edibles this way, but eatin' food is the cruelest thing I have to do. It jars me something terrible. Yes, dearie, what I long for day and night is a chance to take my place in the social stratums I was born for, and bant off the fat like other social ladies is doin' right along. I don't eat food because I like it, Mr. Gubb, but because a lady in a profession like mine has got to keep fatted up. My outside may be fat, Mr. Gubb, but I got a soul inside of me as skinny as any fashionable lady would care to have. And as soon as possible I'm going to quit the road and bant off 600 or 700 pounds. Would you believe it possible that I ain't dared to eat a pickle for over 7 years because it might start me on the thinward road?" "I presume to suppose," said Mr. Gubb politely, "that if you was to be offered a home that was rich with wealth, and I was to take you there and place you beside your parental father, would you refuse?" Mr. Gubb awaited the reply with eagerness. He tried to remain calm, but in spite of himself he was nervous. "Watch me," said Syrilla. "If you could show me a nook like that, you couldn't hold me in this show business with a tent stake and a bull tackle. But that's a rosy dream." "You ain't got a locket with the photo of your mother's picture into it?" asked Mr. Gubb. "No," said Syrilla. "My pa and ma was unknown to me. I dare say they got sick of hearin' me bawl and left me on a doorstep. The first I knew of things was that I was travelin' with a show, representin' a newborn babe in an incubator machine. I was incubated up to the time I was 5 years old, and got too long to go into the glass case." "But someone was your guardian in charge of you, no doubt?" asked Gubb. "I had 40 of them, dearie," said Syrilla. "Whenever money run low, they quit because they couldn't get paid on Saturday night." "Ha," said Mr. Gubb. "And does the name Jones bring back the memory of any remembrance to you?" "No, Mr. Gubb," said Syrilla regretfully, seeing how eager he was. "It don't." "In that state of the case of things," said Mr. Gubb, "I've got to go over to that wagon pole and sit down and think a while. I've got a certain clue I've got to think over and make sure it leads right, and if it does, I'll have something important to say to you." The wagon pole in question was attached to a canvas wagon near by, and Detective Gubb seated himself on it and thought. The sideshow ladies and gentlemen, having finished, entered the sideshow tent, with the exception of Syrilla, who remained to finish her meal. She ate a great deal at meals, before meals, and after meals. Mr. Gubb, from his seat on the wagon pole, looked at Syrilla thoughtfully. He had not the least doubt that Syrilla was the lost daughter of Mr. Jones, or Medderbrook, as he now called himself. The German-American tattoo artist had sworn to complete the eagle by putting its claws on Mr. Jones's daughter, if need be, and here were the claws on Syrilla's arm. But just as it is desirable at times to have a handwriting expert identify a bit of writing, Mr. Gubb felt that if he could prove that the claws tattooed on Syrilla's arm were the work of Mr. Schreckenheim, his case would be complete. He longed for Mr. Schreckenheim's presence, but lacking that, he had a happy idea. Mr. Enderbury, the tattooed man of the sideshow, should be a connoisseur, and would perhaps be able to identify the eagle's claws. Leaving Syrilla still eating, Mr. Gubb entered the sideshow tent. Mr. Enderbury, seated on a blue property case, was engaged in biting the entire row of fingernails on his right hand, and a frown creased his brow. He was enwrapped by a long purple bathrobe, which tied closely about his neck. As he caught sight of Mr. Gubb, he started slightly and doubled his hand into a fist, but he immediately calmed himself and assumed a nonchalant air. As a matter of fact, Mr. Enderbury led a dog's life. For years he had loved Syrilla devotedly, but he was so bashful he had never dared to confess his love to her, and year after year he saw her smile upon one thin man after another. Now it was Mr. Lonergan. Again it was Mr. Winterberry, or it was Mr. Gubb, or Smith, or Jones, or Doe. But for Mr. Enderbury she seemed to have nothing but contempt. Mr. Enderbury had first seen her when she was posing in the infant incubator, and had loved her even then, for he was 20 when she was but 5. The coming of a new rival always affected him as the coming of Mr. Gubb had, but for good reason he hated Mr. Gubb worse than any of the others. "Excuse me for begging your pardon," said Mr. Gubb, "but in the deteckative business questions have to be asked. Have you ever chanced to happen to notice some tattoo work upon the arm of Miss Cyrilla of the sideshow?" "I have," said Mr. Enderbury shortly. "A pair of eagle's claws," said Mr. Gubb. "Can you tell me from your knowledge and belief if the work there done was the work of Mr. Herr Schreckenheim?" "I can tell you if I want to," said Mr. Enderbury. "What do you want to know for?" "If those claws are the work of Mr. Herr Schreckenheim," said Mr. Gubb, "I am prepared to offer to Miss Cyrilla her daughterly place in a home of wealth at Riverbank, Iowa. If those claws are Schreckenheim claws, Miss Cyrilla is the daughter of Mr. Jonas Medderbrook of the said burg, beyond the question of a particle of doubt." Mr. Enderbury looked at Mr. Gubb with surprise. "That's not—" he began. "And if Schreckenheim did those claws, you'll take Cyrilla away from this show forever?" he asked. "I will," said Philo Gubb, "if she desires to wish to go." "Then I have nothing whatever to say," said Mr. Enderbury, and he shut his mouth firmly, nor would he say more. "Do you desire to wish me to understand that they are not the work of Mr. Herr Schreckenheim?" persisted Mr. Gubb. "I have nothing to say," said Mr. Enderbury. "I consider that conclusive circumstantial evidence that they are," said Detective Gubb, and he clanked out of the sideshow. Cyrilla was still seated at the grub table, finishing her meal, and Mr. Gubb seated himself opposite her. As delicately as he could, he told of Jonas Medderbrook and his lost daughter, of the home of wealth that awaited that daughter, and finally of his belief that Cyrilla was that daughter. It was clear that Cyrilla was quite willing to take up a life of refinement and dieting if she was given an opportunity such as Mr. Gubb was able to offer in the name of Jonas Medderbrook, and this being so, he questioned her regarding the eagle's claws. "Mr. Gubb," she said, "I wish to die on the spot if I know how I got them claws tattooed on me. If you ask me, I'll say it was the mystery of my life. They've been on me since I was a little girl, no bigger than—why, who is that?" Mr. Gubb turned his head quickly, but he was not in time to see a plump, good-natured looking little German American slip quickly out of sight behind the cook tent. Neither did he see the glitter of the sun on a large silver golf cup the plump German American carried under his arm. But the German American had recognized Mr. Gubb, even through his disguise of a cowboy. "No matter," said Cyrilla, "but these claws have been on my arm since I was a wee little girl, Mr. Gubb. I always thought they was a trademark of a hospital." "I was not knowingly aware that hospitals had trademarks," said Mr. Gubb. "Maybe they don't," said Cyrilla, "but when I was a small child I had an accident and had to be took to the hospital, and it wasn't until after that that anybody saw the eagle's claws on me. I considered that maybe it was like the mark the laundry puts on a handkerchief it has laundered." "I don't know much about the manners of the ways of hospitals," admitted Mr. Gubb, "and that may be so, but I have another idea. Did you ever hear of Mr. Herr Schreckenheim?" "Only that Mr. Enderbury is always cross on the days of the month that he gets Mr. Schreckenheim's statements of money due. Mr. Schreckenheim is the man that tattooed Mr. Enderbury so beautiful, but poor Mr. Enderbury has never been able to pay him in full." Philo Gubb arose. "I'm going to telegraph Mr. Medderbrook to come on to West Higgins immediately by the 3 p.m. afternoon train," he said, "and you will meet him as your paternal father and arrange to make your home with him as soon as you desire to wish it." At 5 o'clock that afternoon Mr. Medderbrook, escorted by Mr. Gubb, entered the sideshow tent. The lady and gentleman freaks were resting before evening grub, and all were gathered around Cyrilla's platform, for the news that she was to leave the show to enter a home of wealth and refinement had spread quickly. Cyrilla herself was in tears. Now that the time had come, she was loath to part from her kind companions. "I tell you, Mr. Gubb," Mr. Medderbrook said as they entered the sideshow, "if you have indeed found my daughter, you have made me a happy man. You cannot know how lonesome my life has been. Now, which is she?" "She is the female lady in the pink satin dress on the platform," said Mr. Gubb. Mr. Medderbrook looked toward Cyrilla and gasped. "Why, that's the fat woman! That's the fat woman of the sideshow!" he exclaimed. "I thought why, my daughter wouldn't be a fat woman in a sideshow." "But she is," said Mr. Gubb. "Great Scott!" exclaimed Mr. Medderbrook. For years Mr. Medderbrook had retained a memory of his daughter as he had seen her last, a tender babe in long clothes. As he rode toward West Higgins, however, he had thought about his daughter, and he had revised his conception of her. She was older now, of course, and he had finally settled the matter by deciding that she would be a dainty slip of a girl, probably a tightrope walker or one of the toe dancers in the grand spectacle, or perhaps even engaged as the $10,000 beauty. But a fat lady? "Yes," said a voice suddenly. "You bet I was here. And I want my money. Years I have been collecting that bill, and still you owe me. Now I come and you pay me all what you owe me, or I make trouble." The voice came from outside the tent, and with surprising agility Detective Gubb dived under the platform and wriggled under the canvas wall. "I don't owe you a cent," exclaimed the voice of Mr. Enderbury. "I've paid you for every bit of tattoo I have on me." $700 was their contract," cried the voice of Herr Schreckenheim. "Und $10 is due me yet. I want it." "Well, you'll keep on wanting it," said Mr. Enderbury's voice. "Look here. Look at my chest. There's the eagle you did on me. Do you see any claws on it? No, you don't. Well, I'm not going to pay for claws that are not on me. No, sir." "Claws? I do some claws on you, don't I, when I do that eagle?" asked the German American. "Yes, but they're not on me now, are they?" asked Mr. Enderbury. "You can go and collect from the person that has them. What do I care for her now? She's going to quit the circus business. I've paid for all the tattoo that's on me. You go and collect $10 for those claws from Cyrilla." "And how does she get those claws on her?" asked Herr Schreckenheim shrewdly. "I'll tell you how," said Mr. Enderbury. "You remember when Griggs and Barton's circus burned down years ago? Well, Cyrilla was burned in that fire, burned on the arm, and they took her to a hospital, and her arm wouldn't heal. So somebody had to furnish some skin for a skin grafting job, and I did it. The piece they took had those claws on it. That's what happened. I gave those eagle's claws to cure her, and I've hung around her all these years like a faithful dog, and she don't care a hang for me, and now she's going away. Go and collect for those claws from her. I haven't got them. She's going to be rich. She can pay you." Simultaneously there was an exclamation from Mr. Medderbrook, a cry from Cyrilla, and a short, sharp yell from outside the tent. Mr. Gubb entered, spurs first, creeping backward under the canvas. As he backed from under the platform, it was observed that he held a shoe, about number 8 size, in one hand, and that a foot was in the shoe, and the foot on a leg, and the leg on a short, plump, elderly German American, who yelled as he was dragged into the tent on his back. In one hand of the German American was a large silver golf cup with a deep dent on one side. As Mr. Gubb arose to his feet, still holding the German American tattoo artist's foot in his hand, he said, "Mr. Medderbrook, the deteckative business is not always completely satisfactory in all kinds of respects, and it looks as if it appeared that the daughter I found for you is somebody else's. But if you will look at the other end of the assaulter and batterer I have in hand, you will see that I have recovered the silver golf cup trophy once again for the second time. And that," said Mr. Medderbrook as he took the cup from the German American's hand, "is remarkable work. The ordinary detective is usually satisfied to recover stolen property once, but you have recovered this cup twice. The motto of my deteckative business," said Mr. Gubb modestly, "is perfection, no matter how many times." Mr. Gubb might have said more, but he was interrupted by Princess Zozo, the snake charmer, who had walked around Syrilla and unhooked two of the hooks at the top of Cyrilla's low-necked gown. "Look!" she exclaimed, and she pointed to a second pair of eagle's claws tattooed between Cyrilla's shoulder blades. Without a word, Mr. Medderbrook took $500 from his purse and handed them to Mr. Schreckenheim. "That pays you for the cup," he said, and then, turning to Cyrilla, "Come to my arms, my long-lost daughter." After Cyrilla had hugged her father affectionately, Mr. Gubb and the freaks laid him on the ground, and by fanning him vigorously were able to bring him back to life. Mr. Medderbrook's first act upon opening his eyes was to hold out his hand to Mr. Gubb. "Thank you, Gubb," he panted. "It's a big price, but I'll keep my word. The $10,000 shall be yours." "Into ordinary circumstances," said Mr. Gubb gravely, $10,000 would be a largely big price to pay for recovering back a lost daughter, Mr. Medderbrook. But into the present case it don't amount to more than $10 per pound of daughter, which ain't a largely great rate per pound." End of The Eagle's Claws by Ellis Parker Butler.
A Christmas Fantasy with a Moral. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Brown. A Christmas Fantasy with a Moral by Thomas Bailey Aldrich. Originally from The Century, Volume 43, Issue 2, 1891. Her name was Mildred Wentworth, and she lived on the slope of Beacon Hill, in one of those old-fashioned, swell-front houses which have the inestimable privilege of looking upon Boston Common. It was Christmas afternoon, and she had gone up to the Blue Room on the 4th floor in order to make a careful inspection in solitude of the various gifts that had been left in her slender stocking and at her bedside the previous night. Mildred was in some respects a very old child for her age, which she described as being 7:30, and had a habit of spending hours alone in the large front chamber occupied by herself and the governess. This day the governess had gone to keep Christmas with her own family in South Boston, and it so chanced that Mildred had been left to dispose of her time as she pleased during the entire afternoon. She was well content to have the opportunity, for fortune had treated her magnificently, and it was deep satisfaction, after the excitement of the morning, to sit in the middle of that spacious room with its 3 windows overlooking the pearl-crusted trees in the common, and examine her treasures without any chance of interruption. The looms of Kashmir and the workshops of Germany, the patient Chinaman, and the irresponsible polar bear had alike contributed to those treasures. Among other articles was a small square box, covered with mottled paper and having an outlandish, mysterious aspect, as if it belonged to a magician. When you loosened the catch of this box, possibly supposing it to contain bonbons of a superior quality, there sprang forth a terrible little monster, with a drifting white beard like a snowstorm, round emerald green eyes, and a pessimistic expression of countenance generally, as though he had been reading Tolstoy or Schopenhauer. This abrupt personage, whose family name was Heliogabulus, was known for simplicity's sake as Jumping Jack,
and though the explanation of the matter is beset with difficulties, it is not to be concealed that he held a higher place in the esteem of Miss Wentworth than any of her other possessions, not excluding a tall wax doll, fin de siècle, with a pallid complexion and a profusion of blonde hair. Titania was not more in love with Nick Bottom, the weaver, than Mildred with Jumping Jack. It was surely not his personal beauty that won her, for he had none. It was not his intellect, for intellect does not take up its abode in a forehead of such singular construction as that of Jumping Jack. But whatever the secret charm was, it worked. On a more realistic stage than this, we see analogous cases every day. Perhaps Oberon still exercises his fairy craft in our material world, and scatters at will upon the eyelids of mortals the magic distillation of that little western flower which will make or man or woman dadly dote upon the next live creature that it sees. For an hour or so Mildred amused herself sufficiently by shutting Heliogabalus up in the box and letting him spring out again. Then she grew weary of the diversion, and finally began to lose patience with her elastic companion, because he was unable to crowd himself into the box and undo the latch with his own fingers. This was extremely unreasonable, but so was Mildred made. "How tedious you are!" she cried at last. "You dull little old man! I don't see how I ever came to like you. I don't like you any more, with your glass eyes and your silly pink mouth always open and never saying the least thing. What do you mean, sir, by standing and staring at me in that tiresome way? You look enough like Dobbs the butcher to be his brother, or to be Dobbs himself. I wonder you don't up and say, 'Steak or chops, mum?' Dear me, I wish you really had some life in you, and could move about, and talk with me, and make yourself agreeable. Do be alive." Mildred gave a little laugh at her own absurdity, and then, being an imaginative creature, came presently to regard the idea as not altogether absurd, and finally as not absurd at all. If a bough that has been frozen to death all winter can put forth blossoms in the spring, why might not an inanimate object, which already possessed many of the surface attributes of humanity, and possibly some of the internal mechanism, add to itself the crowning gift of speech? In view of the daily phenomena of existence, would that be so very astonishing? Of course the problem took a simpler shape than this in Mildred's unsophisticated thought. She folded her hands in her lap, and, rocking to and fro, reflected how pleasant it would be if Jumping Jack, or her doll, could come to life, like the marble lady in the play, and do some of the talking. What wonderful stories Jumping Jack would have to tell, for example. He must have had no end of remarkable adventures before he lost his mind. Probably the very latest intelligence from Lilliput was in his possession, and perhaps he was even now vainly trying to deliver himself of it. His fixed, open mouth hinted as much. The land of the pygmies, in the heart of darkest Africa, just then widely discussed in the newspapers, was of course familiar ground to him. How interesting it would be to learn at first hand of the manners and customs of those little folk. Doubtless he had been a great traveler in foreign parts. The label, in German text, on the bottom of his box, showed that he had recently come from Munich. Munich! What magic there was in the very word! As Mildred rocked to and fro, her active little brain weaving the most grotesque fancies, a drowsiness stole over her. She was crooning to herself fainter and fainter, and every instant drifting nearer to the shadowy reefs on the western coast of nowhere, when she heard a soft, inexplicable rustling sound close at her side. Mildred lifted her head quickly, just in time to behold Heliogabalus describe a graceful curve in the air and land lightly in the midst of her best Dresden china tea set. "Ho, ho!" he cried, in a voice preternaturally gruff for an individual not above 5 inches in height. "Ho, ho!" And he immediately began to throw Mildred's cups and saucers and plates all about the apartment. "Oh, you horrid, wicked little man!" cried Mildred, starting to her feet. "Stop it!" "Oh, you cross little girl!" returned the dwarf, with his family leer. "You surprise me!" And another plate crashed against the blue-flowered wallpaper. "Stop it!" she repeated, and then to herself, "It's a mercy I waked up just when I did." "Patience, my child. I'm coming there shortly to smooth your hair and kiss you." "Do!" screamed Mildred, stooping to pick up a large Japanese crystal, which lay absorbing the wintry sunlight at her feet. When Heliogabalus saw that, he retired to the farther side of his tenement, peeping cautiously over the top and around the corner, and disappearing altogether whenever Mildred threatened to throw the crystal at him. Now Miss Wentworth was naturally a courageous girl, and when she perceived that the pygmy was afraid of her, she resolved to make an example of him. He was such a small affair that it really did not seem worth while to treat him with much ceremony. He had startled her at first, his manners had been so very violent, but now that her pulse had gone down, she regarded him with calm curiosity, and wondered what he would do next. "Listen," he said presently, in a queer differential way, as he partly emerged from his hiding-place. "I came to request the hand of Mademoiselle yonder," and nodding his head in the direction of Blondella, the doll, he retreated bashfully. "Her?" cried Mildred, aghast. "You are very nice, but I can't marry out of my own set, you know," observed Heliogabalus, invisible behind his breastwork. This shyness was mere dissimulation, as his subsequent behavior proved. "Who would have thought it?" murmured Mildred to herself, and as she glanced suspiciously at Blondella, sitting bolt upright between the windows, with her back against the mop-board, Mildred fancied that she could almost detect a faint roseate hue stealing into the waxen cheek. "Who would have thought it?" And then, addressing Jumping Jack, she cried, "Come here directly, you audacious person!" And she stamped her foot in a manner that would have discouraged most suitors. But Heliogabalus, who had now seated himself on the lid of his box, and showed no trace of his late diffidence, smiled superciliously as he twisted off a bit of wire that protruded from the heel of one of his boots. This effrontery increased Miss Wentworth's indignation, and likewise rather embarrassed her. Perhaps he was not afraid of her after all, in which case he was worth nothing as an example. "I will brush you off and tread on you," she observed tentatively, as if she were addressing an insect. "Oh, indeed," he rejoined, derisively, crossing his legs. "I will!" cried Mildred, making an impulsive dash at him. Though taken at a disadvantage, the mannequin eluded her with surprising ease. His agility was such as to render it impossible to determine whether he was an old young man or a very young old man. Mildred eyed him doubtfully for a moment, and then gave chase. Away went the quaint little figure, now darting under the brass bedstead, now dodging around the legs of the table, and now slipping between the feet of his pursuer at the instant she was on the point of laying hand on him. Owing doubtless to some peculiarity of his articulation, each movement of his limbs was accompanied by a rustling, wiry sound, like the faint reverberation of a banjo string, somewhere in the distance. Heliogabalus may have been a person with no great conversational gift, but his gymnastic acquirements were of the first order. Mildred not only could not catch him, but she could not restrain the mannequin from meanwhile doing all kinds of desultory mischief. For in the midst of his course he would pause to overturn her tin kitchen, or shy a plate across the room, or give a vicious twitch to the lovely golden hair of Blondella, in spite of, perhaps in consequence of, his recent tender advances. It was plain that in eluding Mildred, he was prompted by caprice rather than by fear. "If things go on in this way," she reflected, "I shan't have anything left. If I could only get the dreadful little creature into a corner. There goes my tureen! What shall I do?" To quit the room, even for a moment, in order to call for assistance at the head of the staircase, where, moreover, her voice was not likely to reach anyone, was to leave everything at the mercy of that small demon. Mildred was out of breath with running, and ready to burst into tears with exasperation, when a different mode of procedure suggested itself to her. She would make believe that she was no longer angry, and possibly she could accomplish by cunning what she had failed to compass by violence. She would consent, at least seem to consent, to let him marry Blondella, though he had lately given no signs of very fervid attachment. Beyond this, Mildred had no definite scheme, when the story of the fisherman and the evil Afrite flashed upon her memory from the pages of the Arabian Nights. Her dilemma was exactly that of the unlucky fisherman, and her line of action should be the same, with such modification as the exigencies might demand. As in his case, too, there was no time to be lost. An expression of ineffable benevolence and serenity instantly overspread the features of Miss Wentworth. She leaned against the wardrobe and regarded Jumping Jack with a look of gentle reproach. "I thought you were going to be interesting," she remarked softly. "Ain't I interesting?" asked the goblin, with a touch of pardonable sensitiveness. "No," said Mildred candidly, "you are not. Perhaps you try to be. That's something, to be sure, though it's not everything. Oh, I don't want to touch you," she went on with an indifferent toss of her curls. "How old are you?" "Ever so old and ever so young." "Truly? How very odd to be both at once. Can you read?" "Never tried." "I'm afraid your parents didn't bring you up very well," reflected Mildred. "I speak all languages. The little folk of every age and every country understand me." "You're a great traveler, then." "I should say so." "You don't seem to carry much baggage about with you. I suppose you belong somewhere, and you keep your clothes there. I really should like to know where you came from, if it's all the same to you." "Out of that box, my dove," replied Jumping Jack, having become affable in his turn. "Never!" exclaimed Mildred, with a delightful air of incredulity. "I hope I may die," declared Heliogabalus, laying one hand on the left breast of his mainspring. "I don't believe it," said Mildred confidently. "Ho, ho! You're too tall and too wide and too fluffy. I don't mean to hurt your feelings, but you are fluffy, and I just want you to stop that ho-hoing. No, I don't believe it." "You don't you? Behold!" And placing both hands on the floor, Heliogabalus described a circle in the air and neatly landed himself in the box. He was no sooner in than Mildred clapped down the lid and seated herself upon it, victoriously. In the suddenness of her movement she had necessarily neglected to fasten the catch, but that was a detail that could be attended to later. Meanwhile, she was mistress of the situation, and could dictate terms. One thing was resolved. Jumping Jack was never to jump again. Tomorrow he should be thrown into the Charles at the foot of Mount Vernon Street, in order that the tide might carry him out to sea. What would she not have given if she could have sealed him up with that talismanic seal of Solomon, which held the cruel Married so securely in his brazen casket? Of course, it was not in Mildred's blood to resist the temptation to tease her captive a little. "Now, Mr. Jack, I guess I've got you where you belong. If you are not an old man this very minute, you will be when you get out. You wanted to carry off my Blondella, did you? The idea! I hope you're quite comfortable." "Let me out!" growled Heliogabalus, in his deepest bass. "I couldn't think of it, dear. You are one of those little boys that shouldn't be either seen or heard, and I don't want you to speak again, for I'm sitting on your head, and your voice goes right through me. So you will please remember not to speak unless you are spoken to." And Mildred broke into the merriest laugh imaginable, recollecting how many times she herself had been extinguished by the same instructions. But Mildred's triumph was premature, for the little man in the box was as strong as a giant in a dime museum, and now that he had fully recovered his breath, he began pushing in a most systematic manner with his head and shoulders, and Mildred, to her great consternation, found herself being slowly lifted up on the lid of the box, do what she might. In a minute or two more she must inevitably fall off, and Jumping Jack would have her, and what mercy could she expect at his hands after her treatment of him? She was lost. Mildred stretched out her arms in despair, gave a shriek, and opened her eyes, which had been all the while as tightly shut as a couple of morning glories at sundown. She was sitting on a rug in the middle of the room. Though the window panes were still flushed with the memory of the winter sunset, the iridescent lights had faded out in the Japanese crystal at her feet. She was not anywhere near the little imp. There he was over by the fireplace, staring at nothing in his usual senseless fashion. Not a piece of crockery had been broken, not a chair upset, and Blondella, the too fascinating Blondella, had not had a single tress disarranged. Mildred drew a long breath of relief. What had happened? Had she been dreaming? She was unable to answer the question, but as she abstractedly shook out the creases in the folds of her skirt, she remarked to herself that she did not care, on the whole, to have any of her things come to life. Certainly not Jumping Jack. Just then, the splintering of an icicle on the window ledge outside sent a faint whiteness into her cheek, and caused her to throw a quick, apprehensive glance toward the fireplace. After an instant's hesitation, Mildred, unconsciously dragging Blondella by the hair, stole softly from the room, where the spectres of the twilight were beginning to gather rather menacingly, and went downstairs to join the family and relate her strange adventure. The analysis of Miss Wentworth's dream, if it were a dream, for later on she declared it was not, and hurriedly gave Heliogabalus to an unpleasant small boy who lived next door, the analysis of her dream, I repeat, shows strong traces of a moral. Indeed, the residuum is purely of that stringent quality. Heliogabalus must be accepted as the symbol of an ill-considered desire realized. The earnestness with which Miss Wentworth invoked the phantasm and the misery that came of it are a common experience. Painfully to attain possession of what we do not want, and then painfully to waste our days in attempting to rid ourselves of it, seems to be a part of our discipline here below. I know a great many excellent persons who are spending the latter moiety of life in the endeavor to get their particular Jumping Jack snugly back into its box again. End of A Christmas Fantasy with a Moral. Recorded by Paul Brown, Lambala, Finland, December 4th, 2009.
The Adventure of the Second Stain by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Adventure of the Second Stain by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. I had intended The Adventure of the Abbey Grange to be the last of those exploits of my friend Mr. Sherlock Holmes which I should ever communicate to the public. This resolution of mine was not due to any lack of material, since I have notes of many hundreds of cases to which I have never alluded. Nor was it caused by any waning interest on the part of my readers in the singular personality and unique methods of this remarkable man. The real reason lay in the reluctance which Mr. Holmes has shown to the continued publication of his experiences. So long as he was in actual professional practice, the records of his successes were of some practical value to him. But since he has definitely retired from London and betaken himself to study and bee-farming on the Sussex Downs, notoriety has become hateful to him, and he has peremptorily requested that his wishes in this matter should be strictly observed. It was only upon my representing to him that I had given a promise that The Adventure of the Second Stain should be published when the times were ripe, and pointing out to him that it is only appropriate that this long series of episodes should culminate in the most important international case which he has ever been called upon to handle, that I at last succeeded in obtaining his consent that a carefully guarded account of the incident should at last be laid before the public. If, in telling the story, I seem to be somewhat vague in certain details, the public will readily understand that there is an excellent reason for my reticence. It was, then, in a year, and even in a decade that shall be nameless, that upon one Tuesday morning in autumn we found two visitors of European fame within the walls of our humble room in Baker Street. The one, austere, high-nosed, eagle-eyed, and dominant, was none other than the illustrious Lord Beringer, twice Premier of Britain. The other, dark, clear-cut, and elegant, hardly yet of middle age, and endowed with every beauty of body and of mind, was the Right Honourable Trelawney Hope, Secretary for European Affairs, and the most rising statesman in the country. They sat side by side upon our paper-littered settee, and it was easy to see from their worn and anxious faces that it was business of the most pressing importance which had brought them. The Premier's thin, blue-veined hands were clasped tightly over the ivory head of his umbrella, and his gaunt, ascetic face looked gloomily from Holmes to me. The European Secretary pulled nervously at his moustache, and fidgeted with the seals of his watch-chain. "When I discovered my loss, Mr. Holmes, which was at 8 o'clock this morning, I at once informed the Prime Minister. It was at his suggestion that we have both come to you." "Have you informed the police?" "No, sir," said the Prime Minister, with the quick, decisive manner for which he was famous. "We have not done so, nor is it possible that we should do so. To inform the police must, in the long run, mean to inform the public. This is what we particularly desire to avoid." "And why, sir?" "Because the document in question is of such immense importance that its publication might very easily, I might almost say probably, lead to European complications of the utmost moment. It is not too much to say that peace or war may hang upon the issue. Unless its recovery can be attended with the utmost secrecy, then it may as well not be recovered at all. For all that is aimed at by those who have taken it is that its contents should be generally known." "I understand. Now, Mr. Trelawney Hope, I shall be most obliged if you would tell me exactly the circumstances under which this document disappeared." "That can be done in a very few words, Mr. Holmes. The letter, for it was a letter from a foreign potentate, was received 6 days ago. It was of such importance that I have never left it in my safe, but have taken it across each evening to my house in Whitehall Terrace, and kept it in my bedroom in a locked dispatch-box. It was there last night. Of that I am certain. I actually opened the box while I was dressing for dinner, and saw the document inside. This morning it was gone. The dispatch-box had stood beside the glass upon my dressing-table all night. I am a light sleeper, and so is my wife. We are both prepared to swear that no one could have entered the room during the night. And yet I repeat, the paper is gone." "And what time did you dine?" 7:30. "How long was it before you went to bed?" "My wife had gone to the theatre. I waited up for her. It was 11:30 before we went to our room." "Then for 4 hours the dispatch-box had lain unguarded?" "No one is ever permitted to enter that room save the housemaid in the morning, and my valet or my wife's maid during the rest of the day. They are both trusty servants who have been with us for some time. Besides, neither of them could possibly have known that there was anything more valuable than the ordinary departmental papers in my dispatch-box." "Who did know of the existence of that letter?" "No one in the house." "Surely your wife knew?" "No, sir. I had said nothing to my wife until I missed the paper this morning." The Premier nodded approvingly. "I have long known, sir, how high is your sense of public duty," said he. "I am convinced that in the case of a secret of this importance it would arise superior to the most intimate domestic ties." The European Secretary bowed. "You do me no more than justice, sir. Until this morning I have never breathed one word to my wife upon this matter." "Could she have guessed?" "No, Mr. Holmes, she could not have guessed, nor could anyone have guessed." "Have you lost any documents before?" "No, sir." "Who is there in England who did know of the existence of this letter?" "Each member of the Cabinet was informed of it yesterday, but the pledge of secrecy which attends every Cabinet meeting was increased by the solemn warning which was given by the Prime Minister. Good heavens, to think that within a few hours I should myself have lost it!" His handsome face was distorted with a spasm of despair, and his hands tore at his hair. For a moment we caught a glimpse of the natural man, impulsive, ardent, keenly sensitive. The next, the aristocratic mask was replaced, and the gentle voice had returned. "Besides the member of the Cabinet, there are 2 or possibly 3 departmental officials who knew of the letter. No one else in England, Mr. Holmes, I assure you." "But abroad?" I believe that no one abroad has seen it save the man who wrote it. I am well convinced that his ministers, that the usual official channels have not been employed." Holmes considered for some little time. "Now, sir, I must ask you more particularly what this document is, and why its disappearance should have such momentous consequences." The two statesmen exchanged a quick glance, and the Premier's shaggy eyebrows gathered in a frown. "Mr. Holmes, the envelope is a long, thin one of pale blue colour. There is a seal of red wax stamped with a crouching lion. It is addressed in large, bold handwriting to—" "I fear, sir," said Holmes, "that interesting and indeed essential as these details are, my inquiries must go more to the root of things. What was the letter?" "That is a state secret of the utmost importance, and I fear that I cannot tell you, nor do I see that it is necessary. If by the aid of the powers which you are said to possess you can find such an envelope as I describe, with its enclosure, you will have deserved well of your country, and earned any reward which it lies in our power to bestow." Sherlock Holmes rose with a smile. "You are two of the most busy men in the country," said he, "and in my own small way I have also a good many calls upon me. I regret exceedingly that I cannot help you in this matter, and any continuation of this interview would be a waste of time." The Premier sprang to his feet with that quick, fierce gleam of his deep-set eyes before which a cabinet has cowered. "I am not accustomed, sir," he began, but mastered his anger and resumed his seat. For a minute or more we all sat in silence. Then the old statesman shrugged his shoulders. "We must accept your terms, Mr. Holmes. No doubt you are right, and it is unreasonable for us to expect you to act unless we give you our entire confidence." "I agree with you," said the younger statesman. "Then I will tell you, relying entirely upon your honour and that of your colleague Dr. Watson. I may appeal to your patriotism also, for I could not imagine a greater misfortune for the country than that this affair should come out. You may safely trust us. The letter, then, is from a certain foreign potentate who has been ruffled by some recent colonial developments of this country. It has been written hurriedly and upon his own responsibility entirely. Inquiries have shown that his ministers know nothing of the matter. At the same time, it is couched in so unfortunate a manner, and certain phrases in it are of so provocative a character, that its publication would undoubtedly lead to a most dangerous state of feeling in this country. There will be such a ferment, sir, that I do not hesitate to say that within a week of the publication of that letter, this country will be involved in a great war." Holmes wrote a name upon a slip of paper and handed it to the Premier. "Exactly, it was he, and it is this letter which may well mean the expenditure of 1,000 millions and the lives of 100,000 men, which has become lost in this unaccountable fashion. Have you informed of the sender?" "Yes, sir, a cipher telegram has been dispatched." "Perhaps he desires the publication of the letter?" "No, sir, we have strong reason to believe that he already understands that he has acted in an indiscreet and hot-headed manner. It would be a greater blow to him and to his country than to us, if this letter were to come out." "If this is so, whose interest is it that the letter should come out? Why should anyone desire to steal it or to publish it?" "There, Mr. Holmes, you take me into regions of high international politics. But if you consider the European situation, you will have no difficulty in perceiving the motive. The whole of Europe is an armed camp. There is a double league which makes a fair balance of military power. Great Britain holds the scales. If Britain were driven into war with one confederacy, it would assure the supremacy of the other confederacy, whether they join in the war or not. Do you follow?" "Very clearly. It is, then, the interest of the enemies of this potentate to secure and publish this letter, so as to make a breach between his country and ours?" "Yes, sir." "And to whom would this document be sent if it fell into the hands of an enemy?" "To any of the great chancelleries of Europe. It is probably speeding on its way thither at the present instant, as fast as steam can take it." Mr. Trelawney Hope dropped his head on his chest and groaned aloud. The Premier placed his hand kindly upon his shoulder. "It is your misfortune, my dear fellow. No one can blame you. There is no precaution which you have neglected. Now, Mr. Holmes, you are in full possession of the facts. What course do you recommend?" Holmes shook his head mournfully. "You think, sir, that unless this document is recovered, there will be war?" "I think it is very probable." "Then, sir, prepare for war." "That is a hard saying, Mr. Holmes." "Consider the facts, sir. It is inconceivable that it was taken after 11:30 at night, since I understand that Mr. Hope and his wife were both in the room from that hour until the loss was found out. It was taken, then, yesterday evening between 7:30 and 11:30, probably near the earlier hour, since whoever took it evidently knew that it was there and would naturally secure it as early as possible. Now, sir, if a document of this importance were taken at that hour, where can it be now? No one has any reason to retain it. It has been passed rapidly on to those who need it. What chance have we now to overtake it, or even to trace it? It is beyond our reach." The Prime Minister rose from the settee. "What you say is perfectly logical, Mr. Holmes. I feel that the matter is indeed out of our hands. Let us presume for argument's sake that the document was taken by the maid or by the valet. They are both old and tried servants. I understand you to say that your room is on the second floor, that there is no entrance from without, and that from within no one could go up unobserved. It must then be somebody in the house who has taken it. To whom would the thief take it? To one of several international spies and secret agents whose names are tolerably familiar to me. There are 3 who may be said to be the heads of their profession. I will begin my research by going round and finding if each of them is at his post. If one is missing, especially if he has disappeared since last night, we will have some indication as to where the document has gone." "Why should he be missing?" asked the European Secretary. "He would take the letter to an embassy in London as likely as not." "I fancy not. These agents work independently, and their relations with the embassies are often strained." The Prime Minister nodded his acquiescence. "I believe you are right, Mr. Holmes. He would take so valuable a prize to headquarters with his own hands. I think that your course of action is an excellent one. Meanwhile, Hope, we cannot neglect all our other duties on account of this one misfortune. Should there be any fresh developments during the day, we shall communicate with you, and you will no doubt let us know the results of your own inquiries." The 2 statesmen bowed and walked gravely from the room. When our illustrious visitors had departed, Holmes lit his pipe in silence, and sat for some time lost in the deepest thought. I had opened the morning paper, and was immersed in a sensational crime which had occurred in London the night before, when my friend gave an exclamation, sprang to his feet, and laid his pipe down upon the mantelpiece. "Yes," said he, "there is no better way of approaching it. The situation is desperate, but not hopeless. Even now, if we could be sure which of them has taken it, it is just possible that it has not yet passed out of his hands. After all, it is a question of money with these fellows, and I have the British Treasury behind me. If it's on the market, I'll buy it, if it means another penny on the income tax. It is conceivable that the fellow might hold it back to see what bids come from this side before he tries his luck on the other. There are only those 3 capable of playing so bold a game. There are Oberstein, La Rothiere, and Eduardo Lucas. I will see each of them." I glanced at my morning paper. "Is that Eduardo Lucas of Godolphin Street?" "Yes." "You will not see him." "Why not?" "He was murdered in his house last night." My friend has so often astonished me in the course of our adventures that it was a sense of exultation that I realized how completely I had astonished him. He stared in amazement, and then snatched the paper from my hands. This was the paragraph which I had been engaged in reading when he rose from his chair. "Murder in Westminster. A crime of mysterious character was committed last night at 16 Godolphin Street, one of the old-fashioned and secluded rows of 18th-century houses which lie between the river and the Abbey, almost in the shadow of the great tower of the Houses of Parliament. This small but select mansion has been inhabited for some years by Mr. Eduardo Lucas, well known in society circles both on account of his charming personality and because he has the well-deserved reputation of being one of the best amateur tenors in the country. Mr. Lucas is an unmarried man, 34 years of age, and his establishment consisted of Mrs. Pringle, an elderly housekeeper, and of Mitten, his valet. The former retires early and sleeps at the top of the house. The valet was out for the evening, visiting a friend at Hammersmith. From 10 o'clock onward, Mr. Lucas had the house to himself. What occurred during that time has not yet transpired, but at 11:45, Police Constable Barrett, passing along Godolphin Street, observed that the door of number 16 was ajar. He knocked, but received no answer. Perceiving a light in the front room, he advanced into the passage and again knocked, but without reply. He then pushed open the door and entered. The room was in a state of wild disorder, the furniture being all swept to one side, and one chair lying on its back in the centre. Beside this chair, and still grasping one of its legs, lay the unfortunate tenant of the house. He had been stabbed to the heart, and must have died instantly. The knife with which the crime had been committed was a curved Indian dagger, plucked down from a trophy of Oriental arms which adorned one of the walls. Robbery does not appear to have been the motive of the crime, for there had been no attempt to remove the valuable contents of the room. Mr. Eduardo Lucas was so well known and popular that his violent and mysterious fate will arouse painful interest and intense sympathy in a widespread circle of friends. "Well, Watson, what do you make of this?" asked Holmes, after a long pause. "It is an amazing coincidence." "Coincidence? Here is one of the 3 men whom we have named as possible actors in this drama, and he meets a violent death during the very hours when we know that this drama was being enacted. The odds are enormous against its being coincidence. No figures could express them. No, my dear Watson, the 2 events are connected, must be connected. It is for us to find the connection." "But now the official police must know all." "No, not at all. They know all they see at Godolphin Street. They know, and shall know, nothing of Whitehall Terrace. Only we know of both events, and can trace the relation between them. There is one obvious point which would in any case have turned my suspicions against Lucas. Godolphin Street, Westminster, is only a few minutes' walk from Whitehall Terrace. The other secret agents whom I have named live in the extreme West End. It was easier, therefore, for Lucas than for the others to establish a connection, or receive a message from the European Secretary's household. A small thing, and yet where events are compressed into a few hours it may prove essential. Hello, what have we here?" Mrs. Hudson had appeared with a lady's card upon her salver. Holmes glanced at it, raised his eyebrows, and handed it over to me. "Ask Lady Hilda Trelawney Hope if she will be kind enough to step up," said he. A moment later our modest apartment, already so distinguished that morning, was further honoured by the entrance of the most lovely woman in London. I had often heard of the beauty of the youngest daughter of the Duke of Belminster, but no description of it, and no contemplation of colourless photographs, had prepared me for the subtle, delicate charm, and the beautiful colouring of that exquisite head. And yet, as we saw it that autumn morning, it was not its beauty which would be the first thing to impress the observer. The cheek was lovely, but it was paled with emotion. The eyes were bright, but it was the brightness of fever. The sensitive mouth was tight and drawn in an effort after self-command. Terror, not beauty, was what sprang first to the eye as our fair visitor stood framed for an instant in the open door. "Has my husband been here, Mr. Holmes?" "Yes, madam, he has been here." "Mr. Holmes, I implore you not to tell him that I came here." Holmes bowed coldly and motioned the lady to a chair. "Your ladyship places me in a very delicate position. I beg that you will sit down and tell me what you desire, but I fear that I cannot make any unconditional promise." She swept across the room and seated herself with her back to the window. It was a queenly presence, tall, graceful, and intensely womanly. "Mr. Holmes," she said, and her white glove's hands clasped and unclasped as she spoke, "I will speak frankly to you in the hope that it may induce you to speak frankly to me in return. There is complete confidence between my husband and me on all matters, save one. That one is politics. On this his lips are sealed. He tells me nothing. Now, I am aware that there was a most deplorable occurrence in our house last night. I know that a paper has disappeared, but because the matter is political, my husband refuses to take me into his complete confidence. Now it is essential, I say, that I should thoroughly understand it. You are the only other person, save only these politicians, who knows the true facts. I beg you, then, Mr. Holmes, to tell me exactly what has happened and what it will lead to. Tell me all, Mr. Holmes. Let no regard for your client's interests keep you silent, for I assure you that his interests, if you would only see it, will be best served by taking me into his complete confidence. What was this paper which was stolen? Madam, what you ask me is really impossible. She groaned, and sank her face in her hands. You must see that this is so, madam. If your husband thinks fit to keep you in the dark over this matter, is it for me, who has only learned the true facts under the pledge of professional secrecy, to tell what he has withheld? It is not fair to ask it. It is him whom you must ask. I have asked him. I come to you as a last resource. But without your telling me anything definite, Mr. Holmes, you may do a great service if you would enlighten me on one point. What is it, madam? Is my husband's political career likely to suffer through this incident? Well, madam, unless it is set right, it may certainly have a very unfortunate effect. Ah! She drew in her breath sharply, as one whose doubts are resolved. One more question, Mr. Holmes. From an expression which my husband dropped in the first shock of this disaster, I understand that terrible public consequences might arise from the loss of this document. If he said so, I certainly cannot deny it. Of what nature are they? Nay, madam, there again you ask me more than I can possibly answer. Then I will take up no more of your time. I cannot blame you, Mr. Holmes, for having refused to speak more freely, and you on your side will not, I am sure, think the worst of me because I desire, even against his will, to share my husband's anxieties. Once more, I beg that you will say nothing of my visit. She looked back at us from the door, and I had a last impression of that beautiful haunted face, the startled eyes, then the drawn mouth. Then she was gone. Now, Watson, the fair sex is your department, said Holmes with a smile, when the dwindling frou-frou of skirts had ended in the slam of the front door. What was the fair lady's game? What did she really want? Surely her own statement is clear, and her anxiety very natural. Think of her appearance, Watson, her manner, her suppressed excitement, her restlessness, her tenacity in asking questions. Remember that she comes of a caste who do not lightly show emotion. She was certainly much moved. Remember also the curious earnestness with which she assured us that it was best for her husband that she should know all. What did she mean by that? And you must have observed, Watson, how she manoeuvred to have the light at her back. She did not wish us to read her expression. Yes, she chose the only chair in the room. And yet the motives of women are so inscrutable. You remember the woman at Margate whom I suspected for the same reason? No powder on her nose. That proved to be the correct solution. How can you build on such a quicksand? Their most trivial action may mean volumes, or their most extraordinary conduct made upon a hairpin or a curling tongs. Good morning, Watson. You're off? Yes, I will while away the morning at Godolphin Street with our friends of the regular establishment. With Eduardo Lucas lies the solution of our problem, though I must admit that I have not an inkling as to what form it may take. It is a capital mistake to theorize in advance of the facts. Do you stay on guard, my good Watson, and receive any fresh visitors. I'll join you at lunch if I am able. All that day, and the next, Holmes was in a mood which his friends would call taciturn, and others morose. He ran out and ran in, smoked incessantly, played snatches on his violin, sank into reveries, devoured sandwiches at irregular hours, and hardly answered the casual questions which I put to him. It was evident to me that things were not going well with him or his quest. He would say nothing of the case, and it was from the papers that I learned the particulars of the inquest, and the arrest with the subsequent release of John Mitten, the valet of the deceased. The coroner's jury brought in the obvious wilful murder, but the parties remained as unknown as ever. No motive was suggested. The room was full of articles of value, but none had been taken. The dead man's papers had not been tampered with. They were carefully examined and showed that he was a keen student of international politics, an indefatigable gossip, a remarkable linguist, and an untiring letter-writer. He had been on intimate terms with the leading politicians of several countries, but nothing sensational was discovered among the documents which filled his drawers. As to his relations with women, they appeared to have been promiscuous but superficial. He had many acquaintances among them, but few friends, and no one whom he loved. His habits were regular, his conduct inoffensive. His death was an absolute mystery, and likely to remain so. As to the arrest of John Mitten, the valet, it was a counsel of despair as an alternative to absolute inaction. But no case could be sustained against him. He had visited friends in Hammersmith that night. The alibi was complete. It is true that he started home at an hour which should have brought him to Westminster before the time when the crime was discovered, but his own explanation that he had walked part of the way seemed probable enough in view of the fineness of the night. He had actually arrived at 12 o'clock, and appeared to be overwhelmed by the unexpected tragedy. He had always been on good terms with his master. Several of the dead man's possessions, notably a small case of razors, had been found in the valet's boxes, but he explained that they had been presents from the deceased, and the housekeeper was able to corroborate the story. Mitten had been in Lucas's employment for 3 years. It was noticeable that Lucas did not take Mitten on the continent with him. Sometimes he visited Paris for 3 months on end, but Mitten was left in charge of the Godolphin Street house. As to the housekeeper, she had heard nothing on the night of the crime. If her master had a visitor, he had himself admitted him. So, for 3 mornings the mystery remained, so far as I could follow it in the papers. If Holmes knew more, he kept his own counsel. But since he told me that Inspector Lestrade had taken me into his confidence in the case, I knew that he was in close touch with every development. Upon the 4th day, there appeared a long telegram from Paris which seemed to solve the whole question. "A discovery has just been made by the Parisian police," said the Daily Telegraph, "which raises the veil which hung round the tragic fate of Mr. Eduardo Lucas, who met his death by violence last Monday night at Godolphin Street, Westminster. Our readers will remember that the deceased gentleman was found stabbed in his room, and that some suspicion attached to his valet, but that the case broke down on an alibi. Yesterday a lady, who has been known as Madame Henri Fournet, occupying a small villa in the Rue Austerlitz, was reported to the authorities by her servants as being insane. An examination showed she had indeed developed mania of a dangerous and permanent form. On inquiry, the police have discovered that Madame Henri Fournet only returned from a journey to London on Tuesday last, and there is evidence to connect her with the crime at Westminster. A comparison of photographs has proved conclusively that Monsieur Henri Fournet and Eduardo Lucas were really one and the same person, and that the deceased had for some reason lived a double life in London and Paris. Madame Fournet, who is of Creole origin, is of an extremely excitable nature, and has suffered in the past from attacks of jealousy which have amounted to frenzy. It is conjectured that it was in one of these that she committed the terrible crime which has caused such a sensation in London. Her movements upon the Monday night have not yet been traced, but it is undoubted that a woman answering to her description attracted much attention at Charing Cross Station on Tuesday morning by the wildness of her appearance and the violence of her gestures. It is probable, therefore, that the crime was either committed when insane, or that its immediate effect was to drive the unhappy woman out of her mind. At present she is unable to give any coherent account of the past, and the doctors hold out no hopes of the re-establishment of her reason. There is, however, evidence that a woman, who might have been Madame Fournet, was seen for some hours upon Monday night watching the house in Godolphin Street. "What do you think of that, Holmes?" I read the account aloud to him when he finished his breakfast. "My dear Watson," said he, as he rose from the table and paced up and down the room, "you are most long-suffering, but if I have told you nothing in the last 3 days, it is because there is nothing to tell. Even now this report from Paris does not help us much." "Surely it is final as regards the man's death. The man's death is a mere incident, a trivial episode in comparison with our real task, which is to trace this document and save a European catastrophe. Only one important thing has happened in the last 3 days, and that is that nothing has happened. I get reports almost hourly from the government, and it is certain that nowhere in Europe is there any sign of trouble. Now, if this letter were loose— no, it can't be loose. But if it isn't loose, where can it be? Who has it? Why is it held back? That's the question that beats in my brain like a hammer. Was it indeed a coincidence that Lucas should meet his death on the night when the letter disappeared? Did the letter ever reach him? If so, why is it not among his papers? Did this mad wife of his carry it off with her? If so, is it in her house in Paris? How can I search for it without the French police having their suspicions aroused? It is a case, my dear Watson, where the law is as dangerous to us as the criminals are. Every man's hand is against us, and yet the interests at stake are colossal. Should I bring it to a successful conclusion, it will certainly represent the crowning glory of my career. Ah, here is my latest from the front. He glanced hurriedly at the note which had been handed in. Halloa! Lestrade seems to have observed something of interest. Put on your hat, Watson, and we will stroll down together to Westminster. It was my first visit to the scene of the crime, a high, dingy, narrow-chested house, prim, formal, and solid, like the century which gave it birth. Lestrade's bulldog features gazed out at us from the front window, and he greeted us warmly when a big constable had opened the door and let us in. The room into which we were shown was that in which the crime had been committed, but no trace of it now remained, save an ugly, irregular stain upon the carpet. This carpet was a small, square drugget in the centre of the room, surrounded by a broad expanse of beautiful, old-fashioned wood flooring in square blocks, highly polished. Over the fireplace was a magnificent trophy of weapons, one of which had been used on that tragic night. In the window was a sumptuous writing desk, and every detail of the apartment, the pictures, the rugs, and the hangings, all pointed to a taste which was luxurious to the verge of effeminacy. "Seen the Paris news?" asked Lestrade. Holmes nodded. "Our French friends seem to have touched the spot this time. No doubt it's just as they say. She knocked at the door. Surprise visit, I guess, for he kept his life in watertight compartments. He let her in, couldn't keep her in the street. She told him how she had traced him, reproached him. One thing led to another, and then with that dagger so handy the end soon came. It wasn't all done in an instant, though, for these chairs were all swept over yonder, and he had one in his hand as if he had tried to hold her off with it. We got it all clear as if we'd seen it." Holmes raised his eyebrows. "And yet you have sent for me?" Yes, that's another matter. A mere trifle, but the sort of thing you take an interest in. Queer, you know, and what you might call freakish. It's nothing to do with the main fact. Can't have, on the face of it." "What is it, then?" "Well, you know, after a crime of this sort, we are very careful to keep things in their possession. Nothing has been moved. Officer in charge here day and night. This morning, as the man was buried and the investigation over, so far as this room is concerned, we thought we could tidy up a bit. This carpet, you see, it's not fastened down, and it just laid there. We had occasion to raise it. We found—" "Yes, you found—" Holmes's face grew tense with anxiety. "Well, I'm sure you would never guess in 100 years what we did find. You see that stain on the carpet? Well, a great deal must have soaked through, must it not?" "Undoubtedly it must." "Well, you will be surprised to hear that there is no stain on the white woodwork to correspond." "No stain? But there must—" "Yes, so you would say, but the fact remains that there isn't." He took the corner of the carpet in his hand, and turning it over, he showed us that it was indeed as he said. "But the underside is as stained as the upper. It must have left a mark." Lestrade chuckled with delight at having puzzled the famous expert. "Now I'll show you the explanation. There is a second stain, but it does not correspond with the other. See for yourself." As he spoke, he turned over another portion of the carpet, and there, sure enough, was a great crimson spill upon the square white facing of the old-fashioned floor. "What do you make of that, Mr. Holmes?" "Oh, why, it is simple enough. The two stains did correspond, but the carpet has been turned round. As it was square and unfastened, it was easily done. The official police don't need you, Mr. Holmes, to tell them that the carpet must have been turned round. That's clear enough, for the stains lie above each other, if you lay it over this way. But what I want to know is, who shifted the carpet, and why?" I could see from Holmes' rigid face that he was vibrating with inward excitement. "Look here, Lestrade," said he, "has that constable in the passage been in charge of the place all the time?" "Yes, he has." "Well, take my advice. Examine him carefully. Don't do it before us. We'll wait here. You take him into the back room. You'll be more likely to get a confession out of him alone. Ask him how he dared to admit people and leave them alone in this room. Don't ask him if he has done it. Take it for granted. Tell him you know someone has been here. Press him. Tell him that a full confession is his only chance of forgiveness. Do exactly what I tell you." "By George, if he knows, I'll have it out of him," cried Lestrade. He darted into the hall, and a few moments later his bullying voice sounded from the back room. "Now, Watson, now!" cried Holmes with frenzied eagerness. All the demoniacal force of the man masked behind that listless manner burst out in a paroxysm of energy. He tore the drugget from the floor, and in an instant was down on his hands and knees, clawing at each of the squares of wood beneath it. One turned sideways as he dug his nails into the edge of it. It hinged back like the lid of a box. A small black cavity opened beneath it. Holmes plunged his eager hand into it and drew it out with a bitter snarl of anger and disappointment. It was empty. "Quick, Watson, quick! Get it back again!" The wooden lid was replaced, and the drugget had only just been drawn straight when Lestrade's voice was heard in the passage. He found Holmes leaning languidly against the mantelpiece, resigned and patient, endeavouring to conceal his irrepressible yawns. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Holmes. I can see that you're bored to death with the whole affair. Well, he has confessed all right. Come in here, Macpherson. Let these gentlemen hear of your most inexcusable conduct." The big constable, very hot and penitent, sidled into the room. "I meant no harm, sir. I'm sure the young woman came into the door last evening, mistook the house, she did, and then we got talking. It's lonesome when you're on duty here all day." "Well, what happened then?" "She wanted to see where the crime was done, had read about it in the papers, she said. She was a very respectable, well-spoken young woman, sir, and I saw no harm in letting her have a peep. When she saw that mark on the carpet, down she dropped on the floor and lay as if she were dead. I ran to the back and got some water, but I couldn't bring her to. Then I went round the corner to the ivy plant for some brandy. By the time I brought it back, the young woman had recovered and was off. Ashamed of herself, I dare say, and dared not face me." "How about moving that drugget?" "Well, sir, it was a bit rumpled, certainly, when I came back. You see, she fell on it, and it lies on a polished floor with nothing to keep it in place. I straightened it out afterwards." "It's a lesson to you that you can't deceive me, Constable Macpherson," said Lestrade with dignity. "No doubt you thought that your breach of duty could never be discovered, and yet a mere glance at that drugget was enough to convince me that someone had been admitted to the room. It's lucky for you, my man, that nothing is missing, or you would find yourself in Queer Street. I'm sorry to have to call you down over such a petty business, Mr. Holmes, but I thought the point of the second stay not corresponding with the first would interest you." "Certainly it was most interesting. Has this woman only been here once, Constable?" "Oh, yes, sir, only once." "Who was she?" "I don't know the name, sir. Was answering an advertisement about typewriting and came to the wrong number. Very pleasant, genteel young woman, sir." "Tall? Handsome?" "Yes, sir, she was a well-grown young woman. I suppose you might say she was handsome. Perhaps some would say she was very handsome. 'How, officer, do let me have a peep,' says she. She had pretty coaxing ways, as you might say, and I thought there was no harm in letting her just put her head through the door." "How was she dressed?" "Quiet, sir. A long mantle down to her feet." "What time was it?" "It was just growing dusk at the time. They were lighting the lamps as I came back with the brandy." "Very good," said Holmes. "Come, Watson, I think that we have more important work elsewhere." As we left the house, Lestrade remained in the front room while the repentant constable opened the door to let us out. Holmes turned on the step and held up something in his hand. The constable stared intently. "Good Lord, sir!" he cried with amazement on his face. Holmes put his finger on his lips, replaced his hand in his breast pocket, and burst out laughing as we turned down the street. "Excellent," said he. "Come, friend Watson, the curtain rings up for the last act. You will be relieved to hear that there will be no war, that the Right Honourable Trelawney Hope will suffer no setback in his brilliant career, that the indiscreet sovereign will receive no punishment for his indiscretion, that the Prime Minister will have no European complication to deal with, and that with a little tact and management upon our part, nobody will be a penny the worse for what might have been a very ugly incident." My mind filled with admiration for this extraordinary man. "You have solved it!" I cried. "Hardly that, Watson. There are some points which are as dark as ever, but we have so much that it will be our own fault if we cannot get the rest. We will go straight to Whitehall Terrace and bring the matter to a head." When we arrived at the residence of the European Secretary, it was for Lady Hilda Trelawney Hope that Sherlock Holmes inquired. We were shown into the morning-room. "Mr. Holmes," said the lady, and her face was pink with her indignation, "this is surely most unfair and ungenerous upon your part. I desired, as I have explained, to keep my visit to you a secret, lest my husband should think that I was intruding into his affairs. And yet you compromise me by coming here and so showing that there are business relations between us. Unfortunately, madam, I had no possible alternative. I have been commissioned to recover this immensely important paper. I must therefore ask you, madam, to be kind enough to place it in my hands." The lady sprang to her feet, with the colour all dashed in an instant from her beautiful face. Her eyes glazed. She tottered. I thought that she would faint. Then with a grand effort she rallied from the shock, and a supreme astonishment and indignation chased every other expression from her features. You insult me, Mr. Holmes." "Come, come, madam, it is useless. Give up the letter." She darted to the bell. "The butler shall show you out." "Do not ring, Lady Hilda. If you do, then all my earnest efforts to avoid a scandal will be frustrated. Give up the letter and all will be set right. If you will work with me, I can arrange everything. If you work against me, I must expose you." She stood grandly defiant, a queenly figure, her eyes fixed upon his, as if she would read his very soul. Her hand was on the bell, but she had forborne to ring it. "You are trying to frighten me. It is not a very manly thing, Mr. Holmes, to come here and browbeat a woman. You say that you know something. What is it that you know?" "Pray sit down, madam. You will hurt yourself there if you fall. I will not speak until you sit down." "Thank you." "I give you 5 minutes, Mr. Holmes." "1 is enough, Lady Hilda. I know of your visit to Eduardo Lucas, of your giving him this document, of your ingenious return to the room last night, and of the manner in which you took the letter from the hiding-place under the carpet." She stared at him with an ashen face, and gulped twice before she could speak. You are mad, Mr. Holmes. You are mad," she cried at last. He drew a small piece of cardboard from his pocket. It was the face of a woman cut out of a portrait. "I have carried this because I thought it might be useful," said he. "The policeman has recognized it." She gave a gasp, and her head dropped back in the chair. "Come, Lady Hilda, you have the letter. The matter may still be adjusted. I have no desire to bring trouble to you. My duty ends when I have returned the lost letter to your husband. Take my advice and be frank with me. It is your only chance." Her courage was admirable. Even now she would not own defeat. "I tell you again, Mr. Holmes, that you are under some absurd illusion." Holmes rose from his chair. "I am sorry for you, Lady Hilda. I have done my best for you. I can see that it is all in vain." He rang the bell. The butler entered. "Is Mr. Trelawney Hope at home?" "He'll be home, sir, at 1:15. Holmes glanced at his watch. "Still 1/4 of an hour," said he. "Very good, I shall wait." The butler had hardly closed the door behind him when Lady Hilda was down on her knees at Holmes's feet, her hands outstretched, her beautiful face upturned and wet with her tears. "Oh, spare me, Mr. Holmes, spare me!" she pleaded, in a frenzy of supplication. "For heaven's sake, don't tell him. I love him so. I would not bring one shadow on his life, and this I know would break his noble heart." Holmes raised the lady. "I am thankful, madam, that you have come to your senses even at this last moment. There is not an instant to lose. Where is the letter?" She darted across to a writing-desk, unlocked it, and drew out a long blue envelope. "Here it is, Mr. Holmes. Would to heaven I had never seen it." "How can we return it?" Holmes muttered. "Quick, quick, we must think of some way. Where is the dispatch box?" "Still in his bedroom." "What a stroke of luck! Quick, madam, bring it here." A moment later she had appeared with a red, flat box in her hand. "How did you open it before? You have a duplicate key?" "Yes, of course you have. Open it." From out of her bosom Lady Hilda had drawn a small key. The box flew open. It was stuffed with papers. Holmes thrust the blue envelope deep down into the heart of them, between the leaves of some other document. The box was shut, locked, and returned to the bedroom. "Now we are ready for him," said Holmes. "We have still 10 minutes. I am going far to screen you, Lady Hilda. In return, you will spend the time in telling me frankly the real meaning of this extraordinary affair." "Mr. Holmes, I will tell you everything," cried the lady. "Oh, Mr. Holmes, I would cut off my right hand before I gave him a moment of sorrow. There is no woman in all London who loves my husband as I do, and yet if he knew how I had acted, how I have been compelled to act, he would never forgive me. For his own honour stands so high that he could not forget or pardon a lapse in another. Help me, Mr. Holmes. My happiness, his happiness, our very lives are at stake." "Quick, madam, the time grows short." "It was a letter of mine, Mr. Holmes, an indiscreet letter written before my marriage, a foolish letter, a letter of an impulsive, loving girl. I meant no harm, and yet he would have thought it criminal. Had he read that letter, his confidence would have been forever destroyed. It is years since I wrote it. I had thought that the whole matter was forgotten. Then at last I heard from this man, Lucas, that it had passed into his hands, and that he would lay it before my husband. I implored his mercy. He said that he would return my letter if I would bring him a certain document which he described in my husband's dispatch box. He had some spy in the office who had told him of his existence. He assured me that no harm could come to my husband. Put yourself in my position, Mr. Holmes. What was I to do? Take your husband into your confidence. I could not, Mr. Holmes, I could not. On the one side seemed certain ruin, on the other, terrible as it seemed to take my husband's paper, still in a matter of politics I could not understand the consequences, while in a matter of love and trust they were only too clear to me. I did it, Mr. Holmes. I took an impression of his key. This man, Lucas, furnished a duplicate. I opened his dispatch box, took the paper, and conveyed it to Gandolphin Street. What happened there, madam? I tapped at the door as agreed. Lucas opened it. I followed him into his room, leaving the hall door ajar behind me, for I feared to be alone with the man. I remember that there was a woman outside as I entered. Our business was soon done. He had my letter on his desk. I handed him the document. He gave me the letter. At this instant there was a sound at the door. There were steps in the passage. Lucas quickly turned back the drugget, thrust the document into some hiding-place there, and covered it over. What happened after that is like some fearful dream. I have a vision of a dark, frantic face, of a woman's voice which screamed in French, "My waiting is not in vain. At last, I have found you with her." There was a savage struggle. I saw him with a chair in his hand. A knife gleamed in hers. I rushed from the horrible scene, ran from the house, and only next morning in the paper did I learn the dreadful result. That night I was happy, for I had my letter, and I had not seen yet what the future would bring. It was the next morning that I realized that I had only exchanged one trouble for another. My husband's anguish at the loss of his paper went to my heart. I could hardly prevent myself from there and then kneeling down at his feet and telling him what I had done. But that again would mean a confession of the past. I came to you that morning in order to understand the full enormity of my offence. From the instant that I grasped it, my whole mind was turned to the one thought of getting back my husband's paper. It must still be where Lucas had placed it, for it was concealed before this dreadful woman entered the room. If it had not been for her coming, I should not have known where his hiding-place was. How was I to get into the room? For 2 days I watched the place, but the door was never left open. Last night I made a last attempt. What I did, and how I succeeded, you have already learned. I brought the paper back with me, and thought of destroying it, since I could see no way of returning it without confessing my guilt to my husband. Heavens, I hear his step upon the stair! The European secretary burst excitedly into the room. "Any news, Mr. Holmes? Any news?" he cried. "I have some hopes." "Oh, thank heaven!" His face became radiant. "The Prime Minister is lunching with me. May he share your hopes? He has nerves of steel, and yet I know that he has hardly slept since this terrible event. Jacobs, will you ask the Prime Minister to come up? As to you, dear, I fear that this is a matter of politics. We'll join you in a few minutes in the dining-room." The Prime Minister's manner was subdued, but I could see by the gleam of his eyes and the twitchings of his bony hands that he shared the excitement of his young colleague. "I understand that you have something to report, Mr. Holmes." "Purely negative as yet," my friend answered. "I have inquired at every point where it might be, and I am sure that there is no danger to be apprehended." "But that is not enough, Mr. Holmes. We cannot live for ever on such a volcano. We must have something definite." "I am in hopes of getting it. That is why I am here. The more I think of the matter, the more convinced I am that the letter has never left this house." "Mr. Holmes!" "If it had, it would certainly have been public by now." "But why should anyone take it in order to keep it in this house?" "I am not convinced that anybody did take it." "Then how could it leave the dispatch box?" "I am not convinced that it ever did leave the dispatch box." Mr. Holmes, this joking is very ill-timed. You have my assurance that it left the box." "Have you examined the box since Tuesday morning?" "No, it was not necessary." "You may conceivably have overlooked it." "Impossible, I say." "But I am not convinced of it. I have known such things to happen. I presume there are other papers there. Well, it may have got mixed with them." "It was on the top." "Someone may have shaken the box and displaced it?" "No, no, I had everything out." "Oh, surely it is easily decided, Hope," said the Premier. "Let us have the dispatch box brought in." The secretary rang the bell. "Jacobs, bring down my dispatch box. This is a farcical waste of time, but still, if nothing else will satisfy you, it shall be done." "Thank you, Jacobs. Put it here. I've always had the key on my watch chain. Here are the papers you see. Letters from Lord Merrow, report from Sir Charles Hardy, memorandum from Belgrade, note on the Russo-German grain taxes, letter from Madrid, note from Lord Good heavens, what is this? Lord Bellinger! Lord Bellinger!" The Premier snatched the blue envelope from his hand. "Yes, it is it, and the letter is intact. Hope, I congratulate you." "Oh, thank you, thank you. What a weight from my heart. But this is inconceivable. Impossible. Mr. Holmes, you are a wizard, a sorcerer. How did you know it was there?" "Because I knew it was nowhere else." "I cannot believe my eyes." He ran wildly to the door. "Where's my wife? I must tell her that all is well. Hilda! Hilda!" We heard his voice on the stairs. The Premier looked at Holmes with twinkling eyes. "Come, sir," said he, "there is more in this than meets the eye. How came the letter back in the box?" Holmes turned away, smiling from the keen scrutiny of those wonderful eyes. "We also have our diplomatic secrets," said he, and picking up his hat, he turned to the door. End of The Adventure of the Second Stain. Recording by Simon Evers.
A Case of Identity by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Om123. A Case of Identity by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. "My dear fellow," said Sherlock Holmes as we sat on either side of the fire in his lodgings at Baker Street, "life is infinitely stranger than anything which the mind of man could invent. We would not dare to conceive the things which are really mere commonplaces of existence. If we could fly out of that window hand in hand, hover over this great city, gently remove the roofs, and peep in at the queer things which are going on, the strange coincidences, the plannings, the cross-purposes, the wonderful chains of events, working through generations, and leading to the most outrageous results, It would make all fiction with its conventionalities and forcing conclusions most stale and unprofitable. And yet I am not convinced of it, I answered. The cases which come to light in the papers are, as a rule, bald enough and vulgar enough. We have in our police reports realism pushed to its extreme limits, and yet the result is, it must be confessed, neither fascinating nor artistic. A certain selection and discretion must be used in producing a realistic effect, remarked Holmes. This is one thing in our police report, where most stress is laid perhaps on the platitude of the magistrate than upon the details, which to an observer contain the vital essence of the whole matter. Depend upon it, there is nothing so unnatural as the commonplace. I smiled and shook my head. I can quite understand your thinking so, I said. Of course, in your position of unofficial advisor and helper to everybody who is absolutely puzzled throughout 3 continents, you are brought in contact with all that is strange and bizarre. But here, I picked up the morning paper from the ground. Let us put it to a practical test. Here is the first heading upon which I come: a husband's cruelty to his wife. There is half a column of print, but I know that reading it that it is all perfectly familiar to me. There is of course the other woman, the drink, the push, the blow, the bruise, the sympathetic sister or landlady. The crudest of writers could invent nothing more crude. Indeed, your example is an unfortunate one for argument, said Holmes, taking the paper and glancing his eye down it. This is the Dundas separation case, and as it happens I was engaged in clearing up some small points in connection with it. The husband was a teetotaler. There was no other woman, and the conduct complained of was that he had drifted into the habit of winding up every meal by taking out his false teeth and hurling them at his wife, which you will allow is not an action likely to occur to the imagination of the average storyteller. Take a pinch of snuff, doctor, and acknowledge that I have scored over you in your example. He held out his snuff box of old gold, with a great amethyst in the center of the lid. Its splendor was in such contrast to his homely ways and simple life that I could not help commenting upon it. "Ah," said he, "I forgot that I hadn't seen you for some weeks. It is a little souvenir from the King of Bohemia in return for my assistance in the case of the Irene Adler papers." "And the ring?" I asked, glancing at a remarkable brilliant which sparkled upon his finger. "It was from the reigning family of Holland, though the matter in which I served him was of such delicacy that I cannot confide it even to you, who have been good enough to chronicle 1 or 2 of my little problems." "And have you any on hand just now?" I asked with interest. "Some 10 or 12, but none which present any feature of interest. They are important, you understand, without being interesting. Indeed, I have found that it is usually in unimportant matters that there is a field for observation, and for a quick analysis of cause and effect, which gives the germ to an investigation. The larger the crimes are apt to be the simpler, for the bigger the crime, the more obvious as a rule is the motive. In these cases, save for one rather intricate matter which has been referred to me from Marseille, there is nothing which presents any features of interest. It is possible, however, that I may have something better before very minutes are over, for this is one of my clients, or I am much mistaken." He had risen from his chair and was standing between the parted blinds, gazing down into the dull, neutral-tinted London street. Looking over his shoulder, I saw that on the pavement opposite there stood a large woman with a heavy furrow around her neck, and a large curling red feather in a broad-brimmed hat which was tilted in a coquettish Duchess of Devonshire fashion over her ear. From under this great panoply she peeped up in a nervous, hesitating fashion at her windows, while her body oscillated backward and forward, and her fingers fidgeted with her glove buttons. Suddenly, with a plunge, as of the swimmer who leaves the bank, she hurried across the road, and we heard the sharp clang of the bell. "I have seen those symptoms before," said Holmes, throwing a cigarette into the fire. "Oscillation upon the pavement always means an affaire de coeur. She would like advice, but is not sure that the matter is not too delicate for communication. And yet, even here we may discriminate. When a woman has been seriously wronged by a man, she no longer oscillates, and the usual symptom is a broken bell-wire. Here we may take it that there is a love matter, but that the maiden is not so much angry as perplexed or grieved, But here she comes in person to resolve our doubts." As he spoke, there was a tap at the door, and a boy in buttons entered to announce Miss Mary Sutherland, while the lady herself loomed behind a small black figure, like a full-sail merchantman behind a tiny pilot boat. Sherlock Holmes welcomed her with the easy courtesy for which he was remarkable, and having closed the door and bowed her into an armchair, he looked her over in the minute and yet abstracted fashion which was peculiar to him. "Do you not find," he said, "that with your short sight it is a little trying to do so much typewriting?" "I did at first," she answered, "but now I know where the letters are without looking." Then suddenly realizing the full purport of his words, she gave a violent start and looked up, with fear and astonishment, upon her broad, good-humoured face. "You have heard about me, Mr. Holmes," she cried, "else how could you know all that?" "Never mind," said Holmes, laughing. "It is my business to know things. Perhaps I have trained myself to see what others overlook. If not, why should you come to consult me?" "I came to you, sir, because I heard of you from Mrs. Ettridge, whose husband you found so easy when the police and everyone had given him up for dead. Oh, Mr. Holmes, I wish you would do as much for me. I am not rich, but still I have 100 a year in my own right, besides the little that I make by the machine, and I would give it all to know what has become of Mr. Hosmer Angel." "Why did you come here to consult me in such a hurry?" asked Sherlock Holmes, with his fingertips together and his eyes to the ceiling. Again a startled look came over the somewhat vacuous face of Miss Mary Sutherland. "Yes, I did bang out of the house," she said, "for it made me angry to see the easy way in which Mr. Windibank, that is my father, took it all. He would not go to the police, and he would not go to you, and so at last, as he would do nothing, and kept on saying that there was no harm done, it made me mad, and I just on with my things and came right away to you." "Your father," said Holmes. "Your stepfather, surely, since the name is different." "Yes, my stepfather. I call him father, though it sounds funny too, for he is only 5 years and 2 months older than myself." "And your mother is alive?" "Oh yes, mother is alive and well. I wasn't best pleased, Mr. Holmes, when she married again so soon after father's death, and a man who was nearly 15 years younger than herself. Father was a plumber in the Tottenham Court Road, and he left a tidy business behind him, which mother carried on with Mr. Hardy, the foreman. But when Mr. Windibank came, he made her sell the business, for he was very superior, being a traveller in wines. They got pound 4,700 for the goodwill and interest, which wasn't near as much as father could have got if he had been alive." I had expected to see Sherlock Holmes impatient under this rambling and inconsequential narrative, but on the contrary, he had listened with the greatest concentration of attention. "Your own little income," he asked, "does it come out of the business?" "Oh no, sir. It is quite separate, and was left me by my Uncle Ned in Auckland. It is a New Zealand stock, paying 4.5%. £2,500 was the amount, but I can only touch the interest." "You interest me extremely," said Holmes, "and since you draw so large a sum as 100 a year, with what you earn into the bargain, you would no doubt travel a little and indulge yourself in every way. I believe that a single lady can get on very nicely upon an income of about £60. "I could do it much less than that, Mr. Holmes, but you understand that as long as I live at home I don't wish to be a burden to them, and so they have the use of the money just while I am staying with them. Of course that is only just for the time. Mr. Windibank draws my interest every quarter and pays it over to mother, and I find that I can do pretty well with what I earn at typewriting. It brings me 2 pounds a sheet, and I can often do from 15 to 20 sheets in a day." "You have made your position very clear to me," said Holmes. "This is my friend Dr. Watson, before whom you can speak as freely as before myself. Kindly tell us now all about your connection with Mr. Hosmer and jail." A flush stole over Miss Sutherland's face, and she picked nervously at the fringe of her jacket. "I met him first at the gas-fitters' ball," she said. "They used to send father tickets when he was alive, and then afterwards they remembered us and sent them to mother. Mr. Windibank did not wish us to go. He never did wish us to go anywhere. He would get quite mad if I wanted so much as to join a Sunday school treat. But this time I was set on going, and I would go, for what right had he to prevent? He said the folk were not fit for us to know, when all father's friends were to be there. And he said that I had nothing fit to wear, when I had my purple plus that I had never so much as taken out of the drawer. At last, when nothing else would do, he went off to France upon the business of the farm. But we went, mother and I, with Mr. Hardy, who used to be our foreman, and it was there I met Mr. Hosmer Angel. I suppose, said Holmes, that when Mr. Windibank came back from France he was very annoyed at your having gone to the ball. Oh, well, he was very good about it. He laughed, I remember, and shrugged his shoulders, and said there was no use denying anything to a woman, for she would have her way. I see. Then at a gasfitters' ball you met, as I understand, a gentleman called Mr. Hosmer Angel. Yes, sir. I met him that night, and he called next day to ask if we had got home all safe. And after that we met him. That is to say, Mr. Holmes, I met him twice for walks. But after that father came back again, and Mr. Hosmer Angel could not come to the house any more. No? Well, you know, father did not like anything of that sort. He would not have any visitors if he could help it. And he used to say that a woman should be happy in her own family circle. But then, as I used to say to mother, a woman wants her own circle to begin with, and I had not got mine yet. But how about Mr. Hosmer Angel? Did he make no attempt to see you? Well, father was going off to France again in a week, and Hosmer wrote and said that it would be safer and better not to see each other until he had gone. We could write in the meantime, and he used to write every day. I took the letters in the morning, so there was no need for father to know. Were we engaged to the gentleman at this time? Oh yes, Mr. Holmes, we were engaged after the first work that we took. Hosmer, Mr. Angel, was a cashier in an office in Leadenhall Street. And what office? That is the worst of it, Mr. Holmes. I don't know. Where did he live then? He slept on the premises. And you don't know his address? No, except that it was Leadenhall Street. Where did you address your letters then? To the Leadenhall Street post office, to be left till called for. He said that if they were sent to the office he would be chaffed by all the other clerks about having letters from a lady. So I offered to typewrite them, like he did his. But he wouldn't have that, for he said that when I wrote them they seemed to come from me. But when they were typewritten he always felt that the machine had come between us. That'll just show you how fond he was of me, Mr. Holmes, and the little things that he would think of. It was most suggestive, said Holmes. It has long been an axiom of mine that the little things are infinitely the most important. Can you remember any other little things about Mr. Hosmer Angel? He was a very shy man, Mr. Holmes. He would rather walk with me in the evening than in the daylight, for he said that he hated to be conspicuous. Very retiring and gentlemanly he was. Even his voice was gentle. He had quinsy and swollen glands when he was young, he told me, and it had left him with a weak throat and a hesitating, whispering fashion of speech. He was always well dressed, very neat and plain, but his eyes were weak, just as mine are, and he wore tinted glasses against the glare. Well, and what happened when Mr. Windibank, your stepfather, returned to France? Mr. Hosmer Angel came to the house again and proposed that we should marry before father came back. He was in dreadful earnest, and made me swear, with my hands on the testament, that whatever happened I'd always be true to him. Mother said he was quite right to make me swear, and that it was a sign of his passion. Mother was all in his favor from the first, and was even fonder of him than I was. Then when they talked of marrying within the week, I began to ask about father. But they both said never to mind about father, but just to tell him afterwards. And mother said she would make it all right with him. I didn't quite like that, Mr. Holmes. It seemed funny that I should ask his leave, as he was only a few years older than me, but I didn't want to do anything on the sly. So I wrote to father at Bordeaux, where the company had its France offices. But the letter came back to me on the very morning of the wedding. It missed him then. Yes, sir, for he had started to England just before it arrived. That was unfortunate. Your reading was arranged then for the Friday. Was it to be in church? Yes, sir, but very quietly. It was to be at St. Saviour's, near King's Cross, and we were to have breakfast afterwards at St. Pancras Hotel. Hosmer came for us in a hansom, but as there were two of us, he put us both into it and stepped himself into a four-wheeler, which happened to be the only other cab in the street. We got to the church first, and when the four-wheeler drove up, we waited for him to step out, but he never did, and when the cabman got down from the box and looked, there was no one there. The cabman said he could not imagine what had become of him, for he had seen him get in with his own eyes. That was last Friday, Mr. Holmes, and I have never seen or heard anything since then to throw any light upon what had become of him. It seems to me that you have been very shamefully treated, said Holmes. Oh, no, sir. He was too good and kind to leave me so. Why, all the morning he was saying to me that whatever happened I was to be true, and that if something quite unforeseen occurred to separate us, I was always to remember that I was pledged to him, and that he would claim his place sooner or later. It seems strange talk for a wedding morning, but what has happened since gives a meaning to it. Most certainly it does. Your opinion is then that some unforeseen catastrophe has occurred to him. Yes, sir, I believe that he foresaw some danger, or else he would not have talked so. And then I think that what he foresaw had happened. But you have no notion as to what it could have been. None. One more question. How did your mother take the matter? She was angry, and said that I was never to speak of the matter again. And your father? Did you tell him? Yes, and he seemed to think with me that something had happened, and that I should hear of Hosmer again. As he said, what interest could anyone have in bringing me to the doors of the church, and then leaving me? Now, if he had borrowed my money, or if he had married me and got my money settled on him, there might be some reason. But Hosmer was very independent about money, and never would look at a shilling of mine. And yet, what could have happened? And why could he not write? Oh, it drives me half mad to think of it, and I can't sleep a wink at night. She pulled a little handkerchief out of her muff and began to sob heavily into it. I shall glance into the case for you, said Holmes, rising, and I have no doubt that we shall reach some definite result. Let the weight of the matter rest upon me now, and do not let your mind dwell upon it further. Above all, try to let Mr. Hosmer Angel vanish from your memory, as he has done from your life. And you don't think I'll see him again? I fear not. Then what has happened to him? You'll leave that question in my hands. I should like an accurate description of him and any letters of his which you can spare. I advertised for him in last Saturday's Chronicle, said she. Here is the slip, and here are 4 letters from him. Thank you. And your address? Number 31 Lion Place, Camberwell. Mr. Angel's address you never had, I understand. Where is your father's place of business? He travels for Westhouse and Marbank, the great claret importers of Fenchurch Street. Thank you. You have made your statement very clearly. You will leave the papers here, and remember the advice which I have given you. Let the whole incident be a sealed book, and do not allow it to affect your life. You are very kind, Mr. Holmes, but I cannot do that. I shall be true to Hosmer. He shall find me ready when he comes back. For all the preposterous hat and the vacuous face, there was something noble in the simple fate of our visitor which compelled our respect. She laid her little bundle of papers upon the table, and went her way, with a promise to come again whenever she might be summoned. Sherlock Holmes sat silent for a few minutes with his fingertips still pressed together, his legs stretched out in front of him, and his gaze directed upward to the ceiling. Then he took down from the rack the old and the oily clay pipe which was to him as a counsellor, and having lit it, he leaned back in his chair, with the thick blue cloud wreaths spinning up from him, and a look of infinite languor in his face. Quite an interesting study, that maiden, he observed. I found her more interesting than her little problem, which by the way is rather a trite one. You will find parallel cases if you consult my index. In Andover in 77, and there was something of the sort at The Hague last year. Old as is the idea, however, there were one or two details which were new to me, but the maiden herself was most instructive. We appeared to read a good deal upon her which was quite invisible to me, I remarked. Not invisible, but unnoticed, Watson. You did not know where to look, and so you missed all that was important. I can never bring you to realize the importance of sleeves, the suggestiveness of thumbnails, or the great issues that may hang from a bootlace. Now, what did you gather from that woman's appearance? Describe it. Well, she had a slate-colored, broad-brimmed straw hat, with a feather of brickish red. Her jacket was black, with black beads sewn upon it, and a fringe of little black jet ornaments. Her dress was brown, rather darker than coffee color, with a little purple plush at the neck and sleeves. Her gloves were greyish and were worn through at the right forefinger. Her boots I did not observe. She had small, round, hanging gold earrings, and a general air of being fairly well-to-do in a vulgar, comfortable, easy-going way. Sherlock Holmes clapped his hands softly together and chuckled. "On my word, Watson, you are coming along wonderfully. You have really done very well indeed. It is true that you have missed everything of importance, but you have hit upon the method. And you have a quick eye for colour. Never trust to general impressions, my boy, but concentrate yourself upon details. My first glance is always at a woman's sleeve. In a man, it is perhaps better first to take the knee of the trouser. As you observe, this woman had plush upon her sleeves, which is a most useful material for showing traces. The double line a little above the wrist, where the typewriter presses against the table, was beautifully defined. The sewing machine of the hand type leaves a similar mark, but only on the left arm, and on the side of it furthest from the thumb, instead of being right across the broadest spot as this was. I then glanced at her face, and observing the dint of a pince nez at either side of her nose, I ventured a remark upon short sight and typewriting which seemed to surprise her. It surprised me, but surely it was obvious. I wasn't much surprised and interested on glancing down to observe that, though the boots which she was wearing were not unlike each other, they were really odd ones, the one having a slightly decorated toe cap and the other a plain one. One was buttoned only in the 2 lower buttons out of 5, and the other at the 1st, 3rd, and 5th. Now when you see that a young lady, otherwise neatly dressed, has come away from home with odd boots, half-buttoned, it is no great deduction to say that she came away in a hurry. "And what else?" I asked, keenly interested, as I always was, by my friend's incisive reasoning. I noted in passing that she had written a note before leaving home, but after being fully dressed. You observed that her right glove was torn at her forefinger, but you did not apparently see that both glove and finger were stained with violet ink. She had written in a hurry and dipped her pen too deep. It must have been this morning, or the mark would not remain clear upon the finger. All this is amusing, though rather elementary. But I must go back to business, Watson. Would you mind reading me the advertised description of Mr. Hosmer and Zell? I held a little printed slip to the light. "Missing," it said. "On the morning of the 14th, a gentleman named Hosmer Angel, about 5 feet 7 inches in height, strongly built, sallow complexion, black hair, a little bald in the center, bushy, black side whiskers and mustache, tinted glasses, slightly infirmity of speech, was dressed when last seen in black frock coat faced with silk, black waistcoat, gold Albert chain, and grey Harris tweed trousers, with brown gaiters over elastic side boots. Known to have been employed in an office in Leadenhall Street. Anybody bringing—" "That will do," said Holmes. "As to the letters," he continued, glancing over them, "they are very commonplace. Absolutely no clue in them to Mr. Angel, save that he quotes Balzac once. There is one remarkable point, however, which will no doubt strike you." "They are typewritten," I remarked. "Not only that, but the signature is typewritten. Look at the neat little Hosmer Angel at the bottom. There is a date, you see, but no superscription except Leadenhall Street, which is rather vague. The point of a signature is very suggestive. In fact, we may call it conclusive. Of what? My dear fellow, is it possible you do not see how strongly it bears upon the case? I cannot say that I do unless it were that he wished to be able to deny his signature if an action for breach of promise were instituted. No, that was not the point. However, I shall write 2 letters, which should settle the matter. One is to a farm in the city, the other is to the young lady's stepfather, Mr. Windybank, asking him whether he could meet us here at 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. It is just as well that we should do business with the male relatives. And now, Doctor, we can do nothing until the answers to those letters come, so we may put our little problem upon the shelf for the interim. I had so many reasons to believe in my friend's subtle powers of reasoning and extraordinary energy in action that I felt that he must have some solid grounds for the assured and easy demeanour with which he treated the singular mystery which he had called upon to fathom. Once only had I known him to fail in the case of the King of Bohemia and of the Irene Adler photograph. But when I look back to the weird business of the sign of 4 and the extraordinary circumstances connected with the study in scarlet, I felt that it would be a strange tangle indeed, which he could not unravel. I left him then, still puffing at his black clay pipe, with the conviction that when I came again on the next evening, I'd find that he held in his hands all the clues which would lead up to the identity of the disappearing bridegroom of Miss Mary Sutherland. A professional case of great gravity was engaging my own attention at the time, and the whole of next day I was busy at the bedside of the sufferer. It was not until close upon 6 o'clock that I found myself free and was able to spring into a hansom and drive to Baker Street, half afraid that I might be too late to assist at the denouement of the little mystery. I found Sherlock Holmes alone, however, half asleep, with his long, thin form curled up in the recesses of his armchair. A formidable array of bottles and test tubes, with a pungent, cleanly smell of hydrochloric acid, told me that he had spent his day in the chemical work which was so dear to him. "Well, have you solved it?" I asked as I entered. "Yes, it was the bisulfate of baryta." "No, no, the mystery," I cried. "Oh, Dad, I thought that was solved that I have been working upon. There was never any mystery in the matter, though as I said yesterday, some of the details are of interest. The only drawback is that there is no law, I fear, that can touch the scoundrel." "Who was he then? And what was his object in deserting Miss Sutherland?" The question was hardly out of my mouth, and Holmes had not yet opened his lips to reply when we heard a heavy footfall in the passage and a tap at the door. "This is the girl's stepfather, Mr. James Windybank," said Holmes. "He has written to me to say that he would be here at 6. Come in." The man who entered was a sturdy, middle-sized fellow, some 30 years of age, clean-shaven and shallow-skinned, with a bland, insinuating manner and a pair of wonderfully sharp and penetrating grey eyes. He shot a questioning glance at each of us, placed his shiny top hat upon the sideboard, and with a slight bow, settled down into the nearest chair. "Good evening, Mr. James Windybank," said Holmes. "I think that this typewritten letter is from you, in which you made an appointment with me for 6 o'clock. "Yes, sir. I'm afraid that I'm a little late, but I'm not quite my own master, you know. I'm sorry that Miss Sutherland has troubled you about this little matter, for I think it is far better not to wash linen of that sort in public. It was quite against my wishes that she came, but she is a very excitable, impulsive girl, as you may have noticed, and she is not easily controlled when she has made up her mind on a point. Of course, I don't mind you so much, as you are not connected with the official police. But it is not pleasant to have a family misfortune like this noised abroad. Besides, it's a useless expense, for how could you possibly find this Hosmer Angel?" "On the contrary," said Holmes quietly, "I have every reason to believe that I will succeed in discovering Mr. Hosmer Angel." Mr. Windybank gave a violent start and dropped his gloves. "I'm delighted to hear it," he said. "It is a curious thing," remarked Holmes, "that a typewriter has really quite as much individuality as a man's handwriting. Unless they are quite new, no two of them write exactly alike. Some letters got more worn than others, and some were only on one side. Now you remark in this note of yours, Mr. Windybank, that in every case there is some little slurring over the E and a slight defect in the tail of the R. There are 14 other characteristics, but those are the more obvious. We do all our correspondence with this machine at the office, and no doubt it is a little worn. Our visitor answered, glancing keenly at Holmes with his bright little eyes. And now I'll show you what is really a very interesting study, Mr. Windybank, Holmes continued. I think of writing another little monograph some of these days on a typewriter and its relation to crime. It is a subject to which I have devoted some little attention. I have here 4 letters which purport to come from the missing man. They are all typewritten. In each case, not only are the E's slurred and the R's tailless, but you will observe, if you care to use my magnifying lens, that the 14 other characteristics to which I have alluded are there as well. Mr. Windybank sprang out of his chair and picked up his hat. I cannot waste time over this sort of fantastic talk, Mr. Holmes, he said. If you can catch the man, catch him, and let me know when you have done it. Certainly, said Holmes, stepping over and turning the key in the door. I'll let you know then that I have caught him. What? Where? Shouted Mr. Windybank, turning white to his lips and glancing about him like a rat in a trap. Oh, it won't do, really it won't, said Holmes suavely. There is no possible getting out of it, Mr. Windybank. It is quite too transparent. And it was a very bad compliment when you said that it was impossible for me to solve so simple a question. That is right. Sit down and let us talk it over. Our visitor collapsed into a chair, with a ghastly face and a glitter of moisture on his brow. It isn't actionable, he stammered. I'm very much afraid that it is not. But between ourselves, Windybank, it was as cruel and selfish and heartless as a trick in a petty way as ever came before me. Now let me just run over the course of the events and you will contradict me if I go wrong. The man sat huddled up in his chair, with his head sunk up on his breast, like one who is utterly crushed. Holmes stuck his feet up on the corner of the mantelpiece, and leaning back with his hands in his pockets began talking, rather to himself as it seemed, than to us. The man married a woman very much older than himself for her money, said he. And he enjoyed the use of the money of the daughter as long as she lived with them. It was a considerable sum for people in their position, and the loss of it would have made a serious difference. It was worth an effort to preserve it. The daughter was of a good, amiable disposition, but affectionate and warm-hearted in her ways, so that it was evident that, with her fair personal advantages and a little income, she would not be allowed to remain single long. Now her marriage would mean, of course, the loss of 100 a year. So what does a stepfather do to prevent it? He takes the obvious course of keeping her at home and forbidding her to seek the company of people of her own age. But soon he found that would not answer forever. She became restive, insisted upon her rights, and finally announced her positive intention of going to a certain ball. What does her clever stepfather do then? He conceives an idea more creditable to his head than to his heart. With the connivance and assistance of his wife, he disguised himself, covered those keen eyes with tinted glasses, masked his face with moustache and a pair of bushy whiskers, sunk that clear voice into an insinuating whisper, and doubly secure an account of the girl's short side, he appears as Mr. Hosmer Angel, and keeps off other lovers by making love himself. It was only a joke at first, groaned our visitor. We never thought that she would have been so carried away. Very likely not. However that may be, the young lady was very decidedly carried away, and having quite made up her mind that her stepfather was in France, the suspicion of treachery never for an instant entered her mind. She was flattered by the gentleman's attentions, and the effect was increased by the loudly expressed admiration of her mother. Then Mr. Angel began to call, for it was obvious that the matter should be pushed as far as it would go, if a real effect were to be produced. There were meetings, and an engagement, which would finally secure the girl's affections from turning towards anyone else. But the deception could not be kept up forever. These pretended journeys to France were rather cumbrous. The thing to do was clearly to bring the business to an end in such a dramatic manner that it would leave a permanent impression upon the young lady's mind, and prevent her from looking upon any other suitor for some time to come. Hence those vows of fidelity exacted upon his testament, and hence also the allusions to a possibility of something happening on the very morning of the wedding. James Windybank wished Miss Sutherland to be so bound to Hosmer Angel, and so uncertain as to his fate, that for 10 years to come, at any rate, she would not listen to another man. As far as the church door he brought her, and then as he could go no farther, he conveniently vanished away by the old trick of stepping in at one door of a four-wheeler and out at the other. I think that was the chain of heavens, Mr. Windybank. Our visitor had recovered something of his assurance while Holmes had been talking, and he rose from his chair now, with a cold sneer upon his pale face. "It may be so, or it may be not, Mr. Holmes," said he. "But if you are so very sharp, you ought to be sharp enough to know that it is you who are breaking the law now, and not me. I have done nothing actionable from the first, but as long as you keep that door locked, you lay yourself open to an action for assault and illegal constraint." "The law cannot, as you said, touch you," said Holmes, unlocking and throwing open the door. "Yet there never was a man who deserved punishment more. If the young lady has a brother or a friend, he ought to lay a whip across your shoulders, by Jove," he continued, flushing up at the sight of the bitter sneer upon the man's face. "It is not part of my duties to my client, but here is a hunting crop handy, and I think I shall just treat myself to—" He took 2 swift steps to the whip, but before he could grasp it, there was a wild clatter of steps upon the stairs. The heavy hall door banged, and from the window he could see Mr. James Windybank running at the top of his speed down the road. "There is a cold-blooded scoundrel," said Holmes, laughing, as he threw himself down into his chair once more. "That fellow will rise from crime to crime until he does something very bad and ends up on the gallows. The case has in some respects been not entirely devoid of interest." "I cannot now entirely see all the steps of your reasoning," I remarked. "Well, of course, it was obvious from the first that this Mr. Hosmer Angel must have some strong object for his curious conduct, and it was equally clear that the only man who really profited by the incident, as far as we could see, was the stepfather. Then the fact that the 2 men were never together, but that the one always appeared when the other was away, was suggestive. So were the tinted spectacles and the curious voice, which both hinted at a disguise, as did the bushy whiskers. My suspicions were all confirmed by his peculiar action in typewriting his signature, which of course inferred that his handwriting was so familiar to her that she would recognize even the smallest sample of it. You see, all these isolated facts, together with many minor ones, all pointed in the same direction. And how did you verify them? Having once spotted my man, it was easy to get corroboration. I knew the firm for which this man worked. Having taken the printed description, I eliminated everything from it which could be the result of a disguise, the whiskers, the glasses, the voice, and I sent it to the firm, with a request that they would inform me whether it answered to the description of any of their travellers. I had already noticed the peculiarities of the typewriter, and I wrote to the man himself at his business address, asking him if he could come here. As I expected, his reply was typewritten, and revealed the same trivial but characteristic defects. The same post brought me later from Westhouse and Marbank, off Fancher Street, to say that the description tallied in every respect with that of their employee, James Windybank. Voila too! And Miss Sutherland? If I tell her, she will not believe me. You may remember the old person saying, there is danger for him who taketh the tiger cub, and danger also for whoso snatches a delusion from a woman. There is as much sense in Hafiz as in Horace, and as much knowledge of the world. End of A Case of Identity.
The Red Hill Sisterhood by C.L. Perkis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Winterowd. The Red Hill Sisterhood by C.L. Perkis. "They want you at Red Hill now," said Mr. Dyer, taking a packet of papers from one of his pigeonholes. "The idea seems gaining ground in many quarters that in cases of mere suspicion, women detectives are more satisfactory than men, for they are less likely to attract attention. And this Red Hill affair, so far as I can make out, is one of suspicion only." It was a dreary November morning. Every gas jet in the Lynch Court office was alight, and the yellow curtain of outside fog draped its narrow windows. Nevertheless, I suppose one can't afford to leave it uninvestigated at this season of the year, with country house robberies beginning in so many quarters, said Miss Brooke. No, and the circumstances in this case certainly seem to point in the direction of the country house burglar. 2 days ago, a somewhat curious application was made privately by a man giving the name of John Murray to Inspector Gunning of the Reigate Police. Redhill, I must tell you, is in the Reigate Police District. Murray stated that he had been a greengrocer somewhere in South London, had sold his business there, and had, with the proceeds of the sale, bought 2 small houses in Redhill, intending to let the one and live in the other. These houses are situated in a blind alley known as Paved Court, a narrow turning leading off the London and Brighton coach road. Paved Court has been known to the sanitary authorities for the past 10 years as a regular fever nest, and as the houses which Murray bought, numbers 7 and 8, stand at the very end of the blind alley with no chance of thorough ventilation, I dare say the man got them for next to nothing. He told the inspector that he had had great difficulty in procuring a tenant for the house he wished to let, number 8, and that consequently, when about 3 weeks back, a lady dressed as a nun made him an offer for it, he immediately closed with her. The lady gave her name simply as Sister Monica, and stated that she was a member of an undenominational sisterhood that had recently been founded by a wealthy lady, who wished her name kept a secret. Sister Monica gave no references, but instead paid a quarter's rent in advance, saying that she wished to take possession of the house immediately and open it as a home for crippled orphans. Gave no references. Home for cripples, murmured Loveday, scribbling hard and fast in her notebook. Murray made no objection to this, continued Mr. Dyer, and accordingly the next day, Sister Monica, accompanied by 3 other sisters and some sickly children, took possession of the house, which they furnished with the barest possible necessities from cheap shops in the neighborhood. For a time, Murray said, he thought he had secured most desirable tenants, but during the last 10 days suspicions as to their real character have entered his mind, and these suspicions he thought it his duty to communicate to the police. Among their possessions, it seems, these sisters number an old donkey and a tiny cart, and this they start daily on a sort of begging tour through the adjoining villages, bringing back every evening a perfect hoard of broken victuals and bundles of old garments. Now comes the extraordinary fact on which Murray bases his suspicions. He says, and Gunning verifies his statement, that in whatever direction these sisters turn the wheels of their donkey cart, burglaries, or attempts at burglaries, are sure to follow. A week ago they went along towards Horley, where, at an outlying house, they received much kindness from a wealthy gentleman. That very night an attempt was made to break into that gentleman's house, an attempt, however, that was happily frustrated by the barking of the house dog, and so on in other instances that I need not go into. Murray suggests that it might be well to have the daily movements of these sisters closely watched, and that extra vigilance should be exercised by the police in the districts that have had the honor of a morning call from them. Gunning coincides with this idea, and so has sent to me to secure your services. Loveday closed her notebook. I suppose Gunning will meet me somewhere and tell me where I'm to take up my quarters, she said. Yes, he will get into your carriage at Merstham, the station before Redhill, if you will put your hand out of window with the morning paper in it. By the way, he takes it for granted that you will save the 11:05 train from Victoria. Murray, it seems, has been good enough to place his little house at the disposal of the police, but Gunning does not think espionage could be so well carried on there as from other quarters. The presence of a stranger in an alley of that sort is bound to attract attention, so he has hired a room for you in a draper's shop that immediately faces the head of the court. There is a private door to this shop, of which you will have the key, and can let yourself in and out as you please. You are supposed to be a nursery governess on the lookout for a situation, and Gunning will keep you supplied with letters to give color to the idea. He suggests that you need only occupy the room during the day. At night you will find more comfortable quarters at Laker's Hotel, just outside the town. This was about the sum total of the instructions that Mr. Dyer had to give. The 11:05 train for Victoria, that carried Loveday to her work among the Surrey hills, did not get clear of the London fog till well away on the other side of Purley. When the train halted at Merstham, In response to her signal, a tall, soldier-like individual made for her carriage, and jumping in, took the seat facing her. He announced himself to her as Inspector Gunning, recalled to her memory a former occasion on which they had met, and then, naturally enough, turned the talk upon the present suspicious circumstances they were bent upon investigating. "It won't do for you and me to be seen together," he said. "Of course I am well known for miles round, and anyone seen in my company will at once be set down as my coadjutor and spied upon accordingly. I walked from Red Hill to Merstham on purpose to avoid recognition on the platform at Red Hill, and halfway here, to my great annoyance, found that I was being followed by a man in a workman's dress and carrying a basket of tools. I doubled, however, and gave him the slip, taking a short cut down a lane which, if he had been living in the place, he would have known as well as I did. By Jove!" This was added with a sudden start. "There is the fellow, I declare. He has weathered me after all, and has no doubt taken good stock of us both, with the train going at this snail's pace. It was unfortunate that your face should have been turned towards that window, Miss Brooke." "My veil is something of a disguise, and I will put on another cloak before he has a chance of seeing me again," said Loveday. All she had seen in the brief glimpse that the train had allowed was a tall, powerfully built man walking along a siding of the line. His cap was drawn low over his eyes, and in his hand he carried a workman's basket. Gunning seemed much annoyed at the circumstance. "Instead of landing at Red Hill," he said, "we'll go on to Three Bridges, and wait there for a Brighton train to bring us back. That will enable you to get to your room somewhere between the lights. I don't want to have you spotted before you've so much as started your work." Then they went back to their discussion of the Red Hill Sisterhood. "They call themselves undenominational, whatever that means," said Gunning. "They say they are connected with no religious sect whatever. They attend sometimes one place of worship, sometimes another, sometimes none at all. They refuse to give up the name of the founder of their order, and really no one has any right to demand it of them, for, as no doubt you see, up to the present moment the case is one of mere suspicion, and it may be a pure coincidence that attempts at burglary have followed their footsteps in this neighborhood. By the way, I have heard of a man's face being enough to hang him, but until I saw Sister Monica's, I never saw a woman's face that could perform the same kind office for her. Of all the lowest criminal types of faces I have ever seen, I think hers is about the lowest and most repulsive." After the sisters, they passed in review the chief families resident in the neighborhood. "This," said Gunning, unfolding on paper, "is a map I have specially drawn up for you. It takes in the district for 10 miles round Red Hill, and every country house of any importance is marked in it in red ink. Here, in addition, is an index to those houses, with special notes of my own to every house." Loveday studied the map for a minute or so, then turned her attention to the index. "These 4 houses you've marked, I see, are those that have already been attempted. I don't think I'll run them through, but I'll mark them doubtful. You see, the gang, for of course it is a gang, might follow our reasoning on the matter and look upon those houses as our weak point. Here's one I'll run through. House empty during winter months. That means plate and jewelry sent to the bankers. Oh, and this one may as well be crossed off. Father and 4 sons, all athletes and sportsmen. And that means firearms always handy. I don't think burglars will be likely to trouble them. Ah, now we come to something. Here's a house to be marked tempting in a burglar's list. Wooton Hall, lately changed hands and rebuilt, with complicated passages and corridors. Splendid family plate in daily use, and left entirely to the care of the butler. I wonder, does the master of the house trust to his complicated passages to preserve his plate for him? A dismissed, dishonest servant would supply a dozen maps of the place for half a sovereign. What do these initials E.L. against the next house in the list, Northcape, stand for? Electric lighted. I think you might almost cross that house off also. I consider electric lighting one of the greatest safeguards against burglars that a man can give his house. Yes, if he doesn't rely exclusively upon it. It might be a nasty trap under certain circumstances. I see this gentleman also has a magnificent presentation and other plate. Yes, Mr. Jameson is a wealthy man and very popular in the neighborhood. His cups and appendages are worth looking at. Is it the only house in the district that is lighted with electricity? Yes, and begging your pardon, Miss Brooke, I only wish it were not so. If electric lighting were generally in vogue, it would save the police a lot of trouble on those dark winter nights. The burglars would find some way of meeting such a condition of things, depend upon it. They have reached a very high development in these days. They no longer stalk about as they did 50 years ago with blunderbuss and bludgeon. They plot, plan, contrive, and bring imagination and artistic resource to their aid. By the way, it often occurs to me that the popular detective stories, for which there seems so large a demand at the present day, must be at times uncommonly useful to the criminal classes. At Three Bridges they had to wait so long for a return train that it was nearly dark when Loveday got back to Red Hill. Mr. Gunning did not accompany her thither, having alighted at a previous station. Loveday had directed her portmanteau to be sent direct to Laker's Hotel, where she had engaged a room by telegram from Victoria Station. So, unburdened by luggage, she slipped quietly out of the Red Hill station and made her way straight for the draper's shop in the London Road. She had no difficulty in finding it, thanks to the minute directions given her by the inspector. Street lamps were being lighted in the sleepy little town as she went along, and as she turned into the London Road, shopkeepers were lighting up their windows on both sides of the way. A few yards down this road, a dark patch between the lighted shops showed her where paved court led off from the thoroughfare. A side door of one of the shops that stood at the corner of the court seemed to offer a post of observation, whence she could see without being seen, and here Loveday, shrinking into the shadows, ensconced herself in order to take stock of the little alley and its inhabitants. She found it much as it had been described to her, a collection of four-roomed houses, of which more than half were unlet. Numbers 7 and 8 at the head of the court presented a slightly less neglected appearance than the other tenements. Number 7 stood in total darkness, but in the upper window of number 8 there showed what seemed to be a nightlight burning, so Loveday conjectured that this possibly was the room set apart as a dormitory for the little cripples. While she stood thus surveying the home of the suspected sisterhood, the sisters themselves, two at least of them, came into view, with their donkey cart and their cripples, in the main road. It was an odd little cortege. One sister, habited in a nun's dress of dark blue serge, led the donkey by the bridle. Another sister, similarly attired, walked alongside the low cart, in which were seated two sickly-looking children. They were evidently returning from one of the long country circuits, and unless they had lost their way and had been belated, it certainly seemed a late hour for the sickly little cripples to be abroad. As they passed under the gas light at the corner of the court, Loveday caught a glimpse of the faces of the sisters. It was easy, with Inspector Gunning's description before her mind, to identify the older and taller woman as Sister Monica, and a more coarse-featured and generally repellent face Loveday admitted to herself she had never before seen. In striking contrast to this forbidding countenance was that of the younger sister. Loveday could only catch a brief passing view of it, but that one brief view was enough to impress it on her memory as of unusual sadness and beauty. As the donkey stopped at the corner of the court, Loveday heard this sad-looking young woman addressed as Sister Anna by one of the cripples, who asked plaintively when they were going to have something to eat. "Now at once," said Sister Anna, lifting the little one, as it seemed to Loveday, tenderly out of the cart, and carrying him on her shoulder down the court to the door of number 8, which opened to them at their approach. The other sister did the same with the other child. Then both sisters returned, unloaded the cart of sundry bundles and baskets, and this done led off the old donkey and trap down the road, possibly to a neighboring costermonger's stables. A man coming along on a bicycle exchanged a word of greeting with the sisters as they passed, then swung himself off his machine at the corner of the court and walked it along the paved road to the door of number 7. This he opened with a key, and then, pushing the machine before him, entered the house. Loveday took it for granted that this man must be the John Murray of whom she had heard. She had closely scrutinized him as he had passed her, and had seen that he was a dark, well-featured man of about 50 years of age. She congratulated herself on her good fortune in having seen so much in a brief space of time, and coming forth from her sheltered corner, turned her steps in the direction of the draper's shop on the other side of the road. It was easy to find it. Golightly was the singular name that figured above the shop front, in which were displayed a variety of goods calculated to meet the wants of servants and the poorer classes generally. A tall, powerfully built man appeared to be looking in at this window. Loveday's foot was on the doorstep of the draper's private entrance, her hand on the door-knocker, when this individual, suddenly turning, convinced her of his identity with the journeyman workman who had so disturbed Mr. Gunning's equanimity. It was true he wore a bowler instead of a journeyman's cap, and he no longer carried a basket of tools, but there was no possibility for anyone, with so good an eye for an outline as Loveday possessed, not to recognize the carriage of the head and shoulders as that of the man she had seen walking along the railway siding. He gave her no time to make minute observations of his appearance, but turned quickly away and disappeared down a by-street. Loveday's work seemed to bristle with difficulties now. Here was she, as it were, unearthed in her own ambush, for there could be but little doubt that during the whole time she had stood watching those sisters, that man from a safe vantage point had been watching her. She found Mrs. Golightly a civil and obliging person. She showed Loveday to her room above the shop, brought her the letters which Inspector Gunning had been careful to have posted to her during the day. Then she supplied her with pen and ink, and in response to Loveday's request with some strong coffee that she said, with a little attempt at a joke, would keep a dormouse awake all through the winter without winking. While the obliging landlady busied herself about the room, Loveday had a few questions to ask about the sisterhood who lived down the court opposite. On this head, however, Mrs. Golightly could tell her no more than she already knew, beyond the fact that they started every morning on their rounds at 11 o'clock punctually, and that before that hour they were never to be seen outside their door. Loveday's watch that night was to be a fruitless one. Although she sat with her lamp turned out and safely screened from observation until close upon midnight with eyes fixed upon numbers 7 and 8, Paved Court, not so much as a door opening or shutting at either house rewarded her vigil. The lights flitted from the lower to the upper floors in both houses, and then disappeared somewhere between 9 and 10 in the evening, and after that not a sign of life did either tenement show. And all through the long hours of that watch, backwards and forwards there seemed to flit before her mind's eye, as if in some sort it were fixed upon its retina, the sweet, sad face of Sister Anna. Why it was this face should so haunt her, she found it hard to say. It has a mournful past and a mournful future written upon it as a hopeless whole, she said to herself. It is the face of an Andromeda. Here I am, it seemed to say, tied to my stake, helpless and hopeless. The church clocks were sounding the midnight hour as Loveday made her way through the dark streets to her hotel outside the town. As she passed under the railway arch that ended in the open country road, the echo of not very distant footsteps caught her ear. When she stopped, they stopped, and when she went on, they went on, and she knew that once more she was being followed, and watched, although the darkness of the arch prevented her seeing even the shadow of the man who was thus dogging her steps. The next morning broke keen and frosty. Loveday studied her map and her country house index over a 7 o'clock breakfast, and then set off for a brisk walk along the country road. No doubt in London the streets were walled in and roofed with yellow fog. Here, however, bright sunshine played in and out of the bare tree boughs and leafless hedges onto 1,000 frost spangles, turning the prosaic, macadamized road into a gangway fit for Queen Titania herself and her fairy train. Loveday turned her back on the town, and set herself to follow the road as it wound away over the hill in the direction of a village called Northfield. Early as she was not to have that road to herself. A team of strong horses trudged on their way to their work in the fuller earth's pits. A young fellow on a bicycle flashed past at a tremendous pace, considering the upward slant of the road. He looked hard at her as he passed, then slackened pace, dismounted, and awaited her coming on the brow of the hill. "Good morning, Miss Brooke," he said, lifting his cap as she came alongside of him. "May I have 5 minutes' talk with you?" The young man who thus accosted her had not the appearance of a gentleman. He was a handsome, bright-faced young fellow of about 22, and was dressed in ordinary cyclist's dress. His cap was pushed back from his brow over thick, curly, fair hair, and Loveday, as she looked at him, could not repress the thought how well he would look at the head of a troop of cavalry giving the order to charge the enemy. He led his machine to the side of the footpath. "You have the advantage of me," said Loveday. "I haven't the remotest notion who you are." "No," he said. "Although I know you, you cannot possibly know me. I am a North Country man, and I was present about a month ago at the trial of old Mr. Craven of Troy's Hill. In fact, I acted as reporter for one of the local papers. I watched your face so closely as you gave your evidence that I should know it anywhere among 1,000. "And your name is?" "George White of Grenfell. My father is part proprietor of one of the Newcastle papers. I'm a bit of a literary man myself, and sometimes figure as a reporter, sometimes as leader writer to the paper." Here he gave a glance toward his side pocket, from which protruded a small volume of Tennyson's poems. The facts he had stated did not seem to invite comment, and Loveday ejaculated merely, "Indeed." The young man went back to the subject that was evidently filling his thoughts. "I have special reasons for being glad to have met you this morning, Miss Brooke," he went on, making his footsteps keep pace with hers. "I am in great trouble, and I believe you are the only person in the whole world that can help me out of that trouble." "I am rather doubtful as to my power of helping anyone out of trouble," said Loveday. "So far as my experience goes, our troubles are as much a part of ourselves as our skins are of our bodies." "Ah, but not such trouble as mine," said White eagerly. He broke off for a moment, then with a sudden rush of words told her what the trouble was. For the past year he had been engaged to be married to a young girl, who until quite recently had been fulfilling the duties of a nursery governess in a large house in the neighborhood of Redhill. "Will you kindly give me the name of that house?" interrupted Loveday. "Certainly. Wooton Hall the place is called, and Annie Lee is my sweetheart's name. I don't care who knows it." He threw his head back as he said this, as if he would be delighted to announce the fact to the whole world. "Annie's mother," he went on, "died when she was a baby, and we both thought her father was dead also, when suddenly, about a fortnight ago, it came to her knowledge that instead of being dead, he was serving his time at Portland for some offense committed years ago." "Do you know how this came to Annie's knowledge?" "Not the least in the world. I only know that I suddenly got a letter from her announcing the fact, and at the same time breaking off her engagement with me. I tore the letter into 1,000 pieces, and wrote back saying I would not allow the engagement to be broken off, but would marry her tomorrow if she would have me. To this letter she did not reply. There came instead a few lines from Mrs. Copeland, the lady at Wooton Hall, saying that Annie had thrown up her engagement and joined some sisterhood, and that she, Mrs. Copeland, had pledged her word to Annie to reveal to no one the name and whereabouts of that sisterhood. And I suppose you imagine I am able to do what Mrs. Copeland is pledged not to do?" "That's just it, Miss Brooke," cried the young man enthusiastically. "You do such wonderful things. Everyone knows you do. It seems as if, when anything is wanted to be found out, you just walk into a place, look round you, and in a moment everything becomes clear as noonday." "I can't quite lay claim to such wonderful powers as that. As it happens, however, in the present instance no particular skill is needed to find out what you wish to know, for I fancy I have already come upon the traces of Miss Annie Lee." "Miss Brooke!" "Of course, I cannot say for certain, but it is a matter you can easily settle for yourself. Settle, too, in a way that will confer a great obligation on me." "I shall be only too delighted to be of the slightest service to you," cried White, enthusiastically as before. "Thank you. I will explain. I came down here specially to watch the movements of a certain sisterhood who have somehow aroused the suspicions of the police. Well, I find that instead of being able to do this, I am myself so closely watched, possibly by confederates of these sisters, that unless I can do my work by deputy, I may as well go back to town at once." "Ah, I see. You want me to be that deputy." "Precisely. I want you to go to the room in Redhill that I have hired, take your place at the window, screened, of course, from observation, at which I ought to be seated, watch as closely as possible the movements of these sisters, and report them to me at the hotel, where I shall remain shut in from morning till night. It is the only way in which I can throw my persistent spies off the scent. Now, in doing this for me, you will also be doing yourself a good turn, for I have little doubt but what under the blue serge hood of one of the sisters you will discover the pretty face of Miss Annie Lee." As they had talked, they had walked, and now stood on the top of the hill at the head of the one little street that constituted the whole of the village of Northfield. On their left hand stood the village schools and the master's house. Nearly facing these, on the opposite side of the road, beneath a clump of elms, stood the village pound. Beyond this pound, on either side of the way, were 2 rows of small cottages, with tiny squares of garden in front, and in the midst of these small cottages, a swinging sign beneath a lamp announced a postal and telegraph office. "Now that we have come into the land of habitations again," said Loveday, "it would be best for us to part. It will not do for you and me to be seen together, or my spies will be transferring their attentions from me to you, and I shall have to find another deputy. You had better start on your bicycle for Red Hill at once, and I will walk back at leisurely speed. Come to me at my hotel without fail at 1 o'clock, and report proceedings. I do not say anything definite about remuneration, but I assure you, if you carry out my instructions to the letter, your services will be amply rewarded by me and by my employers." There were yet a few more details to arrange. White had been, he said, only a day and night in the neighborhood, and special directions as to the locality had to be given to him. Loveday advised him not to attract attention by going to the draper's private door, but to enter the shop as if he were a customer, and then explain matters to Mrs. Golightly, who no doubt would be in her place behind the counter. Tell her that he was the brother of the Miss Smith who had hired her room, and ask permission to go through the shop to that room, as he had been commissioned by his sister to read and answer any letters that might have arrived there for her. "Show her the key of the side door. Here it is," said Loveday. "It will be your credentials, and tell her you did not like to make use of it without acquainting her with the fact." The young man took the key, endeavored to put it in his waistcoat pocket, found the space there occupied, and so transferred it to the keeping of a side pocket in his tunic. All this time Loveday stood watching him. "You have a capital machine there," she said, as the young man mounted his bicycle once more, "and I hope you will turn it to account in following the movements of these sisters about the neighborhood. I feel confident you will have something definite to tell me when you bring me your first report at 1 o'clock." White once more broke into a profusion of thanks, and then lifting his cap to the lady, started his machine at a fairly good pace. Loveday watched him out of sight down the slope of the hill, then instead of following him as she had said she would, at a leisurely pace, she turned her steps in the opposite direction along the village street. It was an altogether ideal country village. Neatly dressed, chubby-faced children, now on their way to the schools, dropped quaint little curtsies or tugged at curly forelocks as Loveday passed. Every cottage looked the picture of cleanliness and trimness, and although so late in the year, the gardens were full of late-flowering chrysanthemums and early-flowering Christmas roses. At the end of the village, Loveday came suddenly into view of a large, handsome red-brick mansion. It presented a wide frontage to the road, from which it lay back amid extensive pleasure grounds. On the right hand, and a little in the rear of the house, stood what seemed to be large and commodious stables, and immediately adjoining these stables was a low-cut red-brick shed that had evidently been recently erected. That low-built red-brick shed excited Loveday's curiosity. "Is this house called North Cape?" she asked of a man who chanced at that moment to be passing with a pickaxe and shovel. The man answered in the affirmative, and Loveday then asked another question. Could he tell her what was that small shed so close to the house? It looked like a glorified cowshed. Now what could be its use? The man's face lighted up as if it were a subject on which he liked to be questioned. He explained that that small shed was the engine house where the electricity that lighted North Cape was made and stored. Then he dwelt with pride upon the fact, as if he held a personal interest in it, that North Cape was the only house far or near that was thus lighted. "I suppose the wires are carried underground to the house?" said Loveday, looking in vain for signs of them anywhere. The man was delighted to go into details on the matter. He had helped to lay those wires, he said. They were 2 in number, one for supply and one for return, and were laid 3 feet below ground in boxes filled with pitch. These wires were switched on to jars in the engine house, where the electricity was stored, and after passing underground, entered the family mansion under its flooring at its western end. Loveday listened attentively to these details, and then took a minute and leisurely survey of the house and its surroundings. This done, she retraced her steps through the village, pausing, however, at the postal and telegraph office to dispatch a telegram to Inspector Gunning. It was one to send the inspector to his cipher book. It ran as followed: "Rely solely on chemist and coal merchant throughout the day. L.B." After this, she quickened her pace, and in something over 3/4 of an hour was back again at her hotel. There she found more of life stirring than when she had quitted it in the early morning. There was to be a meeting of the Surrey stags, about a couple of miles off, and a good many hunting men were hanging about the entrance to the house, discussing the chances of sport after last night's frost. Loveday made her way through the throng in leisurely fashion, and not a man but wanted keen scrutiny from her sharp eyes. No, there was no cause for suspicion there. They were evidently one and all just what they seemed to be, loud-voiced, hard-riding men bent on a day's sport. But, and here Loveday's eyes travelled beyond the hotel courtyard to the other side of the road, who was that man with a bill-hook hacking at the hedge there? A thin-featured, round-shouldered old fellow with a bent-about hat. It might be as well not to take it too rashly for granted that her spies had withdrawn, and had left her free to do her work in her own fashion. She went upstairs to her room. It was situated on the first floor in the front of the house, and consequently commanded a good view of the high road. She stood well back from the window, and at an angle whence she could see and not be seen, took a long, steady survey of the hedger. And the longer she looked, the more convinced she was that the man's real work was something other than the bill-hook seemed to imply. He worked, so to speak, with his head over his shoulder, and when Loveday supplemented her eyesight with a strong field-glass, she could see more than one stealthy glance shot from beneath his bent-about hat in the direction of her window. There could be little doubt about it. Her movements were to be as closely watched today as they had been yesterday. Now it was of first importance that she should communicate with Inspector Gunning in the course of the afternoon. The question to solve was how it was to be done. To all appearance, Loveday answered the question in extraordinary fashion. She pulled up her blind, she drew back her curtain, and seated herself in full view at a small table in the window recess. Then she took a pocket inkstand from her pocket, a packet of correspondence cards from her letter case, and with a rapid pen set to work on them. About an hour and a half afterwards, White, coming in, according to his promise, to report proceedings, found her still seated at the window, not, however, with writing materials before her, but with needle and thread in her hand with which she was mending her gloves. "I return to town by the first train tomorrow morning," she said as he entered, "and I find these wretched things want no end of stitches. Now for your report." White appeared to be in an elated frame of mind. "I've seen her," he cried. "My Annie! They've got her, those confounded sisters. But they shan't keep her. No, not if I have to pull the house down about their ears to get her out." "Well, now you know where she is, you can take your time about getting her out," said Loveday. "I hope, however, you haven't broken faith with me and betrayed yourself by trying to speak with her, because if so, I shall have to look for another deputy." "Honor, Miss Brooke," answered White indignantly, "I stuck to my duty, though it cost me something to see her hanging over those kids and tucking them into the cart, and never say a word to her, never so much as wave my hand." "Did she go out with a donkey cart today?" "No, she only tucked the kids into the cart with a blanket, and then went back in the house. 2 old sisters, ugly as sin, went out with them. I watched them from the window, jolt, 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 round the corner, out of sight, and then I whipped down the stairs and onto my machine, and was after them in a trice, and managed to keep them well in sight for over an hour and a half." "And their destination today was?" "Wooton Hall." Ah, just as I expected. Just as you expected, echoed White. I forgot. You do not know the nature of the suspicions that are attached to this sisterhood, and the reasons I have for thinking that Wooten Hall at this season of the year might have an especial attraction for them. White continued staring at her. Miss Brooke, he said, presently in an altered tone, whatever suspicions may attach to the sisterhood, I'll stake my life on it my Annie has had no share in any wickedness of any sort. Oh, quite so. It is most likely that your Annie has, in some way, been inveigled into joining these sisters, has been taken possession of by them, in fact, just as they have taken possession of the little cripples. That's it! That's it! He cried. That was the idea that occurred to me when you spoke to me on the hill about them. Otherwise, you may be sure— Did they get relief of any sort at the hall? Interrupted Loveday. Yes. One of the two ugly old women stopped outside the lodge gates with the donkey cart, and the other beauty went up to the house alone. She stayed there, I should think, about a quarter of an hour, and when she came back, was followed by a servant carrying a bundle and a basket. Ah, I've no doubt they brought away with them something else besides old garments and broken victuals. White stood in front of her, fixing a hard, steady gaze upon her. Miss Brooke, he said presently, in a voice that matched the look on his face, what do you suppose was the real object of these women in going to Wooten Hall this morning? Mr. White, if I wish to help a gang of thieves break into Wooten Hall tonight, don't you think I should be greatly interested in procuring for them the information that the master of the house was away from home, that two of the men servants who slept in the house had recently been dismissed and their places had not yet been filled, also that the dogs were never unchained at night, and that their kennels were at the side of the house at which the butler's pantry is not situated? These are particulars I have gathered in this house without stirring from my chair, and I am satisfied that they are likely to be true. At the same time, if I were a professed burglar, I should not be content with information that was likely to be true, but would be careful to procure such that was certain to be true, and so would set accomplices to work at the fountainhead. Now do you understand? White folded his arms and looked down on her. What are you going to do? He asked, in short, brusque tones. Loveday looked him full in the face. Communicate with the police immediately, she answered, and I should feel greatly obliged if you would at once take a note from me to Inspector Gunning at Reigate. And what becomes of Annie? I don't think that you need have any anxiety on that head. I have no doubt that when the circumstances of her admission to the sisterhood are investigated, it will be proved that she has been as much deceived and imposed upon as the man John Murray who so foolishly let his house to these women. Remember, Annie has Mrs. Copeland's good word to support her integrity. White stood silent for a while. What sort of note do you wish me to take to the inspector? He presently asked. You shall read it as I write it, if you like, answered Loveday. She took a correspondence card from her letter case, and with an indelible pencil wrote as follows: Wooten Hall is threatened tonight. Concentrate attention there. L.B. White read the words as she wrote them with a curious expression passing over his handsome features. Yes, he said, curtly as before. I'll deliver that. I give you my word, but I'll bring back no answer to you. I'll do no more spying for you. It's a trade that doesn't suit me. There's a straightforward way of doing straightforward work, and I'll take that way, no other, to get my Annie out of that den. He took the note, which he sealed and handed to him, and strode out of the room. Loveday, from the window, watched him mount his bicycle. Was it her fancy, or did there pass a swift, furtive glance of recognition between him and the hedger on the other side of the way as he rode out of the courtyard? Loveday seemed determined to make that hedger's work easy for him. The short winter's day was closing in now, and her room must consequently have been growing dim to outside observation. She lighted the gas chandelier which hung from the ceiling and, still with blinds and curtains undrawn, took her old place at the window, spread writing materials before her, and commenced a long and elaborate report to her chief at Lynch Court. About half an hour afterwards, As she threw a casual glance across the road, she saw that the hedger had disappeared, but that two ill-looking tramps sat munching bread and cheese under the hedge to which his billhook had done so little service. Evidently the intention was, one way or another, not to lose sight of her so long as she remained in Redhill. Meantime, White had delivered Loveday's note to the inspector at Reigate, and had disappeared on his bicycle once more. Gunning read it without a change of expression. Then he crossed the room to the fireplace and held the card as close to the bars as he could without scorching it. "I had a telegram from her this morning," he explained to his confidential man, "telling me to rely upon chemicals and coals throughout the day, and that, of course, meant that she would write to me in invisible ink. No doubt this message about Wooton Hall means nothing." He broke off abruptly, exclaiming, "Eh, what's this?" as, having withdrawn the card from the fire, Loveday's real message stood out in bold, clear characters between the lines of the false one. Thus it ran: "North Cape will be attacked tonight. A desperate gang. Be prepared for a struggle. Above all, guard the electrical engine house. On no account attempt to communicate with me. I am so closely watched that any endeavor to do so may frustrate your chance of trapping the scoundrels. L.B." That night, when the moon went down behind Reigate Hill, an exciting scene was enacted at North Cape. The Surrey Gazette, in its issue the following day, gave the subjoined account of it under the heading, "Desperate Encounter with Burglars." Last night, North Cape, the residence of Mr. Jameson, was the scene of an affray between the police and a desperate gang of burglars. North Cape is lighted throughout by electricity, and the burglars, 4 in number, divided in half, 2 being told to enter and to rob the house, and 2 to remain at the engine shed where the electricity is stored, so that at a given signal, should need arise, the wires might be unswitched, the inmates of the house thrown into sudden darkness and confusion, and the escape of the marauders thereby facilitated. Mr. Jameson, however, had received timely warning from the police of the intended attack, and he, with his 2 sons, all well armed, sat in darkness in the inner hall awaiting the coming of the thieves. The police were stationed, some in the stables, some in outbuildings, nearer to the house, and others in more distant parts of the grounds. The burglars effected their entrance by means of a ladder placed to a window of the servants' staircase, which leads straight down to the butler's pantry, and to the safe where the silver is kept. The fellows, however, had no sooner got into the house than the police, issuing from their hiding-place outside, mounted the ladder after them, and thus cut off their retreat. Mr. Jameson and his 2 sons at the same moment attacked them in front, and thus overwhelmed by numbers, the scoundrels were easily secured. It was at the engine house outside that the sharpest struggle took place. The thieves had forced open the door of this engine shed with their jimmies immediately on their arrival, under the very eyes of the police, who lay in ambush in the stables, and when one of the men, captured in the house, contrived to sound an alarm on his whistle, these outside watchers made a rush for the electrical jars in order to unswitch the wires. Upon this the police closed with them, and a hand-to-hand struggle followed, and if it had not been for the timely assistance of Mr. Jameson and his sons, who had fortunately conjectured that their presence here might be useful, it is more than likely that one of the burglars, a powerfully built man, would have escaped. The names of the captured men are John Murray, Arthur and George Lee, father and son, and a man with so many aliases that it is difficult to know which is his real name. The whole thing had been most cunningly and carefully planned. The elder Lee, lately released from penal servitude for a similar offense, appears to have been prime mover in the affair. This man had, it seems, a son and a daughter, who, through the kindness of friends, had been fairly well placed in life, the son at an electrical engineer's in London, the daughter as nursery governess at Wooton Hall. Directly this man was released from Portland, he seems to have found out his children, and done his best to ruin them both. He was constantly at Wooton Hall endeavoring to induce his daughter to act as an accomplice to a robbery of the house. This so worried the girl that she threw up her situation and joined a sisterhood that had recently been established in the neighborhood. Upon this, Lee's thoughts turned in another direction. He induced his son, who had saved a little money, to throw up his work in London and join him in his disreputable career. The boy is a handsome young fellow, but appears to have in him the makings of a first-class criminal. In his work as an electrical engineer, he had made the acquaintance of the man John Murray, who, it is said, has been rapidly going downhill of late. Murray was the owner of the house rented by the sisterhood that Miss Lee had joined, and the idea evidently struck the brains of these three scoundrels that this sisterhood, whose antecedents were a little mysterious, might be utilized to draw off the attention of the police from themselves and from the especial house in the neighborhood that they had planned to attack. With this end in view, Murray made an application to the police to have the sisters watched, and still further, to give color to the suspicions he had endeavored to set afloat concerning them, he and his confederates made feeble attempts at burglaries upon the houses at which the sisters had called, begging for scraps. It is a matter for congratulation that the plot, from beginning to end, has thus been successfully unearthed, and it is felt on all sides that great credit is due to Inspector Gunning and his skilled coadjutors for the vigilance and promptitude they have displayed throughout the affair. Loveday read aloud this report, with her feet on the fender of the Lynch Court office. "Accurate as far as it goes," she said, as she laid down the paper. "But we want to know a little more," said Mr. Dyer. "In the first place, I would like to know what it was that diverted your suspicions from the unfortunate sisters." "The way in which they handled the children," answered Loveday promptly. "I have seen female criminals of all kinds handling children, and I have noticed that although they may occasionally, even this is rare, treat them with a certain rough sort of kindness, of tenderness they are utterly incapable. Now, Sister Monica, I must admit, is not pleasant to look at. At the same time, there was something absolutely beautiful in the way in which she lifted the little cripple out of the cart, put his tiny thin hand round her neck, and carried him into the house. By the way, I would like to ask some rabid physiognomist how he would account for Sister Monica's repulsiveness of feature as contrasted with young Lee's undoubted good looks. Heredity, in this case, throws no light on the matter." "Another question," said Mr. Dyer, not paying much heed to Loveday's digression. "How was it you transferred your suspicions to John Murray?" "I did not do so immediately, although at the very first it had struck me as odd that he should be so anxious to do the work of the police for them. The chief thing I noticed concerning Murray, on the first and only occasion on which I saw him, was that he had an accident with his bicycle, for in the right-hand corner of his lamp-glass there was a tiny star, and the lamp itself had a dent on the same side, had also lost its hook, and was fastened to the machine by a bit of electric fuse. The next morning, as I was walking up the hill towards Northfield, I was accosted by a young man mounted on that self-same bicycle. Not a doubt of it. Star and glass, dent, fuse, all three. Ah, that sounded an important keynote, and led you to connect Murray and the younger Lee immediately. It did, and of course also at once gave the lie to his statement that he was a stranger in the place, and confirmed my opinion that there was nothing of the North Countryman in his accent. Other details in his manner and appearance gave rise to other suspicions. For instance, he called himself a press reporter by profession, and his hands were coarse and grimy as only a mechanic's could be. He said he was a bit of a literary man, but the Tennyson that showed so obtrusively from his pocket was new, and in parts uncut and totally unlike the well-thumbed volume of the literary student. Finally, when he tried and failed to put my latchkey into his waistcoat pocket, I saw the reason lay in the fact that the pocket was already accompanied by a soft coil of electric fuse, the end of which protruded. Now, an electric fuse is what an electrical engineer might almost unconsciously carry about with him. It is so essential a part of his working tools, but it is a thing that a literary man or a press reporter could have no possible use for. Exactly. And it was no doubt that bit of electric fuse that turned your thoughts to the one house in the neighborhood lighted by electricity, and suggested to your mind the possibility of electrical engineers turning their talents to account in that direction. Now will you tell me what, at that stage of your day's work, induced you to wire to Gunning that you would bring your invisible ink bottle into use? That was simply a matter of precaution. It did not compel me to the use of invisible ink if I saw other safe methods of communication. I felt myself being hemmed in all sides with spies, and I could not tell what emergency might arise. I don't think I have ever had a more difficult game to play. As I walked and talked with a young fellow up the hill, it became clear to me that if I wished to do my work, I must lull the suspicions of the gang and seem to walk into their trap. I saw by the persistent way in which Wooten Hall was forced on my notice that it was wished to fix my suspicions there. I accordingly, to all appearance, did so, and allowed the fellows to think they were making a fool of me. Ha ha ha! Capital that! The biter bit, with a vengeance! Splendid idea to make that young rascal himself deliver the letter that was to land him and his pals in jail, and all the time laughing in his sleeve and thinking what a fool he was making of you. Ha ha ha! And Mr. Dyer made the office ring again with his merriment. The only person one is at all sorry for in this affair is poor little Sister Anna, said Loveday pityingly. And yet, perhaps, all things considered, after her sorry experience of life, she may not be so badly placed in a sisterhood where practical Christianity, not religious hysterics, is the one and only rule of the order. End of The Red Hill Sisterhood. Recording by Alan Winterowd. Boomcoach.blogspot.com